Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, inside edge.
Held him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch. A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch. A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Hold him, right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Side edge.
Hold him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Held him right onto his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Cleared away, and the great news is we've got some cricket. A 38 over a side match. Sussex have won the toss. They decided to field first. I need to do a little sound check around the ground just to make sure if anyone's listening on the headsets you can hear the commentary coming through loud and clear. If somebody could wave if they are listening to the headsets. Unfortunately, my regular correspondent Julian is on his way to the ground. He thought it was going to rain all day, I think, so he isn't here. Let's see if we can see anybody waving. Not at the moment. So we'll just have to assume everything is going okay. I'm Adrian Harms, delighted to be joined as ever from BBC Radio Bristol by Ed Seaborn. Ed, good to see you.
Yeah, it's lovely to be here. Thanks, Adrian. And at the moment, having had a pretty soggy morning, it's more like the kind of weather I'm used to coming down here, because basically every game that I've covered at Hove in the few years that I've been doing this has been played in bright sunshine, and we've actually got a fair amount of blue sky. It was amazing how quickly it cleared up, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, the weather forecast early on in the week was dreadful for today, and I think a lot of people thought there would be no cricket, but it seemed to improve as the week has gone in, which is the good news. So Sussex have won the toss. They're going to field. As you are our guests, just tell us what's going on with the Gloucestershire side today.
Well, I'll start off just before I talk about the sides, just to remind everybody of where things stand in the table. So Gloucestershire are currently in second place. It's the top three that qualify for the knockout stages. Gloucestershire have won 4 and lost 2. They've won their last 2 games, coming into this game off the back of a victory against Glamorgan just a couple of days ago at Cardiff. They make 2 changes from that side. Zafar Gohar drops out, as does the young keeper batter Ben Wells, who was just playing purely as a specialist batter. And the 2 players coming in, both returning. One from the 100, Miles Hammond, is going to play his first List A game for 4 years.
Wow.
And the other change is Matt Taylor, who's back from an infected toe. So he's going to play, and it does change the balance of Gloucestershire's side a little bit. They don't quite have as deep a batting lineup as they have had in this competition at other times, but it's obviously good to welcome back a couple of quality players.
It certainly is. And a very good afternoon to our list on 5 Sports Extra as well, joining us here at Hove, where after early morning rain, the great news is the ground staff have done an excellent job. The sun has come out, and we've got a game of 38 over cricket today between Sussex and Hampshire. Sean Hunt's going to bowl the first ball of the match. The left arm over the wicket bowler comes in and bowls to James Bracey, who beats him outside of the off stump, and that swung because Charlie Tier, who's the young Sussex wicket keeper making his first List A appearance, takes the ball down the leg side, and there is no run.
Yes, that was a slightly nervy start from James Bracey. It wasn't a shot which had a great deal of commitment behind it, and I think it's even though it's only 38 overs, it's still going to be important to have a little bit of a look for the openers here.
Indeed. 2 slips go down. Sean Hunt is in and bowls wide outside the off stump, and that's signalled as a wide by umpire Hollingshead, standing here at the C end of the ground. So just to reiterate, Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. They're wearing their pink shirts, or some people call them cerise, I think, Ed.
Oh, but really? I must say, I was going with fuchsia, but...
that's excellent. No,
that's quite right in terms of the shade. I'm not very good on these sorts of
things. I think fuchsia is an excellent call as Hunt, number 21 on his back, left arm seamer in and bowls. A good delivery, just slightly short of a length, and Bracey right in behind it, plays into the offside, fielded by Harrison Ward, and there is no run. And Gloucestershire are in their sort of all black strip with sort of bits of yellow on it.
Yes, the numbers are in yellow, and the slight shame is that you can't, from this distance, really see the yellow pinstripes down the front of it. Up close, I think it looks really smart. It's just, you can't quite see him.
Hunt in again from the C end of the ground. So I thought they were going to be the first runs, but that's a brilliant piece of fielding by backward point. It was nicely timed by Bracey, but a very fine piece of fielding by Finn Hudson-Prentice, fielding at backward point in his white sun hat. That had 4 written all over it. That was an excellent piece of fielding by Hudson-Prentice, and it prevents a run. So 4 balls gone. We've had a wide, which means that Gloucestershire are 1 without loss. But so far, very tidy from 21-year-old Sean Hunt, who's got number 21 on his back as well. He's in and bowls. That's wide outside the off stump, and that'll be the second wide of the over. The field for Sean Hunt, there are 2 slips in place. A third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg, and a short fine leg. And with 38 overs, Ed, what we do know is that the power play, which is generally comes in chunks of 10, that's all going to change. 38 overs sounds horribly complicated. Anyway, we'll get through, I'm sure, as in comes Hunt and bowls. And this time Bracey does get runs as he runs that down to third man, fielded way down in the distance by Henry Crocombe, who gets in the throw. The first run off the bat, and Gloucestershire go to 3 without loss.
Yes, and it's actually going to be one of those rare times where the umpire signalling the power plays is actually going to be worth looking at, because I must admit I've not heard when the power play will be. It can sort of roughly work it out, but it may even go down to balls within an over, because it can do that.
In comes Hunt to bowls, and forward comes Dent and plays that to backward point, fielded by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So 2 changes for Sussex. Charlie Tier, as I say, the young 19-year-old wicket keeper, making his List A debut here as a replacement for Ollie Carter, and Daniel Ibrahim, the all-rounder in the side at the expense of Tom Clark. If you're listening on 5 Sports Extra, a very good afternoon wherever you're listening from, as the sun tries to break through at Hove, and in comes Hunt and bowls, and cut away nicely by Dent, a ball just outside of the off stump. He runs that down to wideish third man. Henry Crocombe is in, gets in the throw, nice and tidy from Sean Hunt, a couple of wides in the over, but 4 without loss. Bracey and Dent both on a single each. This group, Ed, is very finely poised. Sussex have only won 1 of their 5 games. Gloucestershire, you'll tell us, are doing a lot better, but the vagaries of the group are that we've been doing the maths that actually if Sussex won their final 3 games, it's not out the question that they could qualify, because sides seem to be losing matches that perhaps we wouldn't have thought they would have been.
Well, yeah, it's been a strange group in that it does, on the face of it, seem as if it may be 4 teams into 3 places, but at the same time we've seen some really surprise results. Somerset, who, if you listen to certain people, couldn't possibly compete in this competition, managed to beat Durham the other day, as the first over is sent down from the Cromwell Road end, and the first ball from Hudson Prentice is flashed down to third man, and they'll grab 2 runs for this, but Dent was not really seemingly fully in control of that. It was more of a flashing drive down towards the boundary. 6 without loss.
The roars as Daniel Hebron fielded that ball, because there's a stag party in. I can see them sitting in the southwest corner of the ground. They're all in fancy dress, Hawaiian shirts and other regalia, so I'm glad they've got their stag do in.
There is always one here. Every time I come here, Hudson Prentice bowls, that's edged, caught at second slip. It's an early wicket for Sussex. Nicely bowled by Hudson Prentice, and James Coles with the catch at second slip. It was a fairly comfortable height. It did come fairly quickly, but he's clung on, and that's a key early wicket, because Chris Dent can get Gloucestershire off to flyers, as he did when Gloucestershire piled up that record 454 for 3 against Somerset. He made 65 off 38 balls in that encounter, so it's important to get Dent early, and that's exactly what Sussex have done. Gloucestershire is 6 for 1.
Well, it was an excellent piece of bowling by Finn Hudson, who consistently, during what has been a really disappointing competition for Sussex, has been Sussex's best player. And I spoke to Finn after the defeat to Glamorgan here on Sunday, and he was saying, you know, pretty much Sussex are out the competition, although we've looked at the vagaries, and I think mathematically they're not quite out. But he was saying people are turning up to watch Sussex play, and we need to perform, and he'll be delighted to have picked up a wicket in his opening over. That went very quickly, actually, to James Coles at second slip. It was I mean, you'd be disappointed at this level if you put a chance like that down, but it still went very quickly, and he caught it about waist high, and as you say, a very important catch.
And I think the thing is, up front, when actually all the kind of focus is on the batters getting used to the pace of the pitch, if you're standing there in the slips, you haven't got really very much feel for how the ball's going to be flying through. So it's always impressive when the catch is taken like that, and it has gone as quickly as that, because the slip fielders haven't had a chance to get used to the pace of things either.
No,
Ollie Price is out to the middle, fresh off the back of his 2nd ton in the competition, and his 2nd unbeaten ton at that. 109 not out he made against Glamorgan on a turning surface. It really did turn a lot, that pitch at Cardiff. It was a used one. And here comes Hudson Prentice now to bowl to Price. There's movement in towards the right-handed Ollie Price, who plays the ball out towards mid-wicket, and they'll come through for a single, which they can get because deep square is back. And the only two fielders saving the single on the leg side for Ollie Price were a mid-on and a short fine leg, which is exactly the same field as Sussex now have for James Bracey. It was a mightily impressive innings, that, from Ollie Price, because nobody else had got above 60 in the match. Only Eddie Byram had been out there effectively for more than 10 overs worth of batting. Here comes Hudson Prentice to bowl to Bracey, who drives through a straight mid-off. This will test the outfield. It doesn't look massively fast, and 2 runs will be taken. So Bracey's up to 3, and it's 9 for 1. But going back to the table, Warwickshire top of this Group 2 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. They've won 5 games out of 5 with 10 points and look well set to go on to claim the automatic semi-final spot and host that semi-final. Hudson Prentice bowls to Bracey, who comes forward and drops the ball out towards extra cover. No chance of a run there. Gloucestershire and Worcestershire then follow on 8 points. They've played 6 games apiece. Gloucestershire with a slightly better net run rate than Worcestershire, which is quite extraordinary when you think that their 2 losses in this competition have been a game against Warwickshire, where they were bowled out for 120 and it was chased down inside 26 overs, and a game against Worcestershire where they conceded 375 for 7 and lost by 85 runs. Hudson Prentice bowls to Bracey, who drives through the covers and gets 4 runs.
Great shot.
That was a shot which we saw quite a bit in that innings of his against Somerset. 224 not out, the highest score by a Gloucestershire batter in List A cricket. The first man to reach a double ton for the county, and it was the 11th highest individual score in the history of List A cricket to guide Gloucestershire through to the 7th highest team score in List A cricket against their local rivals. What seems like a long time ago, but it was actually less than a week at Bristol. But yeah, it has been an odd competition, as I say, because they've lost those 2 games heavily, but then they've also had 4 very good wins.
Sean Hunt, well, his second over, comes in and bowls to Ollie Price, who plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes. If you just joined us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to live cricket on the BBC, 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team here at Hove, where we were delayed by just over an hour and a half this morning due to some initially heavy rain and then some drizzle. But underway in a game that's now reduced to 38 overs a side, as Sean Hunt is in from the C end of the ground, bowling up the hill. For those of you who don't know Hove, there's a fairly significant slope from the C end that goes up to the Cromwell Road at the far end of the ground. And Price defends down the offside. Hunt fields of his own bowling, and again there is no run. Already a wicket has gone down, that of Chris Dent, who was well caught by James Cole's second slip off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice for just a single. At that stage, Gloucestershire 6 for 1, now 13 for 1. As Hunt, the tall left-arm seamer, is in over the wicket. Ball was clipped away nicely by Price to deep mid-wicket, fielder up there by Jack Carson, the Sussex off-spinner, who gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, goes to 14 for 1. As Ed was saying, Gloucestershire can not be certain of qualification, but almost if they win here today.
Yeah, they can take a big step towards it, but a lot depends on whether they can get out and play at Derby in the game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. Lots of things at play.
In comes Hunt, bowls, and Bracey plays defensively to mid-off, fielded by Chetishwar Pujara, who belies his years and comes sprinting into field and prevents a single. Yes, a delayed start at Derby, that game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire, as Ed was saying. Also delayed at Edgbaston, the game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. I think we got the best of the weather here today.
Yes.
The way this rain is moving up country, I think we got the rain very early here this morning, and it's now left here. It's very still. I mean, looking around the ground, there's barely a breath of wind. The flag on the clock tower scoreboard is limp to the flagpole. as in comes Hunt. Bowls, that's a full toss and clipped down the ground, fielded by Tom Haynes, who actually fumbles the ball, the Sussex skipper at mid-on, and Bracey goes through for a single. He looks at the bottom of his bat. He goes to 8 and Gloucestershire 15 for 1. So I think there's a famous last words, Ed. I think there's a fair chance we could get these, 76 overs in.
Yeah, I mean, the good news, I guess, depending on which team is ahead, of course, is that we only need to get, 48 overs in. We only need 10 overs of the second innings to constitute a match.
Hunt in again, bowls and forward come Price. Play very nice, stylish looking offensively. He plays to mid-off, nice and tidy from Sean Hunt. Just 2 runs conceded off the over. Gloucestershire are 15 for 1 after 3 overs. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. The man up, Chris Dent, was caught by James Coles off the bowling of Fid Hudson-Prentice for a single. We'd like to have your interaction throughout the day if we can. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. If you'd like to send us an email, or you can tweet us at Sussex Sport or at Ed Seaborn.
At Ed Cricket 6.
Wonderful. Say that again.
At Ed Cricket number 6.
Thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't have my surname because there are several different variations of spelling.
Right.
If every time you have to explain what the spelling is, it doesn't quite work out so well. Hudson-Prentice, the starter, new over, bowls to Bracey, flashes and misses outside the off stump. It was a drive which Bracey attempted to play on the up, and Hudson-Prentice, having moved round the wicket this over for James Bracey, maybe just the change of angle, just defeating Bracey. They're expecting the ball to move further in towards him than it did.
I think he's a bit quicker than he looks, Finn Hudson-Prentice, as well. He's bowling with good pace down the hill.
Well, it's exciting to see the pace in the surface, because I wasn't expecting necessarily to see this decent carry, given the rain that we've had. Hudson-Prentice bowls to James Bracey, who tries to turn this one into the leg side, and the ball trickles off, maybe pad out towards cover, and there is no run.
The weather's improving all the time, Ed. It's coming from the southwest, and as you look towards the southwest corner where the stag party are sitting, there are brighter skies and some glimpses of sort of light blue sky, almost sort of Manchester City coloured sky drifting in. So fingers crossed, and it's warm. People in shirt sleeves around the ground, so fingers crossed.
Here comes Hudson-Prentice running in. He bowls to Bracey, who drives towards backward point. There's not a run there, and Ollie Price lets him know that in no uncertain terms, and Bracey holds up a black glove to Ollie Price to acknowledge the good call there from his younger partner. The stag party, I notice, have got bucket hats on, which appear to be absolutely necessary uniform these days for attending cricket matches in a group. You've got to have your bucket hats on. Hudson-Prentice is in now and bowls. This is driven by Bracey, wide of mid-off. He's not really timed it, but he'll pick up a single as it was just wide enough of the fielder. And Gloucestershire move up to 16 for 1 with 2 balls remaining in the 4th over. It's not been easy out there, which is not a surprise because, to be honest, even in general, with the new ball, you expect there to be something for the new ball bowlers. The question is whether Gloucestershire can see that off, still score some runs here and there, and then try and charge a bit later on. Hudson-Prentice bowls to Ollie Price and moves across his stumps and clips the ball away. He's going to get 4 runs, I think, for this down to fine leg. No, it's buys. It's missed everything. I assumed he must have got a bit of bat on that, but nope. It can't have missed leg stump by masses, and this is a move which Ollie Price has been making quite a bit lately, particularly in that century at Glamorgan, where he moves a long way across to the offside to try and clip the ball into the leg side, and this time he was defeated by a bit of extra movement, and judging by Sussex's reactions, it can't have missed by much, and also the fact that it was signalled buys down the leg side rather than wides shows you how close it must have been. 20 for 1.
Well, the problem we've got now is that they can't find the ball, so Daniel Ibrahim, the covers are literally right down below us here in the commentary box, and Sean Hunt and Daniel Ibrahim, 2 of the Sussex players, are now crawling underneath the covers to try and retrieve the the ball. I can't see where Daniel Ibrahim has gone, but that's because he's underneath the covers, so you're not missing any of the cricket. Sean Han has decided he's just best off standing with his hands on his hips, watching as Ibrahim tries to retrieve the ball. The other Sussex players aren't helping at all.
I don't blame them. I don't want to go crawling underneath wet, soggy covers. No thanks.
He's done it. Well done, Daniel. Daniel Ibrahim retrieves the ball. He gets some ironic cheers from the crowd for retrieving the ball. What we do know is it's a boundary to Gloucester, who are now 20 for 1.
Yeah, as I say, he's batting with that kind of confidence, is Ollie Price, that he feels that he can walk across his stumps and maintain that balance and still play the shot, even though the ball is quite straight. But with a bit of movement about, there's definitely danger doing that. Still 2 slips in place, Allsop and Coles, and Hudson Prentice bowls to Price, who tries to drive, and the ball squirts towards wide mid-on. They're going to come back for a quick second run here, which they'll make. Well taken by Bracey, moving to the non-strikers end, and the score is up to 22 for 1, and we've had 4 overs of this new format at Hove today, the T38.
If you're just joining us on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex or BBC Radio Bristol, a very warm welcome to Hove, where we have cricket after early morning rain. Sussex winning the toss, deciding to field first. Gloucestershire 22 for 1, with Bracey on 9, Ollie Price on 4. The man out Chris Dent for just a single, caught by James Coles in the slips off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice for a single. A game as Ed Seaborn was saying, sitting next to me, reduced to 38 overs a side. And for those of you maybe who don't follow the 50-over competition or haven't followed it so far, we'll just remind you of who's doing well and who isn't in the competition so far, as in comes Hunt and bowls clipped nicely by Bracey down to deep square leg, fielded there by Daniel Ibrahim. Harrison Ward. Bracey goes to 10, Gloucestershire to 23 for 1 in the 5th over. There are 2 groups of 9 split across the country, so everybody plays everybody else once. 8 matches in total for each side. The top 3 only go through to the quarterfinals of the competition. The advantage of winning the group, as in comes Hunt bowled outside of the off stump. Good delivery by Sean Hunt and a play and a miss from Ollie Price. The ball goes through to Charlie Tier, the young 19-year-old Sussex wicketkeeper, and there is no run. The advantage of winning the group is that automatically you go through to the semi-finals, and a home semi-final at that. So in the 2 groups, the 3 sides who are currently top of the groups are Leicestershire, Hampshire and Nottinghamshire in one group, and in the group in which this game is being played, Warwickshire, Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, currently all in prime position. In comes Hunt, bowls, forward comes Price, plays into the offside, fielded there by a sprawling Harrison Ward, and there is no run. Good tidy stuff from Sean Hunt, the Sussex left-arm seamer. He's bowling with 2 slips and a third man. A backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a deep mid-wicket in front of the clock tower scoreboard, so named because there's a clock on it, way to our right-hand side, and a short fine leg. I'm bowling in his fuchsia pink shirt. There's a great description from Ed Seaborn.
I'm not sure if that's quite the right shade.
In comes Hunt, bowl short, and that's not a great delivery. Rather gets away with it. It was short. It was pulled away by Price, but Jack Carson is fielding in front of the scoreboard and prevents anything more than a single. And a very good throw that goes right over the top of the stumps. Gloucestershire go to 24 for 1 in the 5th.
I don't think it's quite shocking, though.
No.
Shocking pink is brighter than that.
Yes, most people really like the colour. No, I think that's a good description. That was a front foot no ball, which I didn't see umpire Hollingshead signal, but he did, and it means it's going to be a free hit, which is going to mean a bit of a rethink here for Sussex. They're going to need to put 2 men out on the leg side boundary, because a free hit means that James Bracey can't be out. He's 10 not out. Gloucestershire 26 for 1. In comes Hunt. Bowls pulled away onto the leg side, and it's only going to be a single down to the fielder at deep square leg. So just the 1 run conceded off the free hit, and Bracey rehearses the shot. I think he's rather annoyed with himself.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite well bowled by Hunt, because the longer boundary is over towards that side, and he just banged the ball into the pitch and said, all right, you try and clear the long boundary, and Bracey couldn't. But I'm sure he'll still be annoyed because he would also have been expecting that very delivery to be bowled.
Hunt. Just the one slip in place now, bowls to Ollie Price and drives handsomely into the offside. Didn't quite time it as well as I thought, and Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, is very quickly round from mid-off to field, and there is no run. Gloucester 27 for 1, Bracey on 11, Price is on 5. We're in the fifth over of the morning, a game reduced to 38 overs aside, as Hunt runs away from us. Left arm over the wicket, in and bowls to Price. That's short, play to backward point. A slight misfield by Hudson Prentice. Nonetheless, he managed to get a hand on it. It was one of those that bounced just in front of him. It was awkward for Hudson Prentice, and he probably did well to prevent anything more than a single. In truth, end of another tidy over from Sean Hunt, despite the free hit, which he rather got away with. And Gloucestershire, after 5 overs, are 28 for 1, with Bracey on 11. Ollie Price is on 6. Gloucestershire currently going along at 5.6 runs and over.
So I mentioned in terms of the Worcestershire game being affected by the weather, how that might potentially affect Gloucestershire. The other game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire in this group also potentially could affect Gloucestershire, especially if Gloucestershire were able to win and Northamptonshire don't play. Then that does leave Northamptonshire with a fair bit of work to do in order to catch Gloucestershire. Hudson Prentice bowls to Ollie Price. It's tucked away off the hip out towards mid-wicket. They're going to think about 2 runs here. They're going to get it. The ball, I don't think, has made it outside the 30-yard circle, but there's just nobody anywhere near that. So Ollie Price is up to 8, and Gloucestershire move to 30 for 1. The other thing at play is that Worcestershire do not play in the final round of games in this one-day cup. They don't play on the final day. So if Gloucestershire can keep pace with them over the next, well, today I suppose it's the only game. Hudson Prentice bowls to Ollie Price, who drives down the ground. Was that a dropped catch?
I thought for a moment that he got a hand in it. I thought he deflected the ball onto the stump, so I don't think the bails actually he's wringing his hand.
I think he deflected it sideways. It was just a question of whether it was a bump ball before it got to Hudson Prentice, but that absolutely flew off the bat of Price. He timed it
beautifully timed,
wasn't it? And then it was either knocked down in the end or put down one-handed by Hudson Prentice, who has to be said, I think he's more saved 4 than put a catch down. I mean, to say that's a drop catch is harsh, doing him a real disservice. I thought it was 4 off the bat. Hudson Prentice bowls to Price, who drives in the air wide of extra cover and mid-off. It's going to be 2. Again, it's not really beautifully timed by Price. He's hit a couple of drives in the air now, regardless of whether that last one was a drop or not. Difficult to tell from this angle because I'm having to look right through Ollie Price. But 2 more runs moves the total up to 32 for 1. But we haven't seen many balls really crisply timed yet. Only, to be honest, that one boundary that Bracey hit, and then actually the ball that was creamed back towards the bowler just then. Hudson Prentice delivers to Price, who's beaten on the outside edge. That's another beauty from Hudson Prentice. It lands on a good length, takes off a bit, and Price looked as if he was a bit turned round by that one. It was almost as if he was trying to work the ball leg side rather than play offside, and the ball was outside the off stump.
Super delivery, wasn't it? He probably did well not to get a nick on that in reality, Ed.
Yes, he's been befuddled and bemused by that one, has Ollie Price. Hudson Prentice is in to bowl to him, and he drops that one with the hands quietly away down on the offside, and it's fielded at backward point by Crocombe, and there's no run. So 4 runs off this over, and I think given the fact that it's only a shortened power play as well, although Gloucestershire have done well to move the tally along as well as they have, I think, to score at between 5 and 6 and over in the early going is no bad thing, but equally I think it's going to be hard to play big shots on this unless it it changes with the balls getting older. Hudson Prentice bowls to Price. This is turned away uppishly through the leg side. There's nobody anywhere particularly near it, but once again, it's not going to go to the boundary. The fielder from deep square leg runs all the way around to a straight mid-wicket. And 2 runs taken again to move Ollie Price up to 12. And Gloucestershire at the end of 6 overs, a 34 for 1. Ollie Price, the younger of the 2 Price brothers who've been making real waves for Gloucestershire. Tom Price, the elder of the brothers, is the man who took that hat-trick and the century, scored the century, I should say, the same day earlier in the season. But it's been Ollie who's really come to the fore of late. He's scored 4 centuries in the last month and 3 quarters, and he's really started to come into his own both against red and white ball. But the fact that even in the touch that he's in, he seems to be struggling out there potentially tells you it's not easy.
You're listening to Live Cricket on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team here at Hove, as a change of bowling for Sussex, and the right-arm seamer Henry Crocombe comes into the attack, bowls to James Bracey, who plays the ball down the ground to mid-on, fielded there by the Sussex skipper Tom Haynes. For those just joining us, a reminder that Sussex won the toss here today in a game reduced by rain to 38 overs aside. Sussex electing to field first, picking up the wicket of Chris Dent for a single caught by James Coles off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice when the score was on 6. But these 2, James Bracey and Ollie Price, have seen Gloucestershire through to 34 for 1 in the 7th over. In comes Crocombe, short, pulled away, and that's going to go for 4 runs. 2 short from Henry Crocombe, and James Bracey, who's in a good run of form at the moment, belted the ball away over mid-on. 1 bounce over the ropes for 4. He goes to a 15, and Gloucestershire in the 7th over, 38 for 1. We'll just keep an eye on when the power play is going to be played in this competition. And for those of you who don't necessarily follow the competition, the power play generally in a 50 over game is broken down into 10 over blocks, so it makes it nice and easy. And that's when you're allowed to move more fielders around the boundary edge.
My suspicion is it's somewhere around 7 or 8 overs.
Yes, I think you might be right.
But exactly when, I'm not certain.
Crocombe in again. 2 short, pulled away, 4 runs, and 2 really very poor deliveries by Henry Crocombe. That one in particular, it was short, it was down the leg side, and James Bracey just said thanks very much, helped himself and pulled the ball down to fine leg for a very comfortable single. He goes to 19, and Gloucestershire going along nicely here. 42 for 1 in the 7th over. The run rate goes up to 6.5 an over, and that was a poor ball.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the first one, it wasn't the length that you were after, but anytime you're pulled over mid-on, you kind of, well, not any time, but when you are pulled over mid-on like he was then, you sort of think, well, I mean, that's a pretty decent shot from Bracey that time, especially with fine leg up. That was help yourself. It was short, and it was on his hip, and all he had to do was flick it on its way.
Crocombe just the one slip in place now. He's in and bowls, and Bracey eases that one down between fine leg and square leg, and they just settle for a single on this occasion, fielded by Daniel Ibrahim. Bracey goes to 20, Gloucestershire to 43 for 1. The weather improving on the south coast all the time. A lot of blue sky drifting in from the English Channel. And certainly the heavy cloud that was around first thing this morning has drifted away. And helped by the fact that the wind has got up, I can see the Sussex flag on the clock tower's scoreboard fluttering away in a light breeze. It's very pleasant, and the sun now with us as Crocombe is in, bowls to the right-handed Ollie Price. That's a much better delivery, just round about a length, and Price is forward and plays it back down the offside of the track, fielded by Crocombe off of his own bowling, and there is no run.
One of the other things I've failed to mention is the bowling allocations. So I make it 3 bowlers can bowl 8 and 2 bowlers can bowl 7. I think that adds up to 38.
I think you're right. Crocombe on his way in and bowls, and that's short as another poor delivery. It's pulled away, and I suspect that's going to go for 4. The outfielder's slowed up a little with the rain, but that fair races away up the hill, and that's a poor opening over by Henry Crocombe. He's conceded 13 runs, and Gloucestershire now, after 7 overs, are 47 for 1. It's a good start for Worcestershire. Bracey on 20, Ollie Price on 16, and that might just cause a bit of a rethink for Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper. A few emails have come in at sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Mark from Madrid has been in touch. He says, greetings from Madrid. I think it's very hot in Spain at the moment. He says that this seems to be a very strange competition, or at least Gloucestershire's pass through it is a bit singular. 2 good wins followed by 2 huge defeats, then a record performance against Somerset and a big win against Glamorgan. What's going on? There seems to be a lot of very one-sided games.
Here's Hudson Prentice continuing, bowling round the wicket to Bracey, who plays the ball away comfortably out towards point, but won't get a run.
Just goes on to say, is this just inconsistency, or a side's not pushing as hard to win and using the competition to try out younger players? Well, I think actually, for example, Sussex have only lost 1 player who would have played in this competition to the 100. So Sussex are pretty much, that's why it's been very disappointing for Sussex, only winning 1 of their 5 games, have been pretty much as strong as they can be, Ed.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire only lost 2 players, one of whom has come back today. Hudson Prentice bowls, Bracey drives aerially over mid-on, and that will just about skip on to the boundary rope. It did plug a little as it landed, but just nicely lifted by Bracey over the mid-on fielder, and that brings up Gloucestershire's 50, couple of balls into the 8th over. So still 2 fielders only out, so we can certainly assume for now that it is still the power play. My guess is it's either the end of this over or it may even be during it. Hudson Prentice is in now to bowl to Bracey. No slips in place. He's picked that one up over the leg side. That's a mighty hit from Bracey. It's gone for 6, and it's gone potentially onto that roadway down that side of the ground, or maybe into somebody's garden.
Well, that's a terrific blow, isn't it, by James Bracey? Beautiful pickup. It's not the longest boundary here at Hove. Nonetheless, that's a beautiful shot, and he's a player in excellent form. 30 off 22 for James Bracey, and he's looking from a Sussex point of view to be in ominously good form.
Well, it was a huge innings for him, that double century, in obviously more than one way, in that it was really an announcement, I guess, of what James Bracey is capable of, what we all know he's capable of. And to score 224 in a 50-over game, I don't care how weakened the attack was, and it was, that's still an extraordinary effort from Bracey to score those runs. And he does today seem to be in pretty confident mood.
Perhaps a player, Ed, who was a little unfortunate with the couple of games he had for England, didn't really make runs, but he's clearly a fine player, and he's showing he can play all forms. So that's a super shot.
Well, he's always liked the 50-over competition. As Hudson Prentice is in now to bowl to him, it's full and down the leg side, and Bracey's missed out. Although, actually, it wasn't that far short of short fine leg either. It was a very full delivery outside the leg stump, and with fine leg up, Bracey would be expecting that to go to the boundary. But actually, it wasn't a million miles off Sean Hunt.
No, I think he was lucky to get away with it. I think a yard either side, and that was 4 runs.
It wasn't, especially after Bracey's just hit 2 boundaries, including a huge 6 through the leg side. To bowl a ball outside leg stump is not ideal. They do have 2 fielders out on the leg side now. Hudson Prentice is in round the wicket to bowl to Bracey, who drives straight towards extra cover. No doubt spurred on by the encouragement of the 2 people who decided to cheer Hudson Prentice to the crease there. It was well bowled. That was much more where Hudson Prentice would want to be living. The ball's played out towards extra cover, and Bracey can't pick up a run. So there's 1 ball left, I think, in the power play. If we're going to go with roughly a 5th of the innings,
I think you're about right.
The first power play, this may be the last ball of it. Hudson Prentice is in to Bracey, who turns the ball away wide of mid-on and trots through for a comfortable single. It's out towards the shorter side of the ground where Bracey hit his 6, although it has to be said it would have been comfortably 6 on the other side of the ground anyway. And I assume that announcement around the ground, which I can't quite hear, is that is the end of the power play. So Gloucestershire 58 for 1. I think they did well, as I said, in the opening few overs, still to score at an okay rate, even though clearly the ball was doing a little bit, as you would expect it would up front. And the fact that they've now been able to put together a couple of big overs, 13 off Crocom's over and 11 off that one from Hudson Prentice, has meant that Gloucestershire run rate wise doing pretty well at, what is it, about 7.25.
Yeah, very good indeed. Henry Crocom has been entrusted with another over, having conceded 13 in his opening over. Runs away from us up the hill from the sea end of the ground in a bowls to Bracey, who hammers that straight down the ground, straight towards us in the commentary box, and we can see that bounced about a foot. No, it was a 4. The umpire has signalled that wrongly. That was not a 6, it was a 4. The umpire is saying, sorry, I've made a mistake, and it was a 4. Chetishwar Pujara just retrieves the ball down below us, but it was drilled down the ground by Bracey. And Henry Crocom is going around the park here. He's bowled 7 deliveries and 4 of them have gone for boundaries now.
That was a particularly encouraging shot from Bracey because of the fact that that's it's the first. Probably, I mean, it was in the slot, but it was quite straight on the stumps, and the fact that he was able to pick that up with that ease is encouraging.
Crocom again, short down the leg side, and that's not signalled as. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. I think he just signalled the short ball for the over. Now we can see that the power play is now in place, which means that Sussex at this stage of proceedings are able to put 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. So there is a third man, a sweeper on the cover boundary, a fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. As Crocom is in, around the wicket bowls and played by Bracey to mid-off. He's going to pick up a single fielded by Chetishwar Pujara at mid-off. One more to Bracey. He goes to 36, and Gloucestershire here in the 9th over are rattling along. They're 63 for 1. Bracey on 36, Ollie Price on 16. These two coming together when the score was just 6. Chris Dent, the 1 wicket to fall, caught by James Coles off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice. Crocom in again, bowls to Price, who hammers this one away through the offside, but there is a sweeper on that cover boundary who is Harrison Ward, who gets in a not very good throw to Charlie Tier, the young Sussex wicket-keeper. Ball bounces in front of him and he doesn't take it cleanly. But just the 1 to Price. He goes to 17, Gloucestershire 64 for 1 on a day of increasingly improving weather here at Hove. The wind is picking up, lots of blue sky making its way in from the English Channel away to our left-hand side. And a decent crowd in as well, as Crocom pulled away by Bracey. And, what is that? Is that been caught? No.
Parried.
It was actually a very good piece of fielding by Harrison Ward. It was too short from Crocom. It was belted away by Bracey, and Harrison Ward there fielding at deep mid-wicket came in for a moment. I thought it was going to be a catch. In the end, he took the ball on the half volley. That was a very good bit of fielding.
Incredible effort to pick the ball up cleanly on the half volley like that.
Really good.
He obviously really saw where it was going to land really well, and Bracey's got away with it.
Crocom, right arm over in bowls, and Price up on his toe, steers that out to the sweeper on the cover boundaries. Ward again, they'll be ill-advised to come back for the second, because Harrison Ward has already showed what a fine fielder he is. Picks up a single, so 8 coming off the over, 21 off 2 overs from Henry Crocom. So at the end of the 9th over, Gloucestershire, having been asked to bat here by Sussex, are 66 for 1. Bracey on 37, Ollie Price is on 18. A game reduced to 38 overs aside due to early morning rain. And it looks like we're going to get our first spin of the day here on 5 Sports Extra with Adrian Harms and Ed Seaborn on commentary duties. And it's going to be the Sussex off-spinner Jack Carson, who's Sussex's leading wicket taker in the competition, coming into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. A couple of other emails have come in at Sussex Cricket on bbc.co.uk. John Malone, who's listening in Bexhill, just along the coast from here, says, good to see the cricket has started. John says he's on grandad duties at the moment, and hopefully an afternoon of watching the live stream.
Are there any batter puddings being hurled around? You know that reference? That's a reference which is, if I may say so, not exactly befitting somebody of my age, but we actually did that at school. The dreaded batter pudding hurler of Bexhill-on-Sea from the Goon Show.
Really? Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, it's great. Absolute comedy gold. Here's Jack Carson then from the Cromwell Road end, just organising his field. And he's going to bowl now to Ollie Price, who's going to go for a reverse dab first ball, and the ball dribbles away out towards short third. Hunt doesn't pick the ball up, and eventually they have worked out that they can come back for 2 for that. Hunt just calmly reached down for the ball, and the ball rather unobligingly didn't go into his hand. And so that is 2 runs to Ollie Price. He's on to 20, 68 for 1. He'll play a lot of sweep shots, will Ollie Price, and it served him so well in that century at Cardiff on what, as I said, was a really turning pitch. Carson bowls. He's gone for the reverse sweep this time. It's come off his body, and the stumps will go to the non-striker's end, which misses from Pujara and from Ibrahim, pardon me, and the ball goes all the way through to the mid-off field. A good backing up though, and it's been given as a run actually. Must have come off his glove down towards short fine leg. 69 for 1. Bracey is doing, there's the James Bracey dance. He likes to do it to a new bowler or a change of angle. Just step across towards square leg and then sort of shuffle from side to side, jumping up and down. Coles bowls to Bracey, sweeps away, but he'll pick out the sweeper at backward square. And it's only a single. Hit that one hard, but straight to the fielder.
Yes, I was just thinking that you need to bowl to your field in this type of cricket, and that's exactly what Jack Carson did there. That was straight to Henry Crocombe at deep backward square.
70 for 1. Carson to Price, he comes forward, tries to guide the ball away into the gap that does exist between backward point and extra cover, but doesn't hit it hard enough. And so Tier can come out from behind the stumps and field the ball. And so Ollie Price remains on 21. Carson in over the wicket to bowl. A conventional sweep this time, which is helped round the corner by Ollie Price, and that will go down to the boundary for 4 runs. That time he did get some bat on it. And I don't know whether Carson saw Price go down for the sweep and then tried to fire it leg side, but it didn't work if that was what he was trying. And it's another boundary, and Gloucestershire up to 74 for 1. So, well, the spoils would have been a decent over up to that point from Carson. He bowls now to Price, reverse sweep this time, which will go to the fielder at deep backward point. Crocombe sends the throw in, and another decent over for Gloucestershire there. 75 for 1. We've had 10 overs of this 38 overs a side game. You're going to want, because of the Pujara factor, I think you're going to want obviously you're always going to want a decent total, but you would feel that you want Pujara having to come out from ball 1 and having to go hard. You know, you want that scoreboard pressure on Pujara, because otherwise he'll just do what I saw, or heard him do with yourself and Anthony Gibbs down at Taunton, where he just marshals the chase and bats at exactly the right tempo and sees Sussex home.
Indeed. You're not missing anything. The Gloucestershire batters have just been brought out some refreshments. What a good start for Gloucestershire. 75 for 1, having been 6 for 1 here on 5 Sports Extra. Live cricket in the sunshine on the south coast, and a decent crowd have made their way in with the early morning rain has cleared away. As Daniel Ibrahim, the young right-arm seamer, runs away from us up the hill from the sea end here, bowls, and a first delivery is well pitched up and Price is forward, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by the lively Tobblesop, and there is no run. Sussex winning the toss this morning, asking Gloucestershire to bat first. And as I say, off to a good start, going along at 7.5 and over. Game reduced to 38 overs a side because of rain. Ibrahim into the attackers. Henry Crocombe rather went around the park. I'll give his figures in a moment. As in comes Ibrahim, and run nicely by Price down to third man. They'll pick up one. Hunt is very quickly around the third man boundary, but he can't prevent a second run being taken to Ollie Price, who goes to 28. Gloucestershire 77 for 1. Henry Crocombe conceding 21 in his 2 overs, and really giving Tom Haines no choice at all, really. He had to really make a bowling change. Ibrahim, number 40 on the back of his pink shirt, runs away from us. Up the hill comes in and bowls to Price, who plays through square leg. They've taken one, and that's all he'll take, fielded by Jack Carson, who comes into field, and one more to the total, goes to 78 for 1. We'll be joined on commentary shortly by Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, who's just come into the commentary box. It'll be good to speak to Lewis in a bit, catch up with him and get his take on the game so far. And a few emails have come in as well, which I shall read. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Ibrahim just waits. Sussex with 4 men now allowed outside of the 30-yard circle. In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and Bracey plays not quite where he intended. Plays that to mid-off, fielded by Haynes. He picks up a single, but he was looking to play that one through the leg side. Bracey goes to 39, and Gloucestershire to 79 for 1.
And the bat just came down at a slightly off angle there, and of course, as every batter does after they've just done that, he rehearses a perfect vertical bat drive.
Ian Shin has been in touch. Hello, Ian. He says, hello, Adrian and Ed. I'm watching this live stream on YouTube as usual and hoping for a Sussex win. As in comes Ibrahim, bowls, and Price plays onto the leg side. We'll see if that came off pad or whether there was a bit of bat in that. And indeed, it's a leg by. Daniel Ibrahim did appeal, but from our very good position here, we're almost wicket to wicket at Hove today. And that looked to me to be going down the leg side. A very optimistic appeal from Daniel Ibrahim.
Hoping that with Price having walked across his stumps, well, you know what? That's not that bad a shout, actually. I think he may have saved himself by coming down as well as across.
Ibrahim in again, bowls. That's down the leg side. He's very fortunate to get away with that. In fact, it's signalled a wide by umpire Sam Hollingshead. Bracey is annoyed with himself. He didn't pick that up and hit it to the boundary 4. Gloucestershire 81 for 1. We're in the 11th over. Ian says, I'm pinning my hopes for Sussex on the county championship. We're very happy to see us promoted. Is there any reason that Ollie Robinson can't play in the 50 over matches? In comes Ibrahim, bowls. Better delivery, but Bracey stands up and drills that down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. And another single to the total. It is the end of the 11th over. And Gloucestershire going along very nicely here. 82 for 1. James Bracey on 40. Ollie Price is on 29. Well, Ollie Robinson is a centrally contracted player, so it's up to England when he plays. But I would have thought, from Ollie Robinson's point of view, that it's highly likely, and certainly Paul Farbrace has spoken to us in the last few weeks, saying he's expecting Ollie Robinson to play in the county championships games that start in September. And to be honest, why wouldn't he? Because the test series is finished. He didn't play in the last 2 test matches. Yeah. He isn't playing in the 100, so you'd have thought he'd want to play some cricket, unless he's injured, of course. But what a bonus that would be for Sussex going into the county the 4 games they've got in the championship in September.
Yeah, and then it's a long time before England's test winter begins. I'll do one more over, shall I? And then we'll have a switch. Here comes Carson to bowl to Bracey, and Bracey's back on his stumps and driving the ball through the covers and trotting through for a comfortable single. 83 for 1, 41 now to James Bracey. Still no play in either of the other 2 games in this group, Derbyshire versus Worcestershire and Warwickshire versus Northamptonshire. Leicestershire versus Middlesex, it's clearly raining there, because even though we're only at 1:30 for the 2 o'clock start, it already says delayed there.
Oh, that's not good.
Carson to Ollie Price, who reverse sweeps, plays it into the ground and then sets off for a single, which he'll make, and the throw will trickle all the way down to the long on fielder, who's in off the boundary to back it up. It's 84 for 1, and already I think Ollie Price has played either a sweep or a reverse sweep to basically every delivery that I can remember that Carson has bowled at him so far. That's his game plan. Carson to Bracey, drops it short, and that's been missed by Bracey on the cut shot. Bit of bounce, I think, was the cause there for Bracey missing the ball, because it looked as if it was there for the cut, but it cuts underneath it. There is a bit of bounce in this surface. Carson bowls to Bracey. It's very full and it's squeezed back towards the bowler, and Carson does very well down to his right-hand side in his follow-through, and there's no run, so this is a tight start to this over from the young offie.
Well, Sussex need to put the brakes on here because Gloucester are off to a bit of a flyer, Ed.
Yeah, plenty of wickets in hand. Carson into Bracey, who cuts in the air. Well, there's one of them. Cut straight to backward point. Pujara takes the catch. And Bracey, when he cut and missed at a ball earlier in the over, which bounced a bit, he wasn't in control of that shot either. And Jack Carson has picked up a crucial wicket because Bracey was looking in fine fettle today. He's gone for 41 from 35 deliveries in the end. 5 fours and a 6. Gloucestershire 84 for 2.
And he was really annoyed with himself, wasn't he? He was going to cut that one away through backward point. He didn't get on top of the ball and played it straight to backward point, and a pretty routine catch for Cheteshwar Pujara. And in this form of cricket, you know, that's the way to slow the run rate, isn't it? To pick up wickets if you can. Which Sussex have done. 41 off 36 balls in 52 minutes for James Bracey. 5 fours and a 6. I'll read some of these emails out just while we're waiting for the new man to come in. Is it going to be Miles Hammond?
I would imagine so, yes.
Yeah.
4 tends to be his position in the Championship.
So Peter Turner has been in touch. He says, hello, delighted to hear some cricket at last. What do you think about the Danny Lamb situation? Earlier this season he played for his parent club Lancashire. Then he went on loan to Gloucestershire. Next he signs a deal with Sussex for next season, and he's currently on loan at Somerset. Peter goes on to say, surely this is a mockery of the loan season. It would have seemed more logical for him to have joined Sussex on loan before becoming a permanent signing. I did think it was slightly odd to go to Somerset on loan, and indeed he played against Sussex at Taunton last week.
Yeah, it's a very odd system, the loan system, isn't it? I mean, it's one of the many things in the county game that just doesn't seem quite to work. The fact that you can play for 3 different teams in 3 weeks, as I think has happened this season, it does feel a little bit odd. I'll leave you to debate that at the end of this over. Miles Hammond is out in the middle playing just his 9th List A match, and this kind of shows where things are with 50 over cricket at the moment. He's 27 years old and he's just playing his 9th game. Carson bowls to him, he comes forward and defends out towards extra cover. I'll just say one more thing before I jump off. So this is his first List A game since a game against Australia A in July of 2019, and that game actually was the ground record score at Bristol before Gloucestershire's 454 against Somerset. I'll make way a few more words from Adrian Harms and then we'll get Lewis Hatchett on.
Thanks very much, Ed. You're listening to Live Cricket on the BBC. 5 Sports Extra, every ball of every game of every county right through the cricket season, right through to the end of September. This is the 50 over competition. In the sunshine here at Hove, we've avoided the worst of the rain, which is great news, as Daniel Ibrahim is in and bowls to Ollie Price, who eases that down the ground and picks up a single fielded by James Coles, the young all-rounder in front of us, gets in the throw. 1 more to the total. Ollie Price goes to 30. Gloucestershire 84 for 2 in the 13th over, a game reduced to 38 overs aside. I'm joined by Lewis Hatchett, as Ed was saying, former left-arm Sussex seamer. Good to see you, Lewis.
Cheers, Adrian. Good to see you. Well, hello, everybody listening, wherever you are.
Yeah. As Ibrahim is on his way around the wicket, comes into bowl to Miles Hammond, who's yet to score. He's in and bowls, and Hammond is on his way as he just drills the ball through the offside, fielded by Carson in front of the clock tower scoreboard, and there is no run. I don't know where you were this morning, Lewis, but I mean, the weather looked awful first thing, and I wasn't expecting really to have much play here today until maybe later in the day, but we've all been surprised.
Yeah, standard cricketer within me looked at the forecast last night and saw that there was a bit of cloud cover around, but he was going to clear up. I had faith. I actually saw the groundsman last night. He said, we drain well here, we'll be right.
In comes Ibrahim to bowl to Price. Price is beat. There's a good delivery by Daniel Ibrahim, taken by Charlie Tier, going down the leg side. There seems to be a bit in this pitch. Ed was saying how there's good carry through to the keeper, a little bit of bounce as well, Lewis.
Yeah, so as I just mentioned, I bumped into Ben, the groundsman, yesterday. This is a hybrid pitch. So I weirdly have never played on a hybrid pitch before. And he said, yeah, I feel it's going to be a good pitch, but it's one of those ones that might nip around a bit earlier.
In comes Ibrahim in again and bowls, and clipped away by Price to finally he picks up one. There's a slight misfield by Henry Croker, but it doesn't cost Sussex a run, and the total goes to 87 for 2. Hammond on 1, Price is on 32. And when you say hybrid, just for the benefit of our listeners, perhaps Lewis, who don't follow the game that closely, there's a mixture of real grass and different grass in the track.
That's a great question. One that I don't feel confident in asking. Is it half Astro? I don't know. Maybe a listener can come in.
In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and always put down. It was a difficult chance to Charlie Tier, the young Sussex wicket keeper, making his Sussex debut in this day cricket. I think they should have been taken. It was away to his left-hand side, diving away, and Miles Hammond gets a life on just a single. It was an outside edge. Tier diving away to his left, couldn't cling on. I think he'd be disappointed.
Yeah, sharp chance. Like, Dan's coming around the wicket, so to go to his left, he's probably thinking the ball's going to come fairly close to him.
Ibrahim in, bowls to Price, who plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Alsop. And there is. Thanks very much indeed, Joe. Yes, Gloucestershire off to a good start here in the sunshine at Hove. 88 for 2 in a game reduced to 38 overs aside. We've had 13 overs. Miles Hammond is on 2, although he's just been dropped by the Sussex wicketkeeper Charlie Tier. Ollie Price is on 32. The men out, Chris Dent for a single, James Bracey for 41. Gloucestershire 88 for 2. So that was all a bit chaotic with our update coming as well. He would be disappointed there, wouldn't he, Tier? I mean, I know he had to move to his left-hand side, but he, you know...
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a wicket keeper, not built like one, nor have I ever trained as one, but every chance really matters, especially in one-day cricket. Like I said, you can get on top as soon as you start taking wickets.
Carson in, bowls to Hammond, who's down the pitch. Carson saw him coming, I think, just dropped that in a little shorter. Hammond drove back to Carson, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 88 for 2. As I say, a game reduced to 38 overs aside because of early morning rain. Carson in again round the wicket, bowls, and Hammond plays all across it. He's going to get a boundary, but I think Jack Carson can feel a little aggrieved there. He came down the wicket, he didn't time it at all, it's drilled the ball away through mid-wicket. That's a fortuitous fall, Lewis.
Yeah, he's having a go. That's probably the best way I can describe that one.
It was a mow across the line, really. He picks up a boundary. Hammond, he goes to 6, Gloucestershire to 92 for 2. Sussex allowed 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle at this stage in proceedings. And Carson in again, bowls, and played away into the offside by Miles Hammond. He picks up 1. He's going to pick up a comfortable second because Harrison Ward's got a good long way to charge around that offside boundary. Does well to stop the ball, but not before Hammond comes back for a third run. Good running and good fielding actually by Ward out on that offside boundary. But Hammond goes to 6 and Gloucestershire to 95 for 2.
What were the power plays reduced to? Do you know?
Well, we think it's 8, 7, 7 and 7, 38 overs. We think our maths is correct, but certainly the opening power play was after 8 overs. Carson waits. 7 off the first 3 balls of the over. Carson in bowls, and forward comes Price and eases that one away through mid-wicket. Picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 33. Gloucestershire 96 for 2 in the 14th over. It's been a good start for Gloucestershire, having lost a wicket when the score was just on 6. Chris Dent out for a single. Changes over the left-handed Miles Hammond, and Carson is in around the wicket. Hammond drives to backball point. Pujara dives over the top of the ball at backball point. It's going to run away down to the third man boundary. Harrison Ward is quickly round, but not before they've come back for a couple of runs. 9 off the over. Gloucestershire to 98 for 2 in the 14th. Sussex needing to stem the flow of runs here.
It's interesting. It does look like there's a small bit of turn there. So coming down the wicket, interesting option.
Carson around the wicket bowls, and Hammond just leans forward. Carson fields up his own bowling, and there is no run. So 98 for 2, Hammond on 11, Ollie Price is on 33. A very warm welcome wherever you're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol. Adrian Harms and the former Sussex seamer Lewis Hatchett with us. Many of our listeners today won't have heard from you before, Lewis, so just tell us, give us a brief resume of your Sussex career.
So I Sussex born and bred. I had a bit of a unique pathway into cricket. I was born with a rare condition, so I had a condition called Poland syndrome and had to overcome a lot of the challenges for that, and then made it as a pro in 2010 here at Sussex. And unfortunately, after 6 years of doing the thing I loved, I got an injury that meant I had to retire from professional cricket in 2016. And but one of my proudest moments is playing for this club, playing from the place where I'm born and bred.
In comes Ibrahim and bowls, and Price plays across the line. He was looking to drive that through mid-off, but he picks up a single down to long on, fielded by James Coles. Price goes to 34 and Gloucestershire to 99 for 2. But there is life after cricket, Lewis.
There is, that's for sure. Everything isn't all about just being an athlete and being a cricketer. And I'm very, very happy in what I'm doing now as a mindset and mental skills coach for athletes. And I actually get to work with some Gloucester players. I get to work with James Bracey at the moment, which is great fun. And love what I do.
James Bracey made a very good-looking 41 today. In comes Ibrahim bowls, clipped away by Hammond through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. 100 up for Gloucestershire, 100 for 2 in the 15th over. Currently going on 7 and over. Hammond goes on to 12. It just gives an indication of what that means in reality, Lewis.
So, someone like James, I have obviously affiliation with the game. So James actually got in touch a little while ago, post when he played his test matches for England.
In comes Ibrahim bowls, Price down the wicket driving. I think that came off the pad. We'll wait for the umpire signal. It goes to short, fine leg fielded by Croker, and indeed it is a leg by. The total goes to 101 for 2.
He had been quite curious in things like mindfulness and meditation, something that I do and actually help with athletes in getting into, but it's one of the sort of tools that I would offer. And for me now, mixing up with my performance psychology degree and my experience in the game, it's really about just helping people feel good about themselves on the pitch.
Ibrahim bowls, and there was just a little bit of extra bounce there from Daniel Ibrahim. Haven't managed to control the shot, played it to backward point, no run.
So the work that I do is really about understanding the person first, the human being, and then really working on what makes you confident, what perhaps hurdles do you have at the moment. Because I'm a big believer in, if you want performance confidence out on the field, then you kind of got to base it off your self-confidence, be confident in who you are as a person.
Ibrahim bowls to Hammond, who is, he's come off the outside edge. He's looking to drill that down the ground. A big outside edge. He's gone all the way down to third man. Another single, but not a very confident shot by Hammond, who goes to 13, and Gloucestershire to 102 for 2 in the 15th. So the work really with someone like James is just understanding like where you're at with your game right now. How do you go about what you're doing? How do you train? How do you think when you're out in the middle? Like what processes are you doing? And a lot of it is basing around trying to create a process and focusing on what he can control. Ibrahim bowls and played slightly uppishly by Price through the covers, nonetheless safely enough. He picks up a single, he goes to 35, nice and tidy from Daniel Ibrahim, an over in which he just conceded the 5 runs. And Sussex needing to put the brakes on, and Ibrahim doing that. 103 for 2. Hammond on 13, Bracey on 35. Tidy over.
Very tidy over, looking good. Bringing it back now, Sussex, which is nice. Like you said, Gloucester had got off to a bit of a flyer, but we seem to be bringing it back.
You're very modest, Lewis, because 72 first-class wickets, 19 List A wickets, and 11 in T20 cricket. So, you played a fair bit for this club.
Yeah, I played over 50 games. I think, obviously, anyone, if they're sort of built the way most of these guys are built, is that you always say, I could have done more, what about? But really, with my upbringing and what I had to go through, I think 50 games is 50 more than I was ever given a chance of taking.
Carson in and bowls, and down the wicket comes Price. He was looking to play that one away through extra cover. He's got a big thick outside edge, and the ball has come all the way down to wideish third man for a boundary, beating the chase of James Coles, and Gloucestershire go to 107 for 2. That wasn't at all where Ollie Price was intending that to go, Lewis.
No. There's been a few where they're coming down the wicket, they haven't really just met the middle of the bat yet, have they? today. So
why is that? I mean, is there a bit more to this pitch than we're seeing?
I feel this hybrid pitch. I don't know how they behave, but
Carson in bowls and reverse swept by Price, and Ed was saying how he likes to play that shot, and he's played it beautifully now. He just nudges that one down towards third man and what has become fine leg. 2 boundaries off the first 2 balls of the over, and Price goes to 43 and Gloucestershire to 111 for 2.
I wouldn't be surprised now if they have noticed there's a bit of turn in it. It's not potentially being consistent in that turn, so they might go to things like that, the lap sweep, maybe a hard sweep for left-hander. Start to hit those boundaries. There's a small boundary there as well towards the scoreboard.
Carson in bowls and pulled away down towards Chetishwar Pujara down at fine leg. Picks up another single, does Price. He goes to 44 and Gloucestershire to 112 for 2. Going along here at over 7 and over. Gloucestershire having been asked to backed here by Tom Haynes. Just a reminder, this game 38 overs aside after that early morning rain. Carson in again round the wicket bowls, and he beats Hammond outside the off stump. Good delivery.
Some turn. There's some turn early on as well.
Well, that'll be of interest to the likes of Graham Van Buren, who are playing for Gloucestershire.
Tom Smith as well playing today. Yep.
Who you would know, of course.
Yeah.
In comes Carson and bowls, and Hammond plays that down to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes. He was a little too deep to prevent the single. Hammond goes through to 1,413 for 2. Yeah, Tom Smith's an interesting one. So, born in the county.
Eastbourne, yeah. He's just one of the nicest guys in the game. He's just such a good guy. And, Tom, very, very good player.
Carson, final ball of the 16th over, swept again by Price down to Pujara, who fields down at fine leg. It gets in the throw. One more to the total. So at the end of the 16th over here on 5 Sports Extra in this 38 overs aside game, Gloucestershire 114 for 2. Price is on 45. Hammond is on 14. The noise is from what we think is a stag party, Lewis, who are in the southwest corner of the ground in their bucket hats, enjoying the sunshine. And I think Gloucestershire will be the happier of the 2 sides here.
Yeah, just a little note on that stag party. I can't figure out whether they're home fans or away fans yet.
Right.
They're just chanting at everything.
Well, we think they might come from Hampshire. We're not sure. There seem to be some Hampshire chants. So it's
They've infiltrated.
Yeah, they have. They've come across the border. But it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim who's going to carry on from the sea end of the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground, it slopes upwards from the sea end to the Cromwell Road end. And it's going to be Daniel Ibrahim, the young 19-year-old all-rounder, running away from us to bowl to Ollie Price, who's 45 not out. He's in on bowls, and Price nudges that to fine leg fielded there by Crocombe. There is no run. Keeper Charlie Tier standing up to the stumps. Which end did you like to prefer to bowl from, Lewis?
Every bowler will say coming down the hill just because it's so much easier, but I got the up the hill
right
job. Yeah.
Do you get carried away sometimes bowling down the hill here?
It's completely, you have to bowl completely different. Yeah, it can throw away teams here as well sometimes.
Ibrahim bowls to Price, who plays that onto the onside, fielded by Henry Crocombe, and there is just the single, 115 for 2. Price goes to 46, Hammond to 14. Very sad this week from a Sussex point of view, Steve Finn having to announce his retirement from the game due to injuries. As a seam bowler yourself, I mean, it's never the right time for somebody to go, and very sad because he's been a great servant to English cricket, Steve Finn.
Yeah, it's something I kind of empathise with as well, having had to retire through injury, your body saying no, and very sad for Steve.
Ibrahim bowls, plays down the offside of the track, fielded by Ibrahim, and there is no run. Would you have played against him, Lewis?
Played championship debut at Uxbridge against Middlesex, and I came in as night watchman, and I was terrified because it was my and he was bowling. He was England bowler at the time, and he bowled so fast, and he wasn't shy of saying a few words on just when he got close to you.
Ibrahim bowls, and Hammond is beaten. There's a bit of extra bounce there, very well taken by Charlie Tier behind the stumps, who actually
great ball,
and actually whipped off the bails, and that was a very good bit of keeping by Tier. Bit of extra bounce through to Tier, whipped off the bails, but it's a dot ball. Well, he always seems so placid, Steve, and he liked having a word, did he?
I tell you what, players have personas when they go on a field. You get to see them on the other side of the line. When they change, we all change. There's a different side to us on the other side, I promise you.
Ibrahim in around the wicket bowls. That's a beautiful shot. That's a lovely, lovely shot. It's wasn't too much wrong with the ball, to be honest, from Daniel Ibrahim. It was slightly overpitched, and Hammond just eased the ball beautifully away through mid-off for 4 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 18 and Gloucestershire to 119 for 2.
That in one-day cricket, like you were talking about bowling up and down the hill here, and this is just as a general bowling up and down any hill. Like, see how as soon as Daniel goes fuller, it's so much easier to hit the ball down the ground. So the field is kind of set for wider. So he's just missed his length because he wants to bowl back of a length like that.
Ibrahim bowls, played by Hammond to backward point, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice. There is no run. End of the over, 119 for 2, the end of the 17th over. Miles Hammond is on 18. Ollie Price is on 46. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and the former Sussex player Lewis Hatch with us here on commentary. Groundsman has just come onto the field with a green bucket and a spade, and he's picking something off from the outfield and putting it in his bucket. And if I didn't know better, and I thought this was a game of village cricket, I would say he was probably picking up some dog's mess or something. But I'm sure he can't be.
Who has brought their dog to this
Do you
game?
reckon that's what it is?
Did we miss something?
Well, I don't know. Well, he didn't want to pick it up with his hand, Lewis.
Well, we can't discount it being one of the players at the moment, can we?
Well, something is on the outfield that didn't want to be picked up by hand. Anyway, 119 for 2. We'll come back to your Steve Finn story in a moment. As in comes Carson bowls to Price, who sweeps again down to deep backward square, fielded by Ward. One more to the total. Price goes to 47 of 47 balls. Gloucestershire 120 for 2 in the 18th. Don't get much time to chat between deliveries, as in fact there's a substitute fielder on the field. I think that might be Tom Clark. In comes Carson bowls to Hammond, who eases this through the offside and picks up a single. Miles Hammond, he goes to 19, 121 for 2 in the 18th over. It's not desperately helpful when a reserve fielder comes out without a number on his shirt.
Oh, I think that's Zach Ryan-Cachet.
So that's the young lad who's come through the Oxfordshire pathway.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, played against him actually a few weeks ago in a club match.
Right, you can tell him all about him in a minute. In comes Carson bowls to Price. Good bit of bowling that by Jack Carson. I think he saw Price coming, just dropped it in a little shorter.
Yeah. You're going to ask me all about him, aren't you? And I'm going to have to maybe make
pronouncing his name. Zach.
Lion Cachet. Sorry, Zach, if I've got that wrong.
In comes Carson bowls, pulled away by Ollie Price, and this is going to be his half century. That's a very, very fine shot, because a fielder at deep backward square, a fielder at fine leg, and he's swept the ball. He's bisected them exactly. He goes through to 51 of 49 balls. Gloucestershire to 125 for 2. Ollie Price 51 in 49 balls in 67 minutes with 5 fours, and it's been a very good half century.
Price brothers?
Yes.
They've been a great addition,
Ollie and Tom,
to the Gloucester team.
That was a lovely shot, and he came in when Gloucestershire had lost the wicket of Chris Dent, who always makes runs, or seems to make runs against Sussex, and he's batted really nicely. 51 in 49.
Was it Tom or Ollie got runs the other day? Ollie, yeah, they've done well. Like, it's really nice to have 2 players turn up at once that can stay in your first team. It's a great asset.
Carson in again over the wicket bowls, and again he's just dabs that away on the leg side down towards fine leg as just a single, and Price goes to 52, 126 for 2. Adrian Harms and Lewis Hatchett here on commentary on 5 Sports Extra. Ed Seaborn back with us in about 5 minutes time from BBC Radio Bristol. Carson around the wicket bowls. He's beaten, and Tier whips off the bails, and that's a good bit of bowling by Jack Carson and a good bit of wicket keeping by Charlie Tier. Hammond looking to get down the track. I think Carson saw him coming. Hammond missed the ball through to Tier, who made no mistake, whipped off the bails. Nothing like wickets to slow a run rate. Hammond is on his way for 19, and Gloucestershire 126 for 3.
I mean, it's a really interesting option to take the running down the wicket option when the ball's spinning, especially when they've just played a few sweep shots, actually got them away for boundaries. I think he'll kick himself a little bit, probably hadn't changed his game plan, hadn't adjusted there, but yeah, great breakthrough for Sussex because, again, you mentioned it earlier, once you start getting a couple of wickets in one-day cricket, that's the simplest and easiest way to start stemming the run rate.
The applause you're hearing is from a group of lads in the southwest corner. I don't know if they're listening to us, but they're now cheering and they're enjoying the sunshine. Harmless enough, it's a glorious day now on the south coast as the new man makes his way in, who's Graham Van Buren. Just come back to Steve Finn for a moment. It's a chance to tell us a bit. So you were facing him at Uxbridge and he was bowling quickly.
Yeah, nice night watchman coming in. He was bowling quickly. I managed to survive the night, but yeah, it was a very quick spell, and he had this amazing ability. You watch footage of him to come round the wicket to as I'm a left-handed batter, come round the wicket and nip it away from you. That's a skill, like to do that, and he was doing that at speed, and yeah, it didn't make it easy, and then fairly intimidating fella with the size of him as well. So yeah, it is sad to see him having to call time on his career, and like I said, empathising with the fact that once your body tells you we're no longer going to do this job, and at that level, I'm sure it's been a tough call to make, but maybe a little bit of an easier one in the fact that it's just taken him so long to get his body ready again.
Well, we wish Steve all the best, of course, in everything that comes next. In comes Ibrahim over the wicket bowls. That was the end of the 18th over, and the new man to the crease is Graham Van Buren, who's now going to be on strike. Ollie Price picks up another single. He goes to 53, 127 for 3. Final thing on that Steve Finn story, did he get you out the next morning?
I think he did. I'm pretty sure. And it was a great game. Like that game, it was like 22 players. Of those 22 players, 15 played international cricket. It was Andrew Strauss. There was Owe Shah. We had Matt Pryor, Luke Wright, Ed Joyce, Mike Yardy, Monty Panesar, like Corey Collymore. Started. Then there's me with no name and number on the back of my shirt. Wild.
In comes Ibrahim, bowls, and forward comes Van Buren, plays his first ball down to mid-on, and there is no run. The voice of Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer. 72 first-class wickets. Well, when was that game, Lewis?
2010.
Right, okay, we'll look it up in a minute and see
awesome.
and see whether Steve Finn
see
did
how
get
I
you
got out.
Yeah, and how many you got.
Thank you.
Did you get any wickets?
Yeah, I think I got 2 and 2.
Oh, excellent. In the debut, that's not too bad.
Yep.
Here comes Ibrahim, running up the hill to bowl to Graham Van Buren. Van Buren's head on the pad. That's a good shout. And he's given out. Van Buren is gone without scoring. And I think Daniel Ibrahim deserves that, you know, Lewis. He's bowled a very good line from the sea end. And we're not quite wicket to wicket here, but not far off. It was well pitched up. Van Buren seemed to be rather caught on the crease. And that's another big wicket for Sussex.
I think the keeper up's playing a big part to that because they can't come out their crease. The ball's nipping around a bit. Trapped him back in his crease. And that's ideal for Dan. Sadly, he bowled well against my club on the weekend, so he's clearly in form.
Right, tell us a little bit. Tell us about your club in a moment. 127 for 4. Van Buren.
We don't need to talk about that game any more than I've just mentioned.
Okay.
Gives you all you need to know.
Well, I think our listeners probably want to know. So, quick 30-second summary, Lewis. You play for?
East Grinstead. I wasn't playing in the game, so this is. I can. Yeah, there you go. We would have won if I was playing there. He plays for Preston Nomads, a local club. They got 320 in a 50 over game, and we couldn't chase it. And he bowled well. I think he got some runs as well. Good all-rounder, Dan. Like we've always seen that he's been a good player here at Sussex, coming through the junior ranks, and his dad's been very influential in him. That he's helped him out a lot. He's a coach at a local school, and yeah, Dan, very, very exciting prospect.
And the youngest player in county championship history to score a half century as well, which he did at Leeds back in the days of the Bob Willis Trophy. I think Ed is looking up that game.
Ed.
And he's going to tell us, I'm sure, when he comes on commentary, how Lewis Hatchett did in his debut against Uxbridge against Steve. And if you're just joining us, a very good afternoon. Welcome to a lovely sunny Hove where the early morning rain has cleared away. We've got a game of 38 overs aside between Sussex and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire very much in with a chance of qualification for the quarter-finals of this competition. 2 groups of 9. The top 3 only make it through to the quarter-finals. And we're getting towards the business end of this competition as Jack Taylor comes in for Gloucestershire to face Daniel Ibrahim in bowls, and that's another good delivery by Ibrahim. Now, I wonder if that was a bit of bit of inside edge onto pad. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Indeed it is, and I think that little nick onto the pad might have saved Jack Taylor there, you know.
Yeah,
he was playing forward. The ball has run down to third man, so he's on his way. He's on 1. Gloucestershire 128 for 4 in the 19th over.
Jack Taylor's one that you want to get early as well, because once he does get going, that boundary will start looking a lot tastier to him.
Ibrahim runs away from us over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Price, played onto the onside. There is no run. You mentioned there about Charlie Tier standing up to the stumps. Just to explain the pressure that he's putting on the batter here.
So Dan he's good pace, so don't think that just because he's standing up it's anything to do with Dan's pace. It's actually more the fact that it's a high skill level from someone like Charlie, but the batters clearly would have been coming out of their crease, especially with them striking down the ground. It's a much more inviting shot to hit down the ground, so putting them back in their crease means their foot movement has got to be really precise like that. Coming forward.
Bowls to Price, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Fielded there by Tom Alsop. It is the end of the over. I'll do one more over and we'll hand over to Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol with the news here that Gloucestershire are 128 for 4. Ollie Price is on 53. Jack Taylor is on 1. The men back in the pavilion: Chris Dent for a single, James Bracey for a very well made 41, Miles Hammond for 19, Graham Van Buren without troubling the scorers. As far as the Sussex bowling is concerned, a couple of wickets for Jack Carson, who's the leading wicket taker for Sussex in the competition. He's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end, 2 for 39, a wicket apiece for Finn Hudson-Prentice and for Daniel Ibrahim. And this is the only game going on around the country at the moment in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Delayed starts in the game between Derbyshire and Worcestershire in this group. At Edgbaston in the game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. And a 2 o'clock start at Leicester, but that's going to be delayed as well, between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Carson in bowls to Taylor, and Taylor just eases that through the covers for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. A bit too much air maybe from Jack Carson, and drilled away by Taylor through the extra cover area for 4 runs. Lovely looking shot. He goes to 5, and Gloucestershire to 132 for 4.
Yeah, starting the over off with the boundary is the one thing that you really don't want to have in one-day cricket, and I'm sure Cars is a great fighter, that's one thing he is. So it's going to be interesting now with Taylor, especially get that boundary away early. He might start wanting to hit more and more.
Carson in bowls, takes rooms and plays it to back point fielded there by Sean Hunt. Perhaps at the end of the over, when we're in, you could just give us your sort of take on the Sussex season so far, Lewis, and particularly performances in this competition where, just break off for a moment as comes Carson bowls and Taylor plays down the ground to long on, picks up single fielded by Hudson-Prentice. Taylor to 6, Gloucestershire to 133 for 4, particularly because Sussex have only lost George Garton to the 100, so this is pretty much a full strength Sussex side in this competition.
Yeah, I thought of this game, looking at both squads at the start of the season, this game would have been a much more interesting. I thought we'd be looking at 2 top of the table clashes here.
Carson in bowls, down the wicket comes Price, drives. That's a very good stop in there at short extra cover by Henry Crocombe. It prevents a boundary, but not a single. Price goes to 54, 134 for 4.
And you'll probably correct me, Ed, but have you guys lost many to the 100 for this too? Okay, yeah, so very similar, not lost many players, but sort of Taylor two stories there, isn't it? Sussex have struggled and Gloucester have managed to stay at the top of the table.
Carson bowls to Taylor, who places to backward point. Hunt was onto it very quickly. It's a pretty awful throw from Sean Hunt. He's disappointed there. Taylor was through fairly quickly to the single, but he was running to the danger end, and Hunt didn't pick the ball up cleanly, but his throw was wide of the stumps. In the end, Taylor was able to scamper home. He goes to 7, 135 for 4. In the 20th of the 38 overs, Carson in bowl short, and Price plays it again to Hunt, who's in far more quickly of the over. 135 for 4. Taylor is on 7. Price is on 54. Some more words from Lewis Hatchett, and Ed Seaborn will replace me here on commentary here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Bristol.
Yeah, so the game is going along, it's sort of in the balance now, I think, with 135 for 4, 20 overs in, currently looking at 18 overs left in the game. I think if Sussex can grab a couple more wickets here, that really brings the game. I would say, Ed, what do you think about the way the pitch is, we're moving around? I guess it's hard with cricket nowadays. The last 8 overs, 10 overs could be crazy, but I'd say 250.
Ibrahim starts a new over, bowling to Taylor, who swings the ball into the leg side. There's a long chase for deep square around the shorter boundary. He will get there, and it'll be 2 runs, 137 for 4. I hadn't even begun to think about what a decent score would be in 38 overs. That's way too difficult for me.
It's so difficult as well, because this cow corner, so with Ibrahim bowling up the hill, striking and Taylor and Price are going to be striking towards the short boundary on the leg side. That later on in the game, ball maybe doesn't do as much. Death bowling comes into play. Like that you could start to see a few more boundaries, but it doesn't look easy to strike on.
Ibrahim bowls to Taylor, who drives, just push drives up to mid-off, and there's no run. No, and I think we're at a point in the innings where, having just got past halfway and Gloucestershire having lost 2 quick wickets, really could see it go quite dramatically one of 2 ways. Like you say, if Taylor can get going, he's got 7 50-plus scores in his last 11 innings in the One-Day Cup.
Price is quick
Jack
scorer?
Taylor. He tend to be the anchor. Ibrahim bowls to Taylor, who clips into the leg side, just wide of the short mid-wicket fielder, so they can come through for a single. I think 138 for 4.
I think you're pretty spot on there. I think that's probably how they'll play it. I think someone like Price will just tick over, run a ball now, get towards the back 10 overs, and then I think you would sort of say to someone like Jack Taylor, go, have a go, and keep Price in, and then he'll ramp his innings up at the same time.
It's Ollie Price on strike, and Ibrahim bowls to him, and he dabs the ball straight to backward point, and there's no run. And these 2 bowlers, although Carson has had a couple of slightly more expensive overs, but in general, these 2 have really put the brakes on, and I think it's good work from Sussex to keep them going whilst it's working. All too often you kind of change for change's sake, and they've got enough options that actually they could bowl Carson and Ibrahim all the way through their spells. Ibrahim is into bowl. This is driven by Ollie Price, and looking shot, but it won't beat mid-off, and that will be another dot delivery.
What's the max on a bowler today?
So I think it's 3 8s and 2 7s.
Yeah.
I think that's right. So
that seems about right. 12 overs gone. Yeah.
These 2 can still bowl for another 4 overs in tandem after this. And actually, I hadn't realised until you said it that this pitch was a hybrid, but the way that it's playing makes total sense from the hybrids that I've seen. Ibrahim bowls. This is down the leg side. They'll be wided.
I mean, if you can tell what's a hybrid from up here.
9 for 4. Well, to be honest, I have actually been out there. We did get the chance to go out there.
Okay.
First thing with Adrian for the toss, which is a nice luxury, actually. It's something we used to be able to do all the time, but now our handy ECB accreditation passes don't get us onto the playing surface, so we have to ask very nicely to be let on. Ibrahim to complete his 6th over, bowls to Price, who drives towards mid-off, sets off for a single, which he'll make quite comfortably as Hainesfield's up there. So that's another tidy over.
Someone like Adrian, I'm surprised he hasn't got keys to everywhere around here. Keys to the south. He's been doing it for ages.
No, he's well known in these parts. All he has to do is command, and somebody starts waving from the stands usually.
Yeah. Yes. He's got eyes and ears everywhere.
He does. Yes. He also, this headset is extremely warm. He's always been a hothead, as Adrian. We were just talking about you, Armsy. It's starting a new over, and it is actually going to be a change of bowling. So Carson will have potentially 2 overs up his sleeve for the back end. 6 overs, 2 for 46. His figures, and it's a return for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who got the early wicket of Chris Dent for 3. Lovely piece of bowling. Dent just jabbing at the ball outside the off stump and caught his 2nd slip. Here he comes, bowling to Ollie Price across his stumps and turning the ball straight to short mid-wicket. There's no run, and they're in really tight this inner ring here, aren't they?
Yeah,
trying to squeeze.
For listeners, maybe even watchers on somewhere like YouTube, the Finn's bowling down the hill, and as a standard practice here, he set his 2 sweepers fairly square, and he's got his fine leg third man, and he's going to make it very tough for them to hit him back down the ground. So he's going to bowl back of a length, on a length, make it very hard to play up the hill.
Hudson Prentice bowls. This is hit in the air towards the long off boundary. It might plug a bit, and it's not going to go. I thought he got more bat on it than actually he did. He lobbed the mid-off fielder okay. It never looked like being caught, but then it didn't skip on. 2 runs taken, and Ollie Price is up to 57, 142 for 4.
And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for it to go to mid-off, mid-on for a catch. It's not full enough to strike that ball cleanly on a decent part of the bat where you can hit a 4 or 6 up the top end of the ground. So, yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's just misexecuted from the batter and worked in the bowler's favour nearly.
Hudson Prentice is into bowl. It's very full and very wide, and it's been toe-ended by Ollie Price up to mid-off. They'll collect a single, 143 for 4. So my experience of watching games on these hybrids, and it can change a bit when you go to something like the Aegeus Bowl, because they'll play about, I don't know, somebody I think told me that previous year they'd played basically all their T20s on the same pitch. So they're extraordinary, these hybrids.
Hold together.
Yeah, but even they will start to play worse as it goes along. This is a back of a length delivery outside the off stump from Hudson Prentice, and Jack Taylor tries to cut and misses the ball. If that had been an edge through to the keeper, Gloucestershire would have been in all sorts of trouble. But the hybrids at Taunton tend to play a bit more like this, in that it really suits the bowlers that they had for the T20, the likes of Henry, Craig Overton. They run in and hit the pitch pretty hard, bang it into the middle, and there is that carry, that lift off of a length. Hudson Prentice bowls. This is dropped into the leg side by Taylor off his hip, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run.
It doesn't look fast as a pitch, but it looks like when there's movement, that can give the illusion of pace, especially when it's like nip off the pitch. So when it's seam movement off the pitch, that can give the illusion of pace, because the batter's got to play it so much later. So yeah, it's carrying nicely for sure,
yeah,
but it doesn't look like it's flying off the deck and really skidding off. I don't know how old it is as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know the age of a hybrid. Maybe there's a listener who is a groundsman that's had experience with hybrid pitches that would be able to tell us, but I don't know if the age of that pitch will make a difference.
Hudson Prentice bowls a short ball, and Taylor tries to swat the ball away, and it's come off a bottom corner of the bat, almost up towards square leg. There's no run. It's another tight over, just 3 runs coming from that one. So a good comeback over from Hudson Prentice. 22 gone. It's 143 for 4. Gloucestershire having been stuck in by Sussex. But yeah, I think it's just, it sort of pops, if I can describe it like that. It pops off a length. Whereas if you bowl it, it's really harsh on balls which are bowled fuller than that. Usually they tend to cut. If you bowl in the slot, it just comes on beautifully, and at least that's what it's like at Taunton.
Yeah.
And again, if you bang it right in short, you tend to be able to trust the bounce. But there's just a kind of a happy zone somewhere in the middle of the two, and it's quite difficult to hit, or batters seem to find it quite difficult to hit if you bowl it on that length. Change of bowling from the C end. It's Sean Hunt also returning, so they've gone with a double change. Ibrahim and Carson having bowled 6 each. Hunt bowls to Price, who flicks through forward square leg. Just be a single. Ollie Price on to 59. I should say, of course, actually, Jack Taylor has passed 2,000 List A runs in this innings. He only needed the 2 runs.
Wow.
Yeah,
I was really fortunate. I think before, or just as he signed for Gloucester, I played with Jack. He played for a club of mine out in Australia, Sun District.
Right.
So he's a really good lad.
Yeah.
And I think that was actually just before he had to remodel his action as a bowler. Does he bowl now?
He bowled quite a lot last year, actually, but hasn't bowled very much at all this year.
Yeah.
Hunt bowls over the wicket, left arm to Taylor,
wow.
who swings into the leg side. That's gone for 6, and
Oh, my word.
It's off the roof of the hospitality box there, and the second 6 of the innings brings up Gloucestershire's 150.
There was a guy there that nearly clattered into, not watching the game at all. Oh my God.
It's a typical Jack Taylor strike, and he's not wasted any time off Sean Hunt.
I was looking at the field, and as a left armer now. That's what I'm starting to think, and having bowled this end like that. Like I said, that corner of the ground is really, really attractive for a batter, and this is interesting what he's going to do here, because he can only have 4 out at the moment.
Yeah.
So he's got a deep square and his long on, and that mid-wicket area is a standard mid-wicket, and that's the. I think if you were to find stats here at Sussex, most sixes will be hitting to that corner of the ground. Not just because mid-wicket is an area that batters tend to do well in, but just here at Sussex, where the hill plays a huge part, that corner will be peppered.
Definitely. I mean, now you're saying corner. The number of games that I've seen here. Hunt bowls short and wide, and Taylor plays it down towards third man, just calmly for a single. And that's 151 for 4. But yeah, the number of times I've seen spectators in that area there, the hospitality area, away to our right-hand side at the sea end, with beer flying, and they're trying to be the hero to take the catch, don't they? And they all sort of fight over each other, and usually conspire to make sure that nobody takes it. There's never any calling from the crowd. Hunt bowls again. It's wide outside the off stump, and Price cuts and misses. The stag do are appealing. I would have quite liked, actually, umpire Hollingshead just to have looked over towards the stand and shook his head there. That would have been quite amusing.
Throw his hands up. I think what you're going to see here, they just had a conversation after that 6. 3 or 4 players. Pujara came in and gave his thoughts. I think that they're going to target a little bit wider to take that leg side away.
In comes Hunt and bowls. That is down the leg side, and that will be called a wide as it's knocked down by Tier behind the stumps. 152 for 4.
As I say, that bowls one tight on the leg side, and that's it. All credibility gone.
Well, no, don't say that. It's just what the game tends to do to you. I always
may
feel
have misexecute that one. We'll just go with that, shall we?
Yeah, especially for summarisers. I'm always sorry for you guys. Hunt is in, bowls short again, and cut straight to extra cover by Price, mistimed. There's no run, because really, unlike us, who can kind of sit back and just call the action and then hand over for the insight from the expert summariser.
What do you think about that?
You've always got to make a call on everything. It's always, what's the score going to be? What's the field likely to be? Who's going to bowl next? All you can do is be wrong,
be
some portion of the time. It's going to happen, even to the great cricket minds.
Yeah.
In comes Hunt, and he bowls. It's driven by Price, slightly unconvincingly, out towards deep cover point. And that will end the over. A single to mean that Ollie Price is on strike for the next one. 23 gone. Gloucestershire 153 for 4 here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra and via the BBC Sport website and app. For our 5 Sports Extra listeners, a reminder you'll be leaving us in just over half an hour's time for the day's 100 instalments. London Spirit taking on Northern Superchargers. I would imagine the weather will have cleared up for Lords by then. But if you do want to continue listening to us, or indeed any of the One Day Cup matches taking place, although at the moment only one of them has managed to start, other than this one, Derbyshire and Worcestershire are now underway, with Worcestershire batting. That game has only just begun. But if you do want to listen to any of those games in the Metrobank One Day Cup, they are available, as always, every ball of them on the BBC Sport website and app. So if you are listening to Sports Extra and want to continue to listen to us, then you may as well switch over to the BBC Sport website now with another change of bowling. This is
James Coles
keeping me on my toes. Yes, James Coles with some slow left arm, and he's going to start. Does he always do this? He stands in front of the umpire and he bowls to Price, who tries a late dab, and it goes straight to short third and there's no run.
Either that's the shortest run up I've ever seen, or he's asked the umpire to go back a little bit.
It's Sophie Eccleston, isn't it?
It's very short.
This is exactly what Sophie Eccleston does.
Wow.
Stands right in front of the umpire, but actually the umpire doesn't seem to be standing as far back as Eccleston. When Eccleston bowls, this is swept away by Ollie Price on the bounce. Straight to deep backward square in the end, and Ward does the fielding. 154 for 4. So Price straight back to that sweep shot that serves him so well. 61 from 67 deliveries for Price, who, I mean, really, from a Gloucestershire perspective, you want both these two to be in for at least another 5 to 7 overs. Just, you've still got a bit of power to come. Tom Price can hit a long ball. Anwar Ali showed he can do that as well. But I want these two to stay in. This is cut away by Jack Taylor, and will just be a single out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. 155 for 4. And you can see actually how, to be honest, I mean, it's obviously the covers have really done their job, because I mean, that landed on the square and then bounced considerably up off it. And I noticed that when we walked over the top of it, it's pretty hard out there, which is great.
Yeah, it wasn't loads of rain this morning. It wasn't deluges of rain, so I don't think there's anything that would have seeped in anywhere. And it was bone dry yesterday anyway.
It was beautiful yesterday. Down the pitch comes Price and clips the ball through deep forward square, though will not manage to turn it into the second run. They're trying desperately to start a Mexican wave
really trying
to our left-hand side, but absolutely nobody else is interested at all.
I can only imagine that second innings is just going to be far more entertaining.
Oh gosh, Gloucestershire in the field, whoever has to field out there. Coles bowls, and Taylor plays a late dab down towards third man. It's not quite going to go though. Hunt finds the ball, and it's 2 runs taken. 158 for 4. He does like that late cut, does Taylor. He's
good option with the hill as well. Use the downward slope. Let it take it away.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to his power game, he's also got that touch. This is flighted by Coles and hit in the air out towards backward point, and it's going to fall well short of the deep backward point fielder. It'll be a single, but skewed by Taylor, and that's the end of Coles's first over. So I think that was 6 runs off it, which you probably take at this stage.
You will take that right now with the short boundary. Last 10 are going to be stay 4 down Gloucester, and last 10 really crank it up, I think.
So you mentioned players from Gloucestershire that you...
Sorry, no,
it was just players.
So players in cricket that I work with, but player at Gloucester. Funny enough, done quite a bit with women's cricket at the moment. So a few women's cricketers out there, which has been really interesting. Obviously, there's such an exciting time for women's cricket, women's sport at the moment as well. Just the sheer pace of everything, just attention, opportunity, the professionalism of the game. It's really ramping up. The 100's a great place for that to be an exhibition.
Another change of bowling. It's Crocombe into the attack. This is stroked away. Oh dear me! I think umpire Hollingshead may have just denied Gloucestershire a boundary there. He couldn't get his foot somehow out of the way of that ball, and it's caromed off his foot and to the mid-off fielder, and they only get a single. That's certainly cost Gloucestershire at least 1 run. I mean, he's not trying to get in the way, but that was some of the least agile umpiring I think I've ever seen. Apologies to Mr. Hollingshead, but that wasn't travelling that quickly. Crocombe bowls. This is driven in the air past the fielder at mid-off. It's speeding towards the boundary, and it will get there for 4 runs. Off the bat, I thought he was in trouble there.
Yeah. This is where I think we're going to start to see it cranking up a little bit. I think they've made a move.
164 for 4. Ed Seaborn and Lewis Hatchett with you at the moment on 5 Sports Extra and the BBC Sport website and app. We'll have Adrian Harms back in a little while. Just going back to the women's game, and I think it's a really great thing to talk about in terms of from the psychological point of view, because obviously a lot of the current professional women's players, as Crocombe bowls to Price, who on drives, they'll get a single to wide mid-on, have come from a position where they've suddenly gone from being non-pros to then not only being pros but playing in the 100 in front of big crowds, and that's got to be a really difficult transition.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the stuff that I work with. I'd say this is just a sort of epidemic in itself. Is a lot of people fearing failure, doubting themselves, and things like that. And I think
Crocombe to Taylor. This is pulled in the air, and whoa, gosh, he's hit that hard. I think it's gone for 6.
Yeah, it did.
The umpire is signalling six. He's already had to revoke his six signal once, as umpire Hollings said, but not this time. Very hard and really flat, and Taylor gets his second six.
So yeah, a lot of the work has been about. I mean, they've had so much put in front of them so quickly, and dealing with the expectation they potentially put on themselves, and helping them deal with all the different pressures that come in.
Crocombe bowls this is short, wide, cut away through extra cover, and that's 4 more for Jack Taylor. It's sat up and really asked to be hit. 16 off this over, and there's still a ball left in it. 175 for 4.
So even a situation like right now, Henry Crocombe's got a couple of guys coming to him. He's under pressure. What do you do? And this is where keeping a calm, cool head and trying to execute your skill, your process is really valuable. So go back to the women's game where they potentially haven't had as much of that exposure in the past, is about being able to give them the tools and the skill sets that they can practice in training and go put into place, so that when they come out on the field and they're under that pressure, they can put in a slightly better performance, hopefully a much better performance than they've done before.
Crocombe to complete the over, and this is played softly wide of the bowler until Crocombe's not best pleased with the way that's gone, as he gently boots the ball towards umpire Sam Hollingshead. And to be honest, that over could have been even worse than the 16 runs were it not for the boot of umpire Hollingshead. 175 for 4, 25 overs. It's not the halfway mark because we've been rain reduced here at Hove, 38 overs per side. But yeah, and I think you almost have to think, as much as the general game is developing of so many of the women's cricketers, and I'm lucky enough to cover a lot of Western Storm, and you see the enormous progression that has led to, for example, the likes of Danny Gibson and Lauren Filer, who've been called up to the England squad today for the forthcoming ODI and T20 series against Sri Lanka. As Coles continues, and it's a sweep shot from Price, moves across his stumps and doesn't beat fielder at short fine leg. It's a single taken. Is that Mr. Lion Cachet?
I think it is that.
Short fine leg. We're going with that. I was going to be a little bit scared
to say it.
Well, yeah, for fear of sounding a little bit like the. Have you ever watched Keeping Up Appearances?
No, I don't.
No, it's not another. You tell I like my classic comedy. Coles is in. This is driven by Taylor for 1 run out towards deep point, but she's called Hyacinth Bouquet, but it's actually Bucket. Right. And most of the humour in that sitcom is built around people calling them Bucket. Yeah. So I just. If it were, though, pronounced with the T, as there's a sweep shot from Price, it's going to go hard through square leg for 4 runs. He got to it on the full and dragged it away into the gap. And Price moves on to 72, 181 for 4.
What have you made of the World Cup squad announcement?
I'll come back. I'll just finish that, because if what I would like is if it were pronounced with a hard T, it would then be Catch It.
Oh, God, imagine that.
What a cricketing name. Here is Coles to Price. He shapes up for a sweep shot and then dabs the ball straight to short third man.
You don't need to say that with someone like myself with the surname Hatchet.
You could have been Hachet. Steak Hachet.
There is some people that pronounce that to my dad. Like, this is some of his mates, Master Hachet.
It's Coles, and Price is going to sweep this one back at a square leg this time. He's got such control over that shot. He can hit it either side of fielders on that leg side. Helped it on its way for 4 more. 185 for 4.
So World Cup, what do you think of that?
Well, I think it's really exciting to see Mahika Gore in there in particular. I mean, somebody who can bowl decent pace, real height. I saw her bowl earlier on this season at Cardiff, and she swings the ball a great deal up front, and it's just something you don't see very much in the women's game.
Yeah.
Coles is in. I was trying to sweep that one as well, and it's way outside the off stump, but actually back of a length and turning past the attempted sweeper, Price through to the keeper.
Going to be an exciting series.
Definitely.
That as well.
I think, Sri Lanka have got some terrific young players coming through as well. It's not all just about Shamari Atapatu now for Sri Lanka. So, yeah, exciting. Get down and watch it.
It's here as well.
I was going to ask whether that was the case.
Yeah. I'm hoping to come down and watch one of the games because have had a few conversations with someone like Mahika. I know she's such an exciting prospect. And even, what would you take about the men's squads?
I mean, again, I'm not surprised to see Atkinson in there, given the fact that there aren't that many bowlers who can bowl at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's funny. So funny enough, actually, had Jofra Archer on my podcast. Did an interview with him yesterday, so that'll be coming out soon, which is really exciting. And thinking of him not being in the World Cup squad is, I mean, compared to where we were in 2019, there's not many right now in the country that can bowl at that speed, and he's looked impressive, Atkinson. I mean, it's interesting. He almost bowls as upright as Jofra. Do you not think?
I think there's a lot of similarities, isn't there? Yeah, and the way that he runs in, you don't necessarily think he's going to bowl as quickly as he does.
No, yeah.
He sort of runs in like a medium fast, and then it comes out fast. Another change of bowling, it's Ibrahim returning. He bowls now to Taylor, who swats the ball in the air and for 6 over mid-wicket. Again, it's just that length that Taylor picks the ball up off with alarming ease at times if you're the opposition. And it's 191 for 4, a ball into the 27th over. And Jack Taylor on to 39 from 22 deliveries. I think also not just the selection of Atkinson, but also John Turner. I thought it was only a matter of time before John Turner played for England, but I didn't necessarily imagine it would be so soon. But of course, this series, and there are so many of these sorts of series at the moment where sides almost have to play some players not necessarily in their first choice 11 for whatever reason, whether it be franchise tournaments, whether it be conflicting test ODI series. The calendar is just nuts, really. So there's always going to be opportunities for players to play international cricket, and the upside of that, I guess, is that it means that more players are exposed to international cricket and get the chance to play for their country. But no, I think it's really exciting, and it's good to see a couple of young quicks getting their opportunity both in the men's and women's format. And of course, we'll potentially see Lauren Filer make her white ball debut for England, having played in the test match and it really impressed earlier on in the summer. Adrian Harms is back alongside, which I think potentially means there might be an update on the way.
I think there is, Ed. So perhaps I'll just pick up, just in case they come to us very quickly. Daniel Ibrahim, for a big 6 by Jack Taylor. Lewis was saying how dangerous he is and how this short leg side boundary may come into play. Well, he's peppering that leg side boundary now. He's on 39. Gloucestershire 191 for 4 as Ibrahim is in, bowls to Taylor, who places straight back down the track, and Ibrahim fields the ball on the bounce over his head, and there is no run. So 38 overs aside, Gloucestershire 191 for 4, Jack Taylor on 39, Ollie Price on 76. These two coming together when Gloucestershire lost the wicket of Graham Van Buren for a duck at that stage, 127 for 4. So it's been a good recovery by these two, and Gloucestershire now going on over 7 and over. As Ibrahim is in, bowls to Taylor, who's hammering this down the ground. That's 4 runs. You probably heard that on our effects microphone. It was slightly over pitch and just belted down the ground by Jack Taylor. No way is anyone cutting that off, and that goes for 4.
I think they might be slightly regretting, and I know it's easy to play the game from up here, and then you've got to try and find overs from other bowlers towards the back end, but taking off Ibrahim and Carson immediately allowed Jack Taylor to get away, and now Ibrahim's coming back into the attack and he's under pressure straight away, having been bowling really tightly.
Well, he's got a problem. I mean, Henry Crocom's bowled 3 overs for 37. He's going at over 12 and over, Henry Crocom. Ibrahim running away from us up the hill here at Hove in his pink shirt. He's in and bowls wide outside the off stump, carved away through backward point. It's racing away towards the boundary. Harrison Ward is in hot pursuit, a diving stop, and that's a brilliant piece of fielding out there by Harrison Ward. It's only just prevented the single because Taylor comes back for a 3rd run. He goes to 46, but at this stage in proceedings, when the ball is going around the park, that's something that can lift a fielding side. Good work by Harrison Ward, but Taylor goes to 46 off just 25 deliveries. Gloucestershire to 198 for 4. This over has so far gone for 13 in 4 balls. Ibrahim on his way again, in and bowls and hammered away by Price on this occasion, but it's just a single, fielded by Ward again, who's being kept busy on the offside boundary. Price goes to 77, Gloucestershire 199 for 4.
6 minutes to 3. Here's Adrian Hart.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sean. Gloucestershire going along very nicely here. This is a game that was reduced to just 38 overs aside because of early morning rain. Gloucestershire now 199 for 4, and the danger man, Jack Taylor, really into his stride. He's made 46 of just 25 deliveries. Ollie Price is with him on 77 as Taylor hits another huge shot over extra cover that's gone all the way for 6 runs. That brings up his half century, 52 not out of just 26 deliveries, and Gloucestershire now going like a train, 206 for 4. Jack Taylor's half century coming in just 26 balls with 3 4s and 4 6s, and Sussex really needing some control here. The 200 has been passed by Gloucestershire, and we've still got another 11 overs to go. 205 for 4, Sean.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Adrian. And of course, you're quite...
So, Lewis pinpointed what a dangerous player Jack Taylor is, and my word is he's showing it. 52 off 26. Gloucestershire 206 for 4. And Jack Carson back into the attack, but as you say, that experiment bringing Crocombe back really didn't work for Sussex.
Yeah, they tried a few bowlers, didn't they? Coles, a couple of overs, Hunt came back. Nobody could really provide the same level of control which Ibrahim and Carson had. And so Carson, you would guess, is going to have to come back and bowl his 2 now and hope that he can pick up another wicket, because he's taken 2 of the wickets to fall so far, and he's bowling now to Price, who, guess what? He swept the ball. Whoa, I haven't seen that before. This has been swept up towards deep square for a single, 206 for 4. Carson picking up the wickets of Hammond, stumped for 19, and Pujara, and getting Bracey caught by Pujara for 41. That was an important wicket. I mean, Hammond's wicket was big too, just to open things up a bit, and they got the wicket of Van Buren for a duck following on very quickly after that. But the happiest man to see that wicket of Hammond would have been Charlie Tier, and I'm not going to make the really obvious pun about Tier putting the catch down when Hammond was on 1. It was a tear drop. I just made it. In comes Carson, and this is tucked away towards short mid-on by Taylor. They'll scramble through for a single there, and it's 207 for 4.
Well, yeah, as you say, Jack Carson back, but he was just getting into his groove, wasn't he, when they took him off? So he needs to settle into a nice rhythm here again, does Jack Carson.
So for Jack Taylor, I mentioned the stat actually, I think, when he came out, but this is now 8 50s in his last 12 one-day cup innings, including a ton, as Ollie Price comes down the pitch and hacks the ball out towards deep square leg. Not a pretty shot there, and he'll get a single for it, and it's 208 for 4. We have seen a few rather ugly shots in this innings from Gloucestershire, perhaps none more so than Hammond, who played that drag through mid-wicket after coming down the pitch. And in fairness to Hammond, this is his first game of cricket for must be nearly a month. This is driven over extra cover by Jack Taylor. That is a beautiful piece of batting with everybody up on the offside apart from long off. He's just eased the ball over extra cover and picks up another 4. It's 212 for 4.
Well, it was beautifully placed, wasn't it? And as you say, Sussex have got their 4 men inside the circle on that offside. There is a long off, but Taylor using his feet and the ball just racing away through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot. 57 off 28 for Jack Taylor.
Again, it's just a little bit over pitch from Carson, not much. As he bowls quicker this time, it's tucked into the leg side for a single out to deep mid-wicket. 213 for 4. And I think when Carson has bowled, again on a good length, actually, of course, he got Bracey out off the cut shot. Actually, I think bowling into the pitch as a spinner, as long as you're not bowling to the short boundary, I think might not be the worst. Carson bowls, down the pitch comes Price and slaps the ball towards wide long on, but doesn't get the ball, I think, quite as wide of the, well, certainly not quite as wide of the fielder as he was intending to do. I think he was looking to pick the gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, but he'll settle for a single, and it's 9 runs from that over, and Gloucestershire have really been able to put their foot on the accelerator thanks to the efforts of Jack Taylor. 57 off 28, 214 for 4, with Ollie Price now on 80, just continuing to go about his business in the way that he has done in this one-day cup. 2 centuries, he scored a 77 against Somerset as well. The only time he failed was, or really failed, was when he made 2 against Worcestershire, because he was run out in the game against Derbyshire to start the season off. Apart from it was against Northamptonshire, made 23 there, but it's been a terrific competition for Ollie Price, and you need that. If you're going to go deep in a tournament, you need big seasons from a couple of players in your top order, and Ollie Price has been one of them.
Change of bowling for Sussex here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms, Ed Seedball, and delighted Lewis Hatchett, the former Sussex seamer, with us on commentary as well today. Thanks to Lewis for coming along. Great to see him as Finn Hudson-Prentice runs up the hill to bowl to Ollie Price, who's 80 not out. He's in and bowls, and Price is forward. He's hit on the pad, but the ball was spearing down the leg side, and there is no run. Hudson-Prentice is 5 overs, 1 for 32. He's been relatively economic for Sussex, but the real problem has been Henry Crocombe, who's conceded 37 in his 3 overs. Elsewhere, play underway in other games in the one-day cup. Worcestershire 22 for 2 in the 6th over against Derbyshire at Derby, as in comes Hudson-Prentice. Over the wicket bowled, hammered straight down the ground by Price, but only as far as long off. Tom Haynes is very quickly round. The Sussex skipper just down in front of us, and Fields gets in the throw. 1 more to Price. He goes to 81, 215 for 4 in the 29th of the 38 overs. Normally 50 overs a side, but early morning rain in Hove, meaning a reduced overs match. And they're playing at Leicestershire, where Middlesex are 18 without loss in the 3rd over against Middlesex. And the game at Edgbaston yet to get underway between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. Hudson-Prentice runs away from us. In and bowls to Taylor, who hammers this high, wide and handsome. That's gone miles. That's gone over our commentary box and probably into the flats down the ground. That has gone many a mile. Gun barrel straight. Terrific strike by Jack Taylor. He's belted that out of the ground. That's gone many a mile. You don't see many shots as big as that, Ed. That has gone a long, long way. Taylor goes to 64 off just 34 deliveries, and Gloucestershire building a substantial total here. 221 for 4, rattling along now at 7.8 and over. That went a long way.
Goodness me, I mean, that was one of those where it still seemed to be going up as it went out of our eye line. I mean, I say going up, obviously it was, but it was going vertically upwards seemingly. It just hit so high as well as far, and you just can't bowl that length to Jack Taylor when he's in this sort of mood. Really any length. I mean, it's either got to be hard into his body, but even then he can give himself room and swap the ball through mid-wicket. He's such a difficult man to bowl to when he's got his eye in.
And he's certainly got his eye in today. Hudson-Prentice running away from us up the hill here at Hove. In and bowls to Taylor, who squirts this one away through backward point. He's racing out towards the boundary. Harrison Ward is there, fielding on the cover boundary. Gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Taylor. He goes to 66 off 31 deliveries. Gloucestershire 223 for 4. And at the moment, Tom Haynes doesn't quite know where to put his field, the Sussex skipper. He's got 3 men inside the 30-yard circle on the offside, 2 on the leg. Sussex only allowed at this stage 4 men outside of the 30-yard circle. Hudson-Prentice in over the wicket, bowled to Taylor, pitched up, and Taylor plays it down the track on the bounce. Hudson-Prentice fields, and there is no run.
Well bowled. He needs to bowl all 6 balls in the over there.
Yes, he does.
Which is easier said than done, because bowling 6 perfect Yorkers is not easy.
Just for those of you who are joining us, particularly on 5 Sports Extra, maybe not familiar with the rules of the competition. 2 groups of 9. The top 3 make their way into the quarterfinals, and Gloucestershire will go a long way to securing their berth with a win today. Hudson-Prentice in bowls to Taylor, who hammers that back down the ground, and credit to Hudson-Prentice, who was down very quickly, took the pace off the ball, but not. And he now looks at his right hand. I'm not surprised. He absolutely belted that down the ground, did Taylor. But Hutton Prentice took the pace off the ball, just the one run off the delivery. But the end of the over, 224 for 4. Taylor on 67. Price on 81. These two coming together when the score was 127, so a partnership of 97 between these two, and it's come in really quick time. And they came together in the, I think it was the 18th over when Graham Van Buren was out. I'll just check.
19th, yeah.
Right, okay, so those runs have come in 10 overs, so they've been rattling along, best part of 10 and over.
Yeah, and it's that kind of acceleration that Gloucestershire will be after. Still 9 overs left in the innings. Coles continues. No, sorry, Carson continues. It's clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. And 1 run is taken, 225 for 4. I had a couple of messages on, well, I nearly said Twitter, but I'm not sure exactly what we're supposed to be calling it nowadays. Twitter, X, Cross. But the thing is, if you say that I've had a couple of messages on my X, or, you know, it kind of...
could be awkward.
It kind of sounds a bit, yeah, you know... if you mishear that. Carson is in. Down the pitch comes Price, lifting the ball over mid-off, and 1 bounce 4, I think, just short of the boundary rope. But a nice shot from Ollie Price, and an indication, I think, as we've seen in the last couple of overs, Ollie Price too is feeling that it's time for him to go hard at the bowling.
Well, Sussex will be relieved when they can bring another man outside of the circle, and Jack Carson pitching the ball up, and it was an easy shot, wasn't it? Just lofting the ball over mid-off for 4.
So long off his back now. Reverse sweep attempted from Price. He's missed it. It's gone through to the keeper Tier, who's whipped the bails off. They were appealing for caught behind there rather than for the stumping. But a good comeback from Carson after being hit for the boundary over the top. Message from Tony Mills, who's watching the feed, and says, may not see another live game this summer as I'm having a hip replacement tomorrow. Wish me luck. So
good luck. Very
much all the best for that. Ollie Price skips down the pitch and is whipping the ball over wide mid-wicket, and it's 1 bounce and for 4.
I've got to say, Sussex aren't helping their own cause here. That's not a great delivery by Jack Carson, pitching the ball up around middle and leg, and I mean, there's a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a huge gap on the leg side, and just not bowling to the field here, Sussex.
Absolute mile between long on and deep mid-wicket. Reverse sweep from Price. He's not quite managed to pick the gap between short third and backward point. Diving effort there. Keeps it down to a single, but Price is into the 90s again. 90 exactly, 234 for 4. So yeah, very much all the best to Tony Mills. Reece Sharville is listening in a miserably dull and damp Chepstow as Jack Taylor is turning the ball down the ground to long on for another single, and saying she's glad that the weather is this way around, rather it were dry down here, because Gloucestershire are going along great guns at this point with this partnership, speeding Gloucestershire towards what looks to be a decent total. You never feel very safe in the short form of the game nowadays, but if they can keep going at the rate they have been, Gloucestershire will fancy their chances even in a shortened game. 235 for 4, and there are 8 overs left. And I guess the good news is, you were talking about that Worcestershire-Derbyshire score. The 2 early wickets are good news for Gloucestershire. They would like a Derbyshire victory there. The bad news is that Rob Jones and Jake Libby, who put on a massive partnership for Worcestershire in their last match, are back together again and seemingly trying to rebuild things for Worcestershire.
Well, James Coles, the left-arm spinner, is back into the attack for Sussex. 2 overs for 16. Sussex have got to try and get 8 overs from somewhere. But again, it's going to be Jack Taylor who's going to be eyeing up this shortish leg side boundary. Now, we're still in the second power play, so Sussex have still got to keep 5 fielders inside the 30-yard circle. There are therefore 4 men outside. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a long off, a long on, and a fielder at a wideish deep mid-wicket. As Coles, 235 for 4. In comes Coles. Bowles hammered away down the ground. Is he going to be caught? Oh, he is caught. No, he's put it down. He's put it down.
That should be 6.
Yes, it should be. Daniel Ibrahim was behind the rope, and I think that's 6 runs. It was belted down the ground by Jack Taylor. Ibrahim, I think, was behind the rope. He parried the ball back in, couldn't take the return.
Well, he's not going to own up.
No, he's not. I think that was a 6. So Lewis Hatchett, who's an old pro, he was watching that. Well, it hasn't been. It's just been given as a single. Coles around the wicket, bowls to Price, who steers that one through the offside. They've picked up one. It's going to be fielded by Harrison Ward. The total goes to 237 for 4. Well, I have
Gloucestershire
to say,
lose this game by 8 runs. The boot of Sam Hollingshead and the boot of Dan Ibrahim may come back to become important.
well, it was drilled down the ground, wasn't it? And it looked to me like it was over the rope. Anyway, in comes Coles. That's a full toss. That's a horrible delivery. And it's pulled away. And well held,
Oh, has he caught
sir.
it?
Well
Yes,
held,
what a
sir.
catch that is.
Spectator at deep backward square takes the catch as he was wandering around the ground. Awful delivery by James Coles. It was a full toss, and Taylor just pulled it backward and square for 6. 243 for 4. Gloucestershire now rattling along at 8 and over here. And much of it due to Jack Taylor, 76 in just 37 balls. Coles in again. He's at it again, you know. That's got many a mile. Over wideish long on for 6 runs. And this is turning into an exhibition entirely predicted by Lewis Hatchett, who's our summariser today, belted away by Taylor. He goes to 82 off of just 38 deliveries, and Gloucestershire are piling on the runs, 249 for 4. And everything that Tom Haynes, the Sussex skipper, tries to do here, it doesn't matter what he's doing, the ball is disappearing out of the ground. 14 off the over, and still 2 balls to go. I don't know how many balls we've lost here today, but the answer is several, I think.
Yeah, well, it's incredible. Even by Jack Taylor standards, this is an absolute onslaught now. What is this? 7 6s he's hit in 38 balls to go with 4 4s. And it's just remarkable striking.
Ball is just about being retrieved. Some respite for Sussex. But what on earth does Tom Haynes do? He's got to find another 7 overs from somewhere. And Taylor is really in the groove. If you're waiting, listening for the 100, we'll be going to Lord's in about 5 minutes' time for the game between the Spirit and the Superchargers. But for now, it's 50 over cricket here at Hove, and a real exhibition from Jack Taylor. In comes Coles, bowls to Taylor, who eases that one through mid-wicket. Just a single. On this occasion, fielded by Hudson Prentice on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Taylor to 83 off 39 deliveries, and the 250 is up almost unnoticed for Gloucestershire. 250 for 4 in the 31st over. The game reduced to 38 overs aside. Coles in again. That's another full toss pulled away. That's another dreadful delivery by James Coles, and that really is help yourself from Ollie Price. Toss on the leg stump and just ease way down towards fine leg. It's another boundary. That's 19 off of James Coles over. Ollie Price goes to 95 and Gloucestershire to 254 for 4. 7 overs remaining. And Gloucestershire looking to score, well, you'd think if they carry along like this, well in excess of 300.
Yeah, well, they'll be looking at what, another 80 potentially in the last 7, something like that. If they keep going like this, it might be more than 80. But if these 2 stay in, I think that's still the key thing. And Jack Taylor especially, because as good as strikers as Tom Price and Anwar Ali are, I don't think anything can quite replicate what we're seeing from Jack Taylor here. He's already got his maiden List A century this campaign, 121 made in that game at New Road against Worcestershire, and he's eyeing up what would be a spectacular 3-figure score if he could get there here.
And he's had to call here on Henry Crocombe, who's bowled 3 overs for 37. He's bowled all of those from the C end. He's now coming in from the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end.
So we've got everybody up on the offside and everybody back on the leg side. Crocombe is into bowl to Taylor, who's cramped for room and almost plays the ball onto his stumps, and the ball trickles away to the keeper. Well bowled there by Crocombe. That's exactly where you've got to bowl it if you're going to bowl length to Taylor.
Oh, some welcome respite for Sussex. I just had half an eye on the weather because a couple of overs ago it got a little gloomy, but it seems to have got a bit brighter now and a bit more blue sky drifting in, so fingers crossed.
Sunshine in Arundel.
Yeah, just along the coast.
There's a Taverners game going on there today, isn't there? Yeah. Crocombe bowls short and Taylor tries to swat at it, misses it, and it goes through to the keeper. So it's 2 dots to start this over. So the change of ends so far has brought about a change of fortune for Henry Crocombe. And again, it's where that bouncer needs to be. It's got to be at head height to trouble Taylor. If it's halfway down, or even if it's chest height, the mode he's in, it's probably going. Crocombe bowls. This is flicked away through square leg by Taylor, only for a single. So excellent stuff this from Crocombe. 255 for 4.
Well, it's a good response from Henry Crocombe, because when you've got 3 overs go for 37, it's probably with some trepidation that Tom Haynes turns to him and thinks, well, I need to get some overs from somewhere. But he needs to make sure that these final 3 balls yield as fewer runs as the first 3 have. Yeah. But it's also, it's already a formidable total that Gloucestershire have got here.
So third is going back as in comes Crocombe. This is flicked away high in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, and the catch is taken. So there will be no ton today for Ollie Price. He's batted marvellously, but he was trying to bring up his 100 in style, and I would say an unselfish piece of cricket from Ollie Price there, because it would have been quite easy for him. Well, I'd say it would be quite easy, but it would have been possible for him just to try and get there in singles. But he was trying to go for the big shot, knowing that his wicket was less meaningful than the opportunity to try and get boundaries and get this score up. It could have been his 3rd century of the competition. It's not quite, but it is still superb batting again from Price, who's been the anchor through this innings. And when Van Buren and Hammond were out in quick succession, it just looked as though this innings might start to falter. And yes, Jack Taylor has transferred the pressure back to Sussex, but Ollie Price was what that innings was built around, and he's laid down another marker here today.
It was indeed. So, Henry Crocombe gets a breakthrough for Sussex. So, we're going to leave the cricket here at Hove with Gloucestershire 255 for 5. We are in the 32nd of the 38 overs, and it's high time to go to the home of cricket, to Lords, where the 100 is back in action today. It's the London Spirit women against the Northern Superchargers women. And a very good afternoon to Henry Moran.
Good afternoon, Henry. Except you won't be able to hear me now.
No, you won't. Well, well done, Henry Crocombe. I think, when you've gone around the park a little bit, I think he'll be delighted to have come back. And Sussex needed something, because otherwise Gloucestershire were looking at a mammoth total.
Yep. So one Price replaces another. It's Tom in the middle, and Crocombe is in and bowls a short ball. It's swatted away down towards fine leg by Tom Price to get off the mark with a single.
We'll get Lewis back in on commentary at the end of the next over and just get Lewis's take on this Sussex bowling performance, because Paul Farbrace has been, I don't mean to critical throughout, he spoke a lot about the Sussex bowling in some of the games, certainly here against Durham when they went for 427, a poor performance with the ball at Northampton. I don't think they've been great with the ball, is my observation today.
This has been a good over here, though. Can he finish it off? Yes, he can. A slower ball, I think, there from Crocombe. We've never seen too many slower balls, I don't think. That's been turned away towards deep backward square. Taylor will keep the strike, but superb stuff from Crocombe. He's only gone for 3 off that over, and he's picked up the wicket of Ollie Price for 95, made from 88 deliveries, 11 fours in his innings, 257 for 5, and there are 6 overs remaining.
So Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl the next over for Sussex from the C end of the ground, after which there will be 5 overs remaining. Lewis back with us at the end of this over. Hudson-Prentice 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. Actually, Sean Hunt has been the most economic of the Sussex bowlers. 4 overs for 22. He's only been going at 5.5 and over, but Jack Carson has bowled his full allocation, 8 overs, 2 for 66. James Coles has been expensive, 3 overs for 35. Daniel Ibrahim, 7 overs, 1 for 46. I thought he bowled well early on, Daniel Ibrahim.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, he was only going at about 4.5 and over through his first 6 overs.
Yeah. So, this is the man, Jack Taylor, he's on strike. He's 85 not out of 43 balls. Now Sussex can put another fielder outside of the 30-yard circle. As Hudson Prentice in sunshine runs away from us. In and bowls to Taylor, who strokes this through the covers and picks up a single. As Taylor, he goes to 86, 258 for 5.
And there's that wicket, even though it's only a few deliveries, in the context of, 35 deliveries remaining in the innings, if they can just becalm Taylor, even for 4 or 5 deliveries as they've done, it could make a big difference.
And it looks a good batting surface, doesn't it? The outfield is getting quicker. Not that it's ever slow here at Hove, there's a bit of dampness around, but Sussex won't want to do is for Taylor to go mad here and score another 30 or 40 in very quick time. Tom Price is the man on strike, having watched his brother score an excellent 95. Hudson Prentice organising his field. He's got 3 men inside the circle on the offside, 1 on the leg. He runs away from us, up the hill, in and bowls. Price, doesn't even have a look, does he? He just helps the ball away, over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
And the ball's gone for a bit of hospitality.
Well, he just helped. Pitched around middle of the leg. He just helped the ball over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
Straight into the hospitality.
It wasn't it? One bounce.
It knew just where it was going.
Yeah, 1 bounce.
Time for some canapes and some pims, perhaps.
Yeah. I said, didn't even have a look at the bowling, did he? 264 for 5. Price on to 7 off just 2 deliveries. His second ball goes for 6. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls. And now it's a full toss and it's reversed away for 4 more. Not a great delivery by Finn Hudson Prentice, it has to be said. And Price just reverses the ball down to what was third man. I guess it becomes fine leg on the reverse. 11 off 3 balls for Tom Price. And Gloucestershire now 268 for 5.
I could quite enjoy this situation, Tom Price. He didn't get the chance to do this masses. Didn't play in a lot of the T20. And then when he did play, he seemed to be coming in at about 90 odd for 7 some of the time. So he's actually got the chance to play with a real freedom here. And I've not seen him play that shot too much, to be honest.
I think Finn Hudson Prentice is a bit exasperated here. He wanted a change in the field and he didn't get it. Comes running in again, bowls and runs straight through the crease, and that's a dead ball. I think he might have wanted Sean Hunt to go down towards third man. He looked towards Tom Haynes, and I think Tom Haynes was not for changing the field. And to be fair, I think if he could have bowled a full toss at this stage, it doesn't matter where you put your field, to be honest, it's going to probably go for runs.
I don't know whether there was a sudden call from somebody that they didn't have enough fielders inside the circle or something. I wasn't watching the entire field, but yeah, it was an odd one because it didn't seem as if he'd really lost his run.
So 11 off the over. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls full toss again. It's pulled away. I know he does. Hudson Prentice definitely wants a change in the field, but you can't bowl there. He apologises actually to Tom Price.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. He's apologised for it, but it was below waist height. Yeah. So, yeah, it wasn't a nice delivery for Price to try and negotiate, but he'll probably be thinking, I wish I could have another go at that, because he might have been aiming for the hospitality boxes again.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing performance with the ball by Sussex. 269 for 5. We're in the 33rd over. Hudson Prentice in and bowls, and Taylor gets this one away through backward point, fielded out on the deep backward point boundary by Henry Crocombe out there. 1 more to the total. Taylor goes to 87, 270 for 5. 13 off of this over for Finn Hudson Prentice, and still 5 overs to go after this. And if nothing else, in what is a very tight group, Gloucestershire are doing their run rate no harm at all here.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's That's dependent on how well they bowl, of course.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls and hammered away by Price. Misfield by Tom Haynes at short extra cover, but it won't cost a run. I think it would have been a single anyway. He deflects the ball to mid-off, fielded by Jack Carson. End of an expensive over. 14 coming off the over. 271 for 5. Jack Taylor is on 87. Tom Price is on 15. Ed's going to have a break for a minute. We will get him back on commentary if Jack Taylor looks like he's going to go through to his 100. And Lewis Hatchett is back with us on commentary. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Lewis, and it's a club that you've played for and represented with great pride. And perhaps you'll correct me, but the way I read this is I don't think Sussex have bowled very well here.
Yeah. Look, I've not been to every game. You've been to many this year. They're a young squad, obviously, and I think that's the conversation that constantly gets brought out in the interviews that I see you give, and while that is true and they're learning, I think there's starting to be a bit of a point in one of the most recent interviews with Paul Farbrace about we've got to actually execute now.
Farbrace in, bowls to Price. No, it should be caught. It's gone way up in the air. Underneath it is James Coles, who takes a good catch, actually. That was swirling around. Price looking to belt that one away through the covers, and Henry Crocombe picks up his second wicket. Good catch, actually, by James Coles, because it was swirling around. Price on his way for 13, 271, fixed 6. That was a good catch by James Coles, and a welcome wicket. Actually, a bit of credit here to Henry Crocombe, who's gone around the park, but he's come back and bowled a good over, and he's taken a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I think he possibly is going to be more comfortable coming down the hill there. He's got pace, Henry. He has got pace, and being able to bang the ball in on a good length, back of a length, like he's done there, and when the ball is at good speed and you can bowl change-ups, striking that ball using the pace to bring it back down towards us here down the hill, and he's getting the rewards for it. And that's kind of leading on to what I was probably going to say about the bowling unit, is that this squad doesn't have tons of experience of playing here at Hove, right? And they're learning from being young players. When I came into the squad, I was very fortunate to come into a very strong one-day team, to a team that had great knowledge of the ground, how to bowl at it, players that you'd come up against. And then your job, quite simply, is this is the plan, this is plan A, plan B. If we get to that, can you execute it? Can you do that? And I think what we're experiencing now in this squad is the fact that they're trying to learn the plans and execute them all at the same time, and that's quite a lot to ask. That is quite a lot to ask. But the counter argument I think you also hear from people is, you're a professional, this is your job, and you've got time to go and practice this and get it right. And yeah, you probably can be a little bit harder on them at times, and I think Paul Farbrace has come in and started to do that.
I completely agree. Henry Crocombe in lovely sunshine now, running in down the hill, bowl to the new man, who is Anwar Ali, picks up a single down to third man, fielded by Sean Hunt, and there is a single. What am I talking about? 272 for 6. Ali is on his way. I think that's absolutely the case, Lewis, and Paul Farbrace has said that in as many words, what you have to recognise, these are younger players. You can't wait forever, it's been a couple of years of these young Sussex players, and you can't keep just saying, oh, they're young, when the ball is flying out the park.
Well, some of them have played 30 odd games.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's enough. Like that's enough to start to know what
to make an opinion.
Yeah. No, totally. Like, you can. It's totally valid.
Crocombe on his way down the hill, bowls, and Taylor pulls the ball away. It was like a windmill pulling the ball onto the leg side. He goes through for a single. He goes to 88, 273 for 6. And interesting that I'm sorry, this is a bit Sussexy, Ed, but Chris Wright and Danny Lamb coming in next season, seasoned professionals. Is that the sort of signing that you think this Sussex squad needs?
I think Danny Lamb's a great signing. I think that's a really good signing. It's exciting. He's a good all-round cricketer. Very tough squad that he was in at Lancashire to break through. That's a strong team. So
Crocombe in bowls and turned by Ali, and a good diving stop by Charlie Tier prevents a couple of runs, but it is the single nonetheless. Henry Crocombe applauds. Total goes to 274 for 6. Ali goes through to 2.
So yeah, I think Danny Lamb's a great signing. Chris Wright's going to do, I would imagine, do a similar role to what Stephen Finn would have hoped to have done if he had been fit for the majority of his time here. I think that's almost a like-for-like transfer now.
Crocombe in, bowls to Taylor, hammers that away on the leg side. That's going to go for 4 runs. There's a huge gap between a long on and mid-wicket. He's pulled away through cow corner for 4. Can't afford to bowl there.
No, that's not where he wants to get those batters to hit. It's the biggest boundary on the field, and he's I mean, to be fair, actually, you probably want them to, but he's not protected it. So his plan is not. This is sort of why we're talking about the younger players having plans, executing, understanding that. I'm not sure what the plan is here right now.
Taylor on to 92. Crocombe in bowls. That's a good delivery, pacey delivery. Taylor's going to cut that one away through the offside. There is a dot ball, tidy enough to be fair from Crocombe. He's just conceded the 7 runs in that over. He's picked up the wicket of Tom Price. 278 for 6 are Gloucestershire. 4 overs remaining here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Bristol. Adrian Harms, Ed Seaborn and Lewis Hatchett. Delighted to have Lewis with us today. So, what does Sussex do here? I mean, Gloucestershire will just be going hell for leather, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is Finn's last over. We're looking at Finn Hudson-Prentice's last over.
Yes.
Because he can only bowl 8, yeah, so keep it up. He's bowling up the hill, keep it away from that short boundary, that cow corner short boundary that we're looking at, that even if they've had the fielders on the boundary all day, but the batters have been clearing them, so...
Apparently, one of those 6s hit the roof of my van.
Whose van?
Someone sent me an email. My van. In comes Hudson-Prentice, full toss, hammered down the ground. Lucky to get away with that. Fielded by Carson, not long off. There is no run. Well, so says David Harris. I don't know if that's a wind-up or not, but he says, the last 6 bounced off the roof of your van. I don't think it's done any damage, says David. David, I've no idea whether that's
these
a wind-up.
Security guards that you've hired to be around your van all day. You've now become such a lord of Hove that you've actually got people, this is my van, I need it protected all day.
Or the pauper of Hove, I think.
Yeah.
Lovely afternoon now. Look at all the lovely blue sky. 279 for 6. Oh, Gloucestershire, this is going to take some getting, whatever happens now from Sussex. They've only got 38 overs in which to get the runs. Hudson-Prentice running away from us. In and bowls. Another full toss, driven down the ground. Well, I don't think that's great bowling by Finn, to be fair.
No, full toss, down the hill. Shocker.
Yeah. Taylor goes to 96, so we'll get Ed on commentary just for this delivery, and let's see if Jack Taylor can go through to his ton. And if he gets another delivery like that, that could well go for 4.
49 balls he's faced. It's been a masterclass from Taylor. Yes, he's had some deliveries to hit, but goodness me, he hit him. Hudson-Prentice is coming round the wicket. He's in now to bowl to Taylor. It's full and wide. He reaches for it, but he's not going to get more than a couple. In fact, he's not going to get more than a single. Good work from the fielder out at deep point. That's Crocombe again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Single taken.
The other thing about Sussex, and we'll get Lewis's take on this when Jack Taylor goes through to his ton, which I'm sure he will, is that Sussex don't have a big hitter in the middle order. There's not a David Visa type of player here anymore who can score runs very, very quickly. Hudson-Prentice comes in and bowls to Ali, hammers. That's another full toss, hammered down the ground. He gets away with that, fielded down in front of us by Tom Alsop. And it's just a single, brings Jack Taylor back on strike. He's on 97, 285 for 6. Taylor on 97 off just 50 balls. 2 more balls remaining in the over. Can he go through to his 100?
This day's just getting more and more gorgeous. They'll be out on the beach in their droves. In comes Hudson-Prentice. He bowls to Taylor. It's full and wide, and it's guided down towards short third. It's not fielded cleanly, but they will only be able to get the single as Hunt recovers. So Taylor to 98. This is usually what happens when somebody comes back on for what's even with Jack Taylor. It still is what always seems to happen. So apologies. Thank you very much for indulging me as well, but it's very hospitable of you.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls to Ali, who drives down the line. He's just going to get a single. Is Ali on this occasion? He goes to 5. The total to 87 for 6, 98 to Taylor. Ali is on 5. Let's briefly have a quick word to Lewis just in between the overs here, just as they're changing over, because Jack Taylor is on strike before we bring Ed back in. I mean, back in the day, Lewis, Sussex did have players in the middle order who could play this sort of Jack Taylor innings, but to my money, this is something they're kind of missing at the moment.
Well, you got Pujara, who will anchor the innings, but isn't a massive ball striker. He will more than likely still run a ball. He is most of his. I'm sure I can't quote his strike rate for sure, but I would say it would be close to 100.
Yes.
Especially for this season, but definitely not a massive boundary hitter.
In comes Crocombe, bowls to Ali, pulls onto the leg side. Is he going to get caught? No, the ball is just going to bounce in front of Harrison Ward. We'll change the microphone over again and bring Ed back into commentary, because Jack Taylor is on strike and he's 98 not out, and it would be a very, very fine 100 indeed. And I think everybody at home, they're a very sporting crowd, will recognise just how good a knock it's been.
He's quite enjoyed batting against Sussex over the years, I think, as well as Jack Taylor. Here comes Crocombe, he bowls it short, it's clattered away through mid-wicket, and that is going to go for 4, and Jack Taylor gets to his 2nd century in his List A career. It's his 2nd of the campaign, and it is the fastest century by a Gloucestershire batter in List A cricket. 52 balls, 7 4s and 7 6s. This has been some exhibition from Jack Taylor.
Well, he gets a terrific round of applause around the ground here at Hove as well, and as you would expect, and what a knock that is by Jack Taylor. We'll bring Lewis back into commentary in a moment.
I'll just do this ball as Crocombe is in. Backing away is Taylor, carving it over the offside. 4. I think 4 in the end.
Was 4.
Yeah, just one bounce. It was very close to being a 6. And with everybody up on the offside, apart from third man, that shot was very much there. And he's just lifted it over the infield again. And it's 296 for 6. And I'll pass the mic back.
106 of 53 balls. What a knock this has been. And comes Crocombe again. Down the hill, bowls. Taylor hammers that one away. Is he going to be caught? He should be caught, and indeed he is. Caught by Jack Carson, a deep backward square. He's on his way. Good catch by Carson, actually. He had to come in a long way and caught it very low down. And Jack Taylor has gone. He's made 106 in just 54 balls, and I'm sure I will listen to the ovation as he makes his way off Jack Taylor. Another wicket for Henry Crocombe, who actually out of nowhere has suddenly picked up 3 wickets. But a terrific knock by Jack Taylor. Makes his way off. He gets a congratulation handshake from Finn Hudson Prentice, which is always nice to see. We'll just listen to this ovation for Taylor as he makes his way off. Terrific knock, Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, said earlier on commentary saying that he could be a real threat because he can clear the boundaries, an aggressive player, and himself and Ollie Price, they did time it perfectly in the sense that Ollie went at a nice runner ball, and then just allowed Jack to go hard throughout his innings, and it's just paid off.
Yeah. Wonderful knock, some big hits, a relatively short boundary. If I'm being honest, I don't think Sussex have helped their cause with some I'm going to call it indifferent bowling. But credit here to Henry Crocombe, who has come back into the attack. He's gone for a couple of boundaries in this over, but he has picked up 3 wickets. And the new man in is Matt Taylor. Comes in and bowls, does Crocombe, and Taylor teases that one down to third man and picks up a single. So the run rate you'd think would slow. 297 for 7. This is still a really good score from Gloucestershire.
I was looking at 250 earlier, just because the ball was nipping around earlier, but yeah, miles off. Spewing.
Well, 8.3 and over. And that's going to take some getting. Crocombe in lovely south coast sunshine runs down the hill, comes in and bowls to Ali, and he's come off the glove, and a 4th wicket for Henry Crocombe.
Wow.
And another wicket goes down. Catch for Charlie Tier was short, and Ali gloved that through to keeper Charlie Tier. So another wicket goes down. Out of nowhere, Henry Crocombe has suddenly got 4 wickets, and he's probably getting towards his best return in List A cricket.
So this, I think you said indifferent bowling. It is his best figures. Yeah, okay. this you were saying it was indifferent. I was going to say unclear. It's quite unclear as to what the plan was from some of them. But Henry, since he's come on from the top end, it's actually been quite clear. He's been banging it in short, and he's targeted Jack Taylor on the short ball, risking going for boundaries to the sort of wider boundary on the leg side. But he's put his fielders there, and yes, they've pierced the field and got a couple of boundaries away. But he's picked up wickets in doing that, and that was. You're just seeing him have a plan. Okay, I'm probably going to go for some boundaries here because it seems to be maybe one of those days. But I picked up wickets in the time. So I don't know. Maybe you could say he is really pulling back the sort of run rate, and they could have been looking at 320, 330.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Henry Croker's best figures before today were 3 for 33 in List A cricket. So he's taken 4 in this innings, and all of them have come in this spell. Now, Sean Hunt is back into the attack, who was pretty economical earlier on by comparison to the other bowlers, 4 overs for 22. Henry Croker now 4 for 57 in his 6 overs, and it's Sean Hunt who's going to bowl the penultimate over up the hill. Comes in and bowls wide of the off stump, but that's another catch from Charlie Tier.
That was a deflection, I thought.
Looked like it, didn't it? It looked like a big deflection. Good take by Tier, actually, away to his right-hand side. You'd have been appealing for that.
I'm running high-fiving the keeper. Great catch, mate. Well done. Turn around, hands on hips.
There's always a massive queue, Ed, at lunchtimes here, and Greg's. So I was just going to say, give you some advice. In comes Sean Hunt running away from us. In and bowls, and a play and a miss. And this time it is given out, and Sean Hunt has picked up a wicket on this occasion. Matt Taylor is on his way for a single, and another wicket goes down. But if it's not 6s and 4s, it's wickets. This is crazy. 297 for 9 are Gloucestershire, and a late order claps, and Sean Hunt has picked up a wicket. Well, didn't see that coming, did we?
That one didn't even look like an edge compared to the one before it. I don't know what's going on out here.
So Charlie Tier picks up another catch, couple of catches and a stumping for Charlie Tier, a wicket for Sean Hunt. Matt Taylor is on his way. And somebody who you know very well, Tom Smith, is going to make his way out to the middle. Born in Sussex, spent many years down at Gloucestershire, a fine performer. And he wanders out to the middle. You'd played a bit of cricket with Tom down the years, Lewis?
Played a lot of second-team cricket with him.
Yeah.
He was on the staff. I was really trying to edge my way into the setup and things like that. And he's he's a wise head, really. He's very calm. So I imagine what he's going to try and do here is edge them towards that 300. I think 300 is going to be minimum target for them. Just a bit of a daunting figure for Sussex today with the reduced overs.
Well, it's going to be a big ask, but at least we're going to get the cricket in, which is great news. In comes Hunt over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who drives down the ground, picks up his first run, footed by Jack Carson, and Gloucestershire to 298 for 9. Sean Hunt has only bowled 4 overs before this, so he's only going to bowl 5 in total. He's been relatively economic, so...
I mean, as a left armer, I'm gutted, because I think it just offers that different variety. The right now, a left armer pushing the ball across the bat away from the short boundary.
Hunt bowls of Van Meekeren. Well, that's almost taking the mickey, isn't it, really? Wow. I mean, that was... You should wrap that down. That was just crazy for the number... What did he come in? Number 10?
First
Paul
ball.
Van Meekeren. He's just rammed that down to fine leg. Well, that was extraordinary. The 300 up for Gloucestershire, 302 for 9. Well, the Sussex lad's shoulders sort of slumped as he played that shot. That was extraordinary. And Meekeren on 4. Hunt in again. Bowls. And Meekeren hammers this down the ground. He's just going to get a single. Or is he going to pick up 2? No, he's going to pick up 2 because Jack Carson's got a little further to run from mid-off. And 2 more to the total. Van Meekeren to 6, 304 for 9. I guess there's every chance here that Gloucestershire may not bat their overs, but
yeah.
In truth, it may not matter. We shall see. Sussex is going to have to go some here, and someone's going to have to play a big innings. Hunt runs away from us, bowls to Van Meekeren, who hammers that down the ground to long on, fielded by Tom Alsop. One more to the total, and that is the end of Sean Hunt for the day. Gloucestershire 305 for 9. Van Meekeren on 7. Tom Smith is on a single. And Sean Hunt, 5 overs, no maidens. He's taken 1 for 30, including 15 dot balls. You settle for that, wouldn't you, Lewis?
Yeah,
15 dot balls.
That's a pretty good return for, again, he's bowled all of his overs up the hill.
Yes.
Yeah. That's for today, for the size of the boundary, you have to take things like that into consideration. Yes, he would have been bowling up top, ball moving around a little bit earlier, but yeah, once the batters got set.
Crocombe in to bowl the final ball of the innings, bowls to Van Meekeren, who steps away to the leg side and gets a big thick outside edge. The ball rolls down to third man, fielded by Sean Hunt. One more to Paul Van Meekeren. He goes to 8, 306 for 9. The run rate, just out of interest, is 8.2 and over. Ouch.
I'm getting messages from Luke Wells coming in from my phone at the moment. So former Sussex batter Luke Wells.
Is he
currently
here?
At Lancashire. He's not here. He's at home. He's watching on YouTube. So.
Hello, Luke. In comes Crocombe, bowls and eased away by Tom Smith down to third man. Picks up another single, 308 for 9. What's Luke saying? Dreadful commentary, or what's he saying?
I haven't looked recently, but he'll be getting into me at some stage.
Yeah. I saw Luke Wells here, actually. Luke will remember this. He made 250 odd here against Durham in a championship match. And his 50, when he went for 200 to 250, was in about 15 balls or something ridiculous.
We had this injury. He loved playing against Durham.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and looking to help it away on the offside is Van Meekeren. There is no run taken by Tier.
He just loved bowling. They found him such an annoying batter to bat against, because he's very gritty, very languid in how he plays his shots, and just when he was nipping around, that's when he got fired him up.
Yeah,
and he was hard work for him. Scores a lot of runs against Durham.
Crocombe in, bowls, pulled away by Smith, and he's going to get 4 runs. Big top edge, 1 bounce over the top ahead of Charlie T. You can't set a field for that. And Tom Smith Paul Van Meekeren goes to 12, 311 for 9. I think he's having a decent spell with the Welsh Fire, isn't he, Luke?
His game in one-day cricket. The funny thing is, he never got much of a chance here.
Well, I was going to say that was the problem. People thought he couldn't play one day.
And he got pigeonholed into being this sort of player. And I think not only, I think even supporters might have done that as well. But I promise you, at training, when we used to do range hitting, and we had people like Dwayne Smith that could clear boundaries like easy, Scott Styris, righty, people like that. But you put him on when we were doing range hitting, he hit it further. Yeah, and his ability to strike, I'm just so glad he's doing so well. Crocombe in, bowls, looking to pull that ball around the leg side is Van Meekeren. The ball dribbles out onto the onside, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, choose my words carefully here. There's been 1 or 2 strange departures over the last couple of years, and Luke Wells will be one of those. And why no one thought he could play one-day cricket, I have no idea. We're not just saying that because you're listening, Luke. No. But that innings against Durham, that was extraordinary. Yeah, no, he's...
Yes, and he bowls his leg spinners, as Ed says.
And off spinners, so he does both.
Does he?
Yeah, he chooses which one he bowls.
I didn't know that. Last ball of the innings. In comes Henry Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and it could be a run out here. Crocombe throws at the stumps, and there is a run out off the last ball of the innings. Paul Van Meekeren is run out for 12, and Gloucestershire finish 311 for 9. Tom Smith 2 not out. Paul Van Meekeren run out for 12. I think that's going to be a tough chase for Sussex, Lewis. 8 over 8s. I think the first 10 to 15 is probably a very obvious thing to say, and very common in cricket, but the first 10 to 15 is just going to be so crucial. As long as Sussex, I think Pujara's probably going to have to anchor the innings and then have guys play around him that can start to strike it. Tom Alsop. Yes, I mean, Tom.
A big role here.
Yes, it'll need someone to play a big innings here for Sussex. I mean, the fact is that Sussex are. We were trying to do the maths. I mean, I think with a crazy set of result that could still qualify, it's very, very unlikely. Yeah, I mean, it is ridiculous because sides keep beating each other, but they've got absolutely nothing.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, outside edge.
Held him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, inside edge.
Held him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken.
Oh, inside edge.
Held him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! A shot. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Side edge.
Held him right on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
pulled away, another chance of a catch. Brilliant! Brilliant snatch! Short. No, there could be trouble ahead here. Wonderful start for Middlesex.
Oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Flicked away, chance of a catch taken. Oh, inside edge.
Held him, played on to his stumps. Is that another wicket? It is.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
Well, welcome back to Hove for the Sussex reply to this mammoth total of 311 that Gloucestershire posted in their 38 overs. I'm out of breath, actually. Just been talking to a couple of Sussex supporters down in the corporate hospitality area, and I think the general consensus was that that wasn't a great bowling performance by Sussex, and they're looking forward to seeing something very positive with the bat. They're going to need to score, Sussex, at 8.2 and over if they can get anywhere near this 311 to win this game. Gloucestershire holding a lot of cards, and a wonderful innings, Ed, from Jack Taylor. And Sussex will need something very similar, I think.
Yeah, well, it's been extraordinary from Jack Taylor in this competition.
But it's going to be Tom Price who's going to open the bowling, coming in to bowl to Harrison Ward, who plays the ball down the track. And Taylor fields off his own bowling. Price fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't think that Jack Taylor could go any better than he did last year. It was Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in the competition. He was also quite prolific in terms of taking wickets. But you didn't think it could get much better, and he's gone and scored 2 tons in the competition and several other important contributions.
Price it again, bowls, and Ward looks to get that one down towards fine leg. It sort of muscles the ball down there. I think it's going to run away for a boundary, as it will, off the second ball of the innings. In fact, they're leg buys. So he didn't get anything on that, did Harrison Ward. But Sussex on their way with a boundary. He was unlucky in the last game here at Hove, Harrison Ward, against Glamorgan on Sunday, when he was run out by Tom Haynes. Made 35 and looked to be in decent touch, and has been just desperately waiting for opportunities this season. And as the game's run out, the more you've got to make the most of these opportunities, really. Price in a game bowls and hammered away by Harrison Ward, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Good shot by Harrison Ward onto the leg side. That was just a little flick away back of the square for 6 runs. Lovely shot.
Yeah, and this total is still within reach. I know it's a lot of runs and the rate is high, but if you think about 8 and over, it's not out of this world nowadays, and Gloucestershire are going to have to bowl well, and at the moment there doesn't seem to be a great deal of movement for Price, who's bowled a ball on the hip and then a full one on the pads and has paid the penalty.
Yeah, he has rather. Price it again, bowls, and Ward is forward, plays ball down the track, there is no run. And I think interesting that Lewis Hatchett, when he was here on commentary, was talking about the experience around this Sussex side, and I was quite pleased to see Harrison Ward play a defensive shot there, because Sussex are on their way, they've got 4 leg buys, they've got a 6, so you've got your 8 for the over, so no need to do anything crazy now. Obviously the ball's there to be hit, you hit it, but...
Yeah, it's not a T20.
No, it's not a T20.
You've actually got some time here.
Plenty of time. There's Price is in, bowls, and Woody's going to be caught. Well, there we are, you see. The chance goes down. Well, that's a real let-off. That's a massive let-off for Harrison Ward. He was literally clipping onto the leg side, a big leading outside edge, and he's dropped at mid-off by Anwar Ali, and I have to say, I think that should have been taken.
Well, I think he just didn't judge where the ball was going at all. He thought that the ball was coming more directly to him than it was, and he just didn't backpedal quickly enough, and who knows how costly that could be. Harrison Ward has got history against Gloucestershire, 51 off 27 balls in the T20 at Bristol this season.
In comes Price again, bowls to Haynes. Well, that's very close. If that's hit the pad without an inside edge, I reckon that's out.
So does Tom Price.
Well, he was very, very lucky there. I mean, I can only think he got a little inside edge on that, because I reckon that was absolutely plumb. From where we're sitting, I'm quite surprised. If he hasn't got a little nick on that, I'm surprised that hasn't been given out. Anyway, an eventful opening over, and Sussex are 11 without loss.
Well, it's been nothing short of entertaining, the cricket of late. I'm just wondering, does the umpire think that it might have just pitched outside leg stump? It's quite close. I mean, as you say, if he's not hit it, it is crashing into the stump, looking at the replay. But maybe it did just pitch outside. It's very difficult to tell, because the camera is just ever so slightly off straight, and of course then you've got to kind of guess exactly where the line of leg stump is. Either way, an extraordinary opening over, 4 leg buys, a dropped catch, and a huge outflow before wicket turned down. And anything could happen here. This is Extraordinary cricket. T38 is alive and well. It's the new fad. We should play more of it. 2 slips in place, and it is going to be Matt Taylor to bowl his first ball of the competition, and he bowls to Ward, who's driving away through the covers, and it's rolling out towards the boundary. I don't think the fielder's going to get there. He's not. Anwar Ali in pursuit, trying desperately to atone for the dropped catch in the previous over, but couldn't make it, and it is 15 without loss already after just 7 balls. And there doesn't seem to be too much wrong there from Taylor, but I think it just underlines again, actually I think the joy is going to come from bowling more of a good length on this rather than really full, because the full bowling has been punished. Here comes Taylor in over the wicket to bowl to Ward, who's driving away on the bounce. This time it's fielded by Smith. That extra cover plucks it out of the air, but so it was a bump ball, and there is no run.
Well, she have recovered, and some at Derby. They're 223 for 3 off 25 overs, having been 11 for 2.
88 off 33 balls for Kashi Valley, 8 fours, 7 sixes. Taylor is in to bowl, and that's a swinging delivery which is allowed to pass through to the gloves of James Bracey behind the stumps. He's got new keeping gloves. I don't think those gloves were there at Cardiff 2 days ago. They've got
they're very flashy.
Yeah, they have. They've got a streak of neon green down the right side of the hand, and the thumbs appear to be a bright blue colour. Those are some of the most magnificent keeping gloves I've seen. Taylor bowls. Always had a bit of a flirt with that one as Harrison Ward, and I can understand why, because it seemed to move appreciably away from the left-hander. And again there, if you bowl it on the good length like Taylor did just then, you saw the zip through to James Bracey. It carried through at around about shoulder height through to James Bracey, and coupled with the, actually it wasn't quite shoulder height, but it was high enough. Coupled with the movement, it becomes more difficult to play. This is short, pulled away, 4 runs through mid-wicket, and it was a half track of that, and it's been slapped away into what is a sizable gap between mid-on and deep square leg, and Sussex's flyer continues.
Yeah, that wasn't a great delivery, was it? And Ward onto it in a flash. But I just see the way Ward plays here, because he, as I say, he obviously made the runs in the T20. That game at Gloucester, I wasn't there. He made runs in the last game here, but he needs a big score. He's all well getting 30s, but he needs a big score.
Taylor running in, left arm over, and bowls. Ward comes down the pitch and drives towards mid-off. They'll set off for a single, which they'll make. It's hurled in somewhat furious and frustrated manner by Anwar Ali at the stumps. He misses them, and they'll come through for a single. The ball has actually somehow gone off towards the boundary, but I guess it was already dead before it went there. I'm not exactly sure how that happened. Anyway, 2 overs have gone, and in those 2 overs, Sussex have basically kept up with the rate. They're 16 without loss.
Yeah. Plenty of people, actually. When you go went for a little wander down to the corporate hospitality area here, it's amazing the amount of people who are actually in the ground. It's quite a big crowd here today.
20 without loss, apologies. So they're ahead of the rate.
Yeah. They need to score at 8.1 and over. Currently Sussex going along at 10 and over, but it's very early days. Harrison Ward has made 16 of those. Tom Haynes yet to score. In fact, Tom Haynes has just faced 1 ball. Harrison Ward has faced 11 of the 12 balls that have been bowled so far. And
one of the slips has already been taken away.
So here comes Price running away from us in and bowls, and Ward turns this onto the onside and picks up a single. Van Buren needs to chase back from mid-wicket to field, and Ward goes to 17. Sussex 21 without loss. It's a lovely day. It's actually warm in the sunshine. If you're coming down to watch the game and you're sitting in the sun, you will need a hat and a bit of sun cream.
So, yeah, the sun's powerful. It was yesterday, even though it was 21, 22, which was warm enough, but especially with a bit of breeze, just a bit, you don't quite feel
I agree.
Power as much as as you would if it was still.
Price in again bowls, and Haynes works this one through the offside and picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Who's that all out there? Is that?
It's Anwar Ali again.
The ball rather following around.
Yes. Amazing how it does that after a drop catch, isn't it?
he'll certainly feel he should have taken that. I mean, possibly deceived by the slope, he wouldn't have played here very much, if at all. But I still think probably at this level.
Yeah.
And Harrison Ward might think to himself, do you know what, I've been given a chance here, and perhaps this is the opportunity that he needs. Price again runs away from us in and bowls, and will play firmly to mid-on and picks up a single. Does Harrison Ward? He goes to 18 and Sussex to 23 without loss. 3 singles off the first 3 balls of the over. Nice tidy from Price.
We managed to talk Kashif Ali out. He's gone
Yes.
for 88 off 36 balls.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, it's going to be another title which is going to take some chasing.
Yeah, I think that game is reduced to 30 overs a side. Price. Going to bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes hits this. Well, he's fortunate there, Tom Haynes. I mean, he didn't really move his feet, to be honest. He was looking to hammer the ball away through extra cover, thick outside edge, and he was quite fortunate the ball didn't end up in the hands of Matt Taylor at backward point. It wasn't far short. Haynes remains on 1. Sussex 23 without loss on a lovely sunny afternoon at Hove, whether you're watching via the BBC or via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Jack operating the cameras. Well done, Jack. As in comes Price in and bowls to Haynes. That's a horrible looking shot across the line. Looking to put it on the leg side. The ball thumps into the thigh pad and bounces out to the offside. And there is no run. The total goes to 24 without loss. Haynes on 2, Ward on 18.
Tricky for Price, though, to know where to bowl, because his natural length is full and he's looking to pitch it up and get the nicks, whereas I think Taylor, with that little bit of extra pace, can hit the pitch a bit more. There's the danger if Price looks to bowl back of a length that he's just going to get swatted through the leg side, but now they put the 2 sweepers out there, so maybe that is still going to be the plan.
There was an email from Martin Weiss in Twickenham a bit earlier, or much earlier on today actually, which I didn't read. It's just come to my notice as in comes Price. Bowls to Ward. Well, he's going to get... Well, I thought he was going to get 6 for a moment. He's going to get 4. He was looking to play it on the leg side, and it's gone flying away off an outside edge, 1 bounce over the cover boundary. And Ward goes to 22. He had no idea where that had gone, and Price was quite within his rights to stand there, hands on hips, and just look at Harrison Ward and say, how have you done that? 28 without loss. Ward on 22 off just 14 balls. Tom Haynes is on 2. So Martin, thank you for getting in touch. And he said, cricket is so fragmented these days, I suppose it's about time that we can share views of the season so far. To me, Sussex are up in the red ball and only lacking a top order quick to convert draws into wins. Everything feels solid compared to the traumas of recent years, but the white ball stuff hasn't been great. So to summarise, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I'd love to hear whether you concur. I do concur, Martin, and perhaps we'll talk about it as we go through the next over with Ed.
So it's Taylor, Matt Taylor that is, in now to bowl, and that's slashed away down towards third man, a couple of bounces, and it's fielded by Tom Price down there. Aerial, but it was nowhere near any of the fielders, and it's 29 for no wicket. Haynes moves on to 3, so he's already got a couple of thick outside edges.
I mean, Sussex have played 10 county championship games, Martin. They've only won 1. They've drawn 9. But they would have definitely lost both games to Yorkshire. I don't think there's any question about that. They were helped on both occasions by the weather.
Would have beaten Gloucestershire, though.
Would have beaten Gloucestershire, yep.
Bristol. In comes Taylor and bowls full outside the off stump, and it's been swatted at and missed by Ward. And again, there's a bit of away shape there from Taylor.
And they may well have won at Worcestershire, the game where Ollie Robinson took a stack of wickets and just got foiled at the end. So they might have had a couple more wins. They could have easily have had a couple of defeats. I think the red ball season, there has been improvement. The game at Durham is a big game for Sussex, the first game back in September. I think they need to win that game to really keep in the race.
Taylor is in and bowls. Ward drives over the top of extra cover and away for 4. Hammond with a leap there at extra, but it never looked as if he was getting there. It was timed too well, and Harrison Ward is now 26 not out off 16 balls. And I remember last year the game here came down to a key drop at mid-on. I think it was Ibrahim who was dropped early on and then went on to take Sussex onto a bigger score than they possibly could have got.
You've got
we're going to
amazing...
have 2 years in a row where a key drop does for Gloucestershire here.
You've got an amazing memory, Ed.
haven't got anything else going on in my life, you see it. Unlike you, Armsy. I've got nothing else happening.
I'm sure that's not the case.
33 without loss. So it's 33 after 3.3. As Ward waits, looking to inflict more damage on Taylor, and he won't do so this time. It's pushed straight to mid-wicket. This could be a run-out. Van Buren shies at the stumps and misses them, and actually in the end maybe Ward was home, but not by much. Just turned tail and got back in time, potentially. It was played straight to mid-wicket. There was never a run there.
Never. And in the last game, for my money, Tom Haynes ran out Harrison. Well, didn't mean to, but he did run him out. And that would have been completely Ward's own fault. You just can't do that. That would have been a reckless single.
Actually, he's back on the edge of the circle, but I'm not sure he even was back on the edge of the circle before that ball. Taylor is in. Ward tucks it away towards mid-on. There's going to come through another quick single here, but this time I think they've probably picked their fielder a little bit better, given that it's the tall, quick Van Meekeren up at mid-on. He wasn't looking too happy there, was Van Meekeren, as if to say, I feel I should be in closer, saving that single. It's almost as if he's been told to go back to the edge of the circle. It was an interesting one. 34 without loss. As Haynes faces up on 3. And again, just the one slip in place even for him now, even though he's only faced 5 balls. Taylor bowls to Haynes, who runs this one down to third man, this time much more securely than a couple of his previous shots in that region, and he'll move to 4. 35 for no wicket, and that is the end of over number 4. So a slightly tighter over, but Gloucestershire still searching for their first breakthrough to try and open things up, and Sussex will be very happy with this start.
Oh, I think they will. Just to finish, Martin, on your email, I would concur. I think there has been an improvement in red ball cricket. Not massive, but it's an improvement from where they have been in the last couple of seasons. And we'll have to see. I think they need to win 3 of their last 4 games. Up at Derby, it's been very, very flat this season, so I think it'll be very difficult to get a win at Derby. So that's why I think Durham is such a vital fixture for tough Sussex. But the white ball has been very poor again this season. This competition has been a big disappointment. Here comes Price running in over the wicket bowls to Haynes, who looks to play it on the leg side. The ball wraps him on the 5 pad and bounces down the track, and there is no run. And I agree, next year they will need to make sure there is they've got obviously Chris Wright coming in the Championship. And they'll want an overseas quick, I'm sure, but so does everybody.
Yeah.
And Paul Farbrace, certainly what Sussex have the benefit this year is of Farbrace really having had a season, a chance to have a good look at the squad and probably make some decisions.
That's what you want in your first year as coach, isn't it? Of course, Gloucestershire were trying to fight for Division 1 survival in Dale Benkenstein's first year.
Yeah. In comes Price bowls, and Haynes pulls the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Just took a step down the track. I don't think it was that bad a ball, actually, by Price. And Tom Haynes made sure that was going to go for 4 runs. Sussex certainly being aggressive in these opening overs. Haynes to 8, 39 without loss. Yes, it's not like football, thankfully, isn't it, cricket, whereby, you do get some time to build a side and look and see who you want in your side and who you feel's not quite up to the mark. And I'm sure Paul Farbrace at the end of the season will have much thinking to do about who's in and who's out his first 11 in red ball cricket for next season. Price on his way and bowls to Haynes, who's caught. I don't think it's a great shot, if I'm being perfectly honest. It was shortish outside the off stump, and Tom Haynes rather helped the ball into the hands of cover. It's a good low diving catch, but having got themselves on to a good start, it's a good catch by Chris Dent. Didn't really seem to move his feet for me. Tom Haynes, he'll be desperately disappointed to get out. He's on his way for 8, and the Sharks are 39 for 1.
Yeah, well, he'd be furious, because I think the ball was there for a more controlled shot through that region, but you don't want to be out caught cover, really, do you?
No,
I don't ever want to be out there in any form of cricket at any time. Being out caught cover has got to be infuriating as a batter, and yeah, it wasn't the greatest delivery, as you say. I mean, the previous ball, I thought, was probably a prime example of what I was meaning in terms of if Price does try to bang it into the pitch, he probably can't get quite as much out of it. And even though it wasn't a bad ball, Haynes made it look like it was.
Yes.
And then the next ball was on a similar length, actually a bit more width on offer, and he'll be furious that he's not managed to control that.
No, you're absolutely right. Well, another left-hander. It's 3 left-handers in the top four for Sussex today. So Tom Alsop makes his way out. He's been a little short of runs in this competition as Tom. I'll give you his stats in a few moments' time, but Tom Haynes will be desperately disappointed. And also, it's quite a long walk. Well, the way the wicket is set up today, we're quite a long way towards the clock tower scoreboard, so it's a long walk back to the pavilion.
The walk of shame, isn't it?
And there was a sort of a silence as he wandered off, which probably poor old Tom Wander. It hasn't been a great competition for him. But what can Tom Alsop do? The last game here, he made just a single. But his best score came down at Taunton in the match before, where he made 60 in the win against Somerset. But he's been very short of runs recently as Tom Alsop. 2 slips go in play, so aggressive captaincy as in comes Price running away from us. Comes in and bowls to Tom Alsop, and Alsop is back defending, and Price fields off his own bowling, and there is no run.
Yeah, I would like to see the fact they've got the second slip in. I mean, if anything, I think they may have taken him out a bit early against Tom Haynes because he'd faced so few deliveries.
Yeah, no,
it's almost as if you take the second slip out for what's going on at the other end.
Yeah. So in this season's competition, this is Sussex's 6th game. Where are we? Tom Alsop has only scored 94 runs, an average of 18, which he's a better player than that. Price in bowls to Alsop down the leg side. A good tumbling take back given as a wide by umpire Hollingshead at this end of the ground. Basically diving away for a moment. There was some stifled appeals for a catch, but yeah, so he's due a score. Tom Alsop, he's scored, so 94 runs.
This is what
in 5 innings, and he scored 60 in one of those, so only 34 in the other 4.
Yeah, it is what I say though. Whenever somebody comes up with a stat like that, is that just means that they're due today.
In comes Price, bowls to Alsop up on his toes, looking to play on the offside. Plays on the leg side, there is no run. Needless to say, Cheshire Pujara tops the averages for Sussex in this competition with 109.
Was that all?
200 so far, made 3 last year in this competition. But you simply can't keep relying on Cheshire Pujara to score all the runs. 2 slips in place, backward point. Cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-on, fine leg and a fielder at deep mid-wicket as Price is on his way. Sussex 40 for 1 in the 5th, comes in and bowls, and also clips this one away through mid-wicket and picks up his first run. Good tidy stuff by Tom Price. The Price brothers having a very good match here with brother Ollie making 95. 41 for 1. Ward on 27, Alsop on 1, no, which saw the demise of Tom Haynes, who was caught by Chris Dent off the bowling of Tom Price for just 8, at which stage Sussex were 39 for 1. And we have to say Harrison Ward was dropped when he was on 6, a catch which I think Ali will feel that he should have taken.
Yeah, very much so. And he'll need to atone for that with the ball, because so far he's only taken 1 wicket in the competition. It's Taylor to start his next over, his 3rd. Bowling now to Alsop on 1. And Alsop drives, will beat backward point, and I don't think Tom Price is going to be able to get there from 3rd man. He's not. It crosses the boundary rope. And that time, really very little wrong with the ball from Matt Taylor, and I think it just shows you how his pitch has evolved into a rather good batting pitch. The ball was doing something for about 5 overs for Sussex, I think. After that it didn't do much, but already I think it's really stopped doing a massive amount in this innings. 45 for 1, and Taylor bowls to Alsop, who pushes away out into the covers, and it's going to be a dot ball. So 267 more runs needed by Sussex, 32.4 overs to get them in. They still seem to be trying to hang on at Edgbaston. They've not got out there yet in the match between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire. And it does seem as though they're trying to cling on for hopes of, I guess, a 10-over-a-side game a bit later on. Taylor runs in and bowls, and Alsop plays this one up to mid-on, and there is no run. So if they don't get out there, Northamptonshire will be on 7 points from 6 games. And I think that would mean, regardless of what happens in Northamptonshire's game in hand, that there would at least be some chance for Gloucestershire to qualify if there is a washout there, because Gloucestershire, even if they lose here, they'll remain on 8. And so if they were to win, they can get to 10. And if Northamptonshire were to lose on the final day, then they'd still be on 9. Taylor is into bowl, and this is whipped away up towards mid-on. Quick single taken, shot, the stumps, hits, gone!
Oh dear, oh
Van Meekeren with a direct hit from mid-on. Alsop has to depart, and the stump has been uprooted by the force of the throw from the Flying Dutchman. And that is Gloucestershire's first run-out that they've effected in the tournament. How's that?
Well, what a run-out is what it was. And I have to say, I think that's rather indicative of maybe Tom Alsop not being in terrific nick. You know, he's looking to get himself into form. And he's played it quite firmly to mid-on, to be honest. He always looked like he was struggling a little bit. And you could just see the way he was trying to scab at it. The umpire, in truth, got in a very, very good position to see that.
Yeah, because he didn't have much time to move.
No, he didn't.
Excellent work.
But it's a brilliant bit of fielding. Ball hits the stumps. Tom Alsop has gone for 5. And Sussex 2 wickets down. The 2 Toms already back in the pavilion. And, you know, for the umpteenth time, really you feel a huge amount for Sussex resting on the shoulders of Cheshire Bajaj. Really good bit of fielding, though. And you always felt when Alsop set off for the run that it was going to be close.
Yeah, it needed a perfect pick-up throw, direct hit, but at this stage, you can't be really taking on the fielder like that. It's unfortunately it's difficult to see as it's right out of shot. And actually, umpire Newell wasn't. He got very much side on. Was quite out in front of the stumps actually, but as I say, he just had no time. He had no time to get there. So he's done as well as he could to get, I think, into some sort of a position to be able to adjudge the run out. And I think also, judging by his body language, he was walking off. He kind of knew he was a goner. Yeah. So they've got Pujara in fairly early. That's what Gloucestershire would have been after.
Definitely. Get
him in early against a newer ball. Of course, it gives him more time to get going, so it might not necessarily be the worst thing, but...
Yeah, I mean, here's the master...
2 wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he is the master of pacing an innings, Pujara. But there's a lot of runs for Sussex to get here. They need to score at over 8 and over. Ward's been slightly starved for strike, actually, in the last couple of overs.
He's on strike now, with Alsop being run out at the non-striker's end, and Taylor bowls to Ward, who comes down the pitch. He's struck on the pad, shout for leg before wicket is given out. Umpire Newell took his time, but he's raised the finger, and Gloucestershire are on a team hat-trick, and nobody will be more relieved out there than Anwar Ali, having put down Harrison Ward on 6. He's been adjudged LBW for 27 from 19 deliveries, Sussex 45 for 3.
He's lived a slightly charmed life, in all honesty, hasn't he, Harrison Ward? He's played some good shots, but he's had a couple of shots that have just eluded fielders. And as you say, he was put down by Alia, a relatively straightforward chance at mid-off. And, well, it's not the start Sussex will have wanted, that goes without saying. Smattering of applause around the ground. So, the new man who's going to come in is a player who I think is, well, if you're talking about players who have made an impression this season for Sussex, certainly James Coles would be one of those. He's coming out to bat now, and he's got a long time to bat, so there's plenty of time for Coles and Pujara. But you lose 3 wickets in the first 6 overs, you're going to struggle.
Okay. It's Dan Ibrahim, apparently.
Well, there we are. What do I know? Why is James Coles not batting at 5? I find that a bit odd.
You know what? I think you might get the chance to ask somebody after the game.
Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised because, you know, James Coles has been in good form this season. Daniel Ibrahim hasn't played a lot of first-team cricket. In fact, in a 50-over competition, this is his first game. Well, we shall see. I'm just a little surprised. That's all I would say.
I'm sure he scored runs in this fixture last year.
Right, right.
I can't remember exactly how many it was, but 60 odd or something like that. And
Okay.
I remember
He's a good player. I mean,
he
he just hasn't played a lot of. Just looking through, he hasn't played in this competition so far this season. I'm fairly certain. I'll double check my stats.
So that's 3 wickets in the last 9 legitimate deliveries for Gloucestershire to stunt Sussex's excellent start.
Sorry, he's this is his first game this season in this competition.
Here's Taylor to Ibrahim, who's struck high up on the pad. There's not much of a shout for left before wicket. The ball goes out towards backward point, and there is no team hat-trick. Not that I really go in for that sort of thing, but I go for individual hat-trick's okay, but team hat-trick I'm not so sure about. That then maybe goes to just 3 and 3 for me, but 45 for 3 Sussex, and we've had 6 overs of their reply in this 38 overs a side game. Gloucestershire having made 311, with Jack Taylor scoring Gloucestershire's fastest List A century. 106 off 54 balls in the end. I think it was 52 balls that the 100 itself came in. 8 4s and 7 6s.
Wonderful, wasn't it?
Superbly supported by Ollie Price, who made 95. James Bracey made a 41 to get Gloucestershire off to a good start as well. And the odd parties, of course, that were bowled out in their 38 overs.
I think here that quite rightly Gloucester are keeping the pressure on. They've got the slip in place because they will know you get Pujara here, and that's pretty much it. In comes Price running away from us to bowl to Cheteshwar Pujara, who clips this to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sussex will need players to bat around Pujara here, but what they lack in this middle order in this format of the game is someone who can play the Jack Taylor type innings. Finn Hudson-Prentice maybe is the closest, perhaps Coles, but there's no one in the side who's really, really destructive. Like the Visa, like the Wright, that sort of player who can turn a match in half a dozen overs. So Gloucestershire will feel well in control of this as Price runs away from us. Into bowl to Pujara, who clips this one through mid-wicket. He picks up 1. There won't be 2 there, as well. There might have been actually, because Ali did fumble the ball as he fielded, but he gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 46 for 3, and that run rate is now up to 8.4 and over. So despite that good start where Sussex were up to 10 and over, just a couple of wickets. And look at DLS now as well. I don't think it is going to rain, but DLS is now 102. And Sussex 46 for 3. Shows the effect of wickets.
Yep, definitely.
2 slips in place for Daniel Ibrahim, who faces his first ball from Tom Price. He's in and bowls, and Ibrahim is forward, clips that to mid-wicket, followed by Tom Smith, and there is no run. It's easy to say from here, isn't it? But you feel that it's a pretty good track, and what Sussex need to do here, if you're not, is to pick up the 1s and the 2s. They just cannot afford for the run rate to get out of control here. So Ibrahim has got to look to score, even though it's fairly on in his innings. There's not a lot of time, but you can push the 1s, which is what Pujara is very adept at doing. Gloucestershire all over Sussex at the moment. Price in, bowls, and he was hit on the pad. The ball was going down the leg side, and there is no run.
I think probably, we talked earlier on about how there's the potential, not certain, and of course Derbyshire may go on to chase the total down, that Worcestershire have just set them 255 they'll need from 30 overs, which is
that's 8 plus and over.
It's going to be a tall order, but they do have Wayne Madsen playing today too.
Oh right,
Derbyshire,
okay.
So that is a plus.
So some players coming out the 100 now.
Yes. So Miles Hammond is playing in this game,
because they're out.
Yeah, I think that if they've not played in a few games, they can be released back.
Price in again, bowls to Ibrahim, who clips this one through mid-wicket and picks up a single. Ibrahim's first run, total goes to 47 for 3.
But there is the potential, as I think I discussed earlier, for it to come down to basically a net run rate off between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire. So it's important that Gloucestershire win by as much as they can if they do go on to win. And I think in some ways it's easier being out in the field because you don't have to make that decision about how hard do we chase this total down. Gloucestershire are just going to be out there hunting wickets and trying to bowl Sussex out for as few as possible. I'm by no means saying that Gloucestershire are going to go on to win this game, but it does make it potentially a bit easier being out in the field.
I've had an email through from Kevin Dignam. Hello, Kevin. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As in comes Price and bowls to Pujara, and Pujara eases that one down to third man. He'll look for two, but it isn't there. Good bit of fielding coming in from third man. Swooping stop out there by, who's that all the way out there? It was Graham Van Buren who gets in the throw. So one more to Pujara. He goes 2-2 and Sussex 48 for 3 at the end of the 7th. Kevin says, whilst you have mentioned Gartner's being missing from Sussex due to, oh hang on, I've got that. Due to his involvement in the 100 ball competition and the side being weakened as a result, I would suggest that Orr and Rawlings, Orr injured and Rawlings returned to the West Indies, are also a major factor in our poor performances in the 50 over competition this year. And with best wishes and many thanks for the coverage, says Kim. Well, first of all, Kevin, thank you for your email. Thank you for your good wishes, which is kind. Sussex have definitely missed Ali Orr, who's going to be out for a while longer. More of that in a moment.
It's Taylor continuing. He's bowling to Pujara, who push drives, but without timing, straight to the fielder at cover, who's Chris Denton. There's no run.
Playing a club match last weekend, poor old Ali Orr fielding towards the end of the game suffered a really gnarly dislocated finger. It looked horrible. And he's going to be out for a little while longer. He's certainly going to miss the rest of this competition. And I would imagine must be a doubt for this game at Durham in a couple of weeks. And Sussex, Sussex have absolutely missed Ali Orr. I completely agree with you, Kevin.
Taylor to Pujara, who covers up and plays the ball towards mid-off, and rather correctly decides not to take on Paul Van Maker in this time.
I agree. And as regards Delray Rawlins, clearly there was something going on that we don't know, but Delray is back in Bermuda now, and his contract with the club has finished. And he's been a good player in this format, both with the bat and ball, and he's a very fine fielder as well. So. And George Gartner away with the 100, but across the Sussex have just not performed well in this competition at all. It's a massive disappointment.
Here's Taylor in over the wicket to Pujara, who cuts the ball, soft cut shot, wristly played down towards Anwar Ali at third man, and it's one more run to the total, 49 for 3.
But thank you, Kevin, for your email. And Sussex away. Their next game is on Sunday down at Worcester, and then a final game here against Warwickshire on Tuesday, and then those 4 championship matches coming up in September. We've got an update to do to the listeners on. Do you mind if I take over, Ed?
Oh, no, not at all. Please do. It's better than me talking over the update.
As Taylor is in over the wicket bowls and clipped away by Ibrahim. There's a nice looking shot by Dan Ibrahim. He's going to pick up a boundary. That was well played. Pitching around about middle of the leg, and Daniel Ibrahim just eased the ball away back to the square on the leg side. That was nicely placed and nicely timed by Dan Ibrahim, who's been given an opportunity up the order. He goes to 5, and the Sussex half century is up 53 for 3.
Still kind of underlining there's not much margin on this surface.
No, I agree. Yeah, I think if you pull, absolutely. It's a good surface, isn't it? We'll find out a bit more about the hybrid pitch. I'm sure that Ben and his team might be able to tell us. As in comes Taylor bowls, and Ibrahim works that one down to third man. Not entirely sure he intended that to go there, but he picks up a single. Does Ibrahim? He goes to 6. My understanding of these pitches are it's mainly grass, but with some different sorts of grass.
They're sort of have these. Well, I'll come back to it.
And down in home for us today, Adrian Harms, and it's Sussex in action against Gloucestershire, and not much to shout about, our Adrian.
No, there isn't, and it's gone from bad to worse, if I'm being very honest, Sean. Sussex in all sorts of trouble in their reply to the huge Gloucestershire total of 311 all out in their 38 overs, with a wonderful 100 from Jack Taylor, 106 in just 54 balls. In reply, Sussex are already 55 for 3. They left Harrison Ward for 27, Tom Haynes for 8, and Tom Alsop for 5. Cheshire Pujara is there on 4, but Sussex needing to score 8.6 and over from here on in, Sean, if they're going to win this game. They've played 5 games in the competition so far. They've lost 4, and I'm afraid, barring a big innings here from somebody, it's going to be 5 defeats in 6.
Adrian, thank you as ever. You can catch the comment.
So, end of the over. So, 55 for 3. Pujara on 4. Ibrahim on 6.
So I must say I'm no expert either. I don't know. There may be different types of them, even different types of the stuff that they kind of they sort of stitch.
Yes, I think they do. I think you're absolutely right, Ed.
As you said earlier, this sort of artificial grass in with the the natural stuff. And yeah, I think for the most part, especially if you're going to be playing lots of games on the same pitch, I think they're actually a really good way forward. I'm almost wondering, given the fact that there has been talk about wanting to get more pace into the Bristol surfaces, whether they might actually think about going to that. Change of bowling at the C end. It's Anwar Ali into the attack and driving. First ball is Pujara, just in controlled fashion out towards deep cover. And a single is taken. I'm really pleased that Anwar Ali is bowling to Pujara. And I know I've mentioned this several times, so Gloucestershire supporters forgive me for this. But this is renewing an acquaintance which was started in 2006 between Anwar Ali and Cheteshwar Pujara, where Anwar got him out in the Under-19 World Cup final, where Anwar took 5 wickets and Pakistan defended a very low total of 120, I think it was, bowled India out for 70 odd. Forward goes Ibrahim to this next delivery and plays this one back to Anwar Ali, and there's no run. Also, wickets in that game for Anwar Ali included Rohit Sharma and Ravindra Jadeja, but he got Pujara out as his first wickets. I think Pujara was opening the batting for India under-19, so I wonder if Anwar's kind of reliving some of those. If you could feel an 18 or 19-year-old again, maybe. He's in and bowls, and this is driven out into the leg side by Ibrahim, not really where he was intending that ball to go. It's more off the bottom of the bat, really, than anything else. It'll be a dot ball towards Ollie Price, who's fielding at mid-wickets, so no slips in place. We're out of the power, the power play, the first power play technically, but
yeah,
the main period of field restrictions. Gloucestershire were 58 for 1 after their 8 overs, and Sussex were 55 for 3 at that stage. So they curbed the run rate by taking those wickets, which is so often the way. Anwar is in and bowls. This is driven. Pleasant drive from Ibrahim, but he picks out extra cover and Hammond fields. And again, there's no run.
Ian Scales has been in touch. I'll read your email at the end of the over, Ian.
I'll get through a quick message I've had on the old X.
Yes.
From Kevin Taylor, who is that Taylor, has pointed out there are 7 lads from Oxfordshire playing in this match, and I guess that does that include the subfielder we had on, Mr. Lion Cachet, as well. In comes Anwar and bowls, and this is played away in defence by Ibrahim to extra cover, and again there is no run. So it's been a really fruitful part of the world for Gloucestershire. Both Charlesworth brothers. Hello. I think somebody's just kicked our effects microphone.
That could be a seagull or something that's sort of come on our microphone.
It could be like, I've seen a video in golf where a bird of prey tries to fly off with the microphone, which has got that kind of dead cat thing on the outside because it thinks it's like a dead raccoon or something like that. It's an amusing piece of footage. Anwar Ali to Ibrahim, who tucks that one away towards square leg. It's fielded by Ollie Price. And again, there is no run, so a really good start from Anwar there. Just 1 run off it, and subfielder makes 8, says Kevin. So, of course, neither Charlesworth brother playing. Luke has yet to make his full first-team debut. Has played for Gloucestershire against the Sri Lanka, effectively Sri Lanka A, and Ben Charlesworth, unfortunately, has injured his... he had a calf injury, which I think has become a knee injury, so really hope to see Ben Charlesworth back at some point. So Gloucestershire, as every side are at this point in the season, are dealing with some injuries. Ajit Singh Dale is another person who I think they would love to have in this bowling group, because he was bowling really quickly and took a forfeit in Gloucestershire's second game of the campaign, but he's out at the moment. So
he was excellent in the championship game at Bristol. Paul Van Meekeren is into the attack bowls to Pujara, who eases that through the covers and picks up a single. Does Pujara goes to 6 of 9 balls. Dan Ibrahim off 6 off 11. The run rate is such now that it's already approaching 9 and over. Sussex need. And I suspected that Cheteshwar Pujara is coming having a word to Daniel Lee. We're saying, look for the gaps, look for the ones, just got to keep the scoreboard ticking along, because before long this is going to be over 9 and over that Sussex are going to need. So Ian's email. Ian's not very happy from the lovely village that is Findon, famous for horse racing, because in comes a big bowl. That looks out. Playing all across the line is Daniel Ibrahim, and he is given out. Absolutely plumb. It's not a great shot, is it really? I mean, it's pitched up on around about middle and off. No, he's going to clip the ball away on the leg side. Not really the ball to play that shot to, I don't think so. Trying to whip the ball away on the leg side. And in fairness, umpire Newell took his time, but it looked very out. And this is a really depressing Sussex batting performance. There's nothing wrong with the pitch. Gloucestershire just pitching the ball up. And Daniel Ibrahim goes for 6, and Sussex in a rare old mess. 6 in 12 balls of 16 minutes. I mean, well done to Gloucestershire. I mean, Van Meekeren comes into the attack, picks up a wicket in his first over, but bowling full and straight and just knocked the shot to play. And now James Coles does come in. I'm very surprised that Coles is coming in below Daniel Ibrahim, with all due respect to Daniel. There's a real hush around Hove, and people are getting a bit disheartened, I think is the truth of the matter. 57 for 4 when the opponents have made 311. And I mean, after this, Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in at 7, Jack Carson at 8, I guess. Then you got young wicket-keeper Charlie Tear. Then you're into the bowlers. So there's not masses of batting to come here for Sussex.
No, and I think Gloucestershire fans can certainly sympathise. It's been a very tough season for Gloucestershire, of course, having not won a game in the county championship, 3rd from bottom in the T20 Blast, including some, I mean, they did win some games, including, of course, scuppering any chance Sussex may have had to qualify in Sussex's last game here. But it was as much just the way that they were absolutely slaughtered by some of the teams that they played, which really did leave supporters feeling disheartened. They needed a good one-day comp, and actually at 2 wins and 2 losses, coming off really heavy defeats to both Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, things looked really up in the air.
Van Meekeren in bowls, and that's going to be... Is that a no ball? Yes, it is a no ball.
Just about. I mean, it was only about 3 feet over his head.
High over James Coles. He looked to cut that one away down to third man. Just better off the even goes alone. Ian says, as if things aren't bad enough with no effective bowlers, the batsmen are no better. The game is already lost a line, and if Pujara doesn't do it, Sussex won't get to 150. It gets worse and worse. Who is this right, batsman or bowler? Well, the right you're referring to, Ian, is Chris Wright, who's currently playing for Leicestershire. He's a bowler. In comes Van Meekeren, bowls to Coles, who's hit on the pad. He's back on his stumps. The ball was spearing down the leg side, bounces out into the offside. There is no run. This is too stressful for someone who's followed for Sussex for over 50 years. What's wrong with the hierarchy? Get some strong players, not a load of boys. They do try, but you can see from their body language they are demoralised and completely out of their depth. Questioning the coach, I think that's the only, I would disagree with that. I think Paul Farbrace has come in, but he can only play the hand that he's got, in all fairness. Roll on next season, says Ian. In comes Van Meekeren, bowls to Coles. Again, that was going down the leg side. That has nipped back. Good delivery. He's bowling with good pace, is Paul Van Meekeren.
Well, it's looked like it nipped back from this angle. Sorry, Adrian.
Yeah, no, and I certainly thought that Paul Farbrace has come in and he's had a look and he's taken his time and he's made 1 or 2 experienced acquisitions for next season. But he'll probably feel there's more change needed, because this has been pretty chastening in this competition. And it looks like it's going to be 5, but well, it would be surprising now if it's not 5 defeats out of 6. The run rate required up to 8.9 and over. Still a slip in place. Gloucestershire have got their foot on the throat, and I don't see them taking it off here. And for the reason Ed was identifying, they'll want to win this game and win it well. Van Meekeren in, bowls, and Coles plays that through the onside. He's going to kick a couple of runs here, is James Coles. Sussex go to 61 for 4, and I think it was Kevin who was talking about the loss of Ali Orr. It has been a big loss for Sussex because you were talking about Ali Orr a bit earlier on. I mean, he really had a breakthrough season last year and showed he could play both red ball and white ball cricket. Injured his knee very badly at the Oval in a T20, and now this finger injury. He's been a big miss. at the top of the order, but it takes more than one player to make a side. In comes Van Meekeren over the wicket, bowls short. Oh, crumbs! Well, that wasn't far to the left. Is it Tom Smith in
It's
there?
Dent again.
Dent, thank you. I don't think it was a chance.
No.
But it was a slightly careless shot from James Coles. It was outside the off stump. He was looking to play the ball away through backward point. Fielded by Dent. There is no run. It is the end of the over. And Sussex, after 10 overs, are 62 for 4. At the same time, Gloucestershire was 75 for 1. And the Duckworth-Lewis is 141. Sussex currently 62 for 4.
Yeah, of course, actually, that is worth pointing out. Not that we're in any imminent threat of rain,
No.
because it's still a beautiful afternoon, just a bit of hazy sunshine. But we do now have a game. So, one way or another, we will have a result today, which, given the forecast at times, it's changed quite a bit since I've looked at it over the last couple of days. But at one point, it looks as if we weren't going to get anything in at all. Anwar Ali continuing and strikes Coles on the pad as he looks to clip the ball through the leg side, but it's going way down, and so it's going to be, in fact, he's hit it as well, so didn't really have very much going for it, that one. It wasn't going over the top. I think that was about the only thing that was going for that. 63 then for 4 as Coles moves up to 4 with that single. And actually there is some key news that I can tell you from Edgbaston. There has been a toss, and so given that it presumably is drying up from the south, actually they may get a game in there. Anwar Ali bowls, and that's worked away on the onside towards deep backward square. They'll try and push hard for a second here, but they decide not to go for it. Pujara moves on to 7. And Northamptonshire have won the toss, and they've decided to field, unsurprisingly. Might as well almost not bother with actually saying what it is that you want to do. It's basically toss the coin to see who fields first whenever there's any rain about. But presumably, if it's going to be the sort of game like we've had here and at Derby, if you know the overs that you're batting for, then it's very different to having constantly to scoreboard watch and that sort of thing. Anwar bowls, this is cut away straight to, well, I say straight to, it's well fielded by Hammond to his right, but a piece of fielding that you would expect a fielder of Hammond's quality to be able to make fairly easily, and he does so and prevents runs. In terms of what that means, it potentially means that if Northamptonshire were to go on to win that game, then they have a very good net run rate. It means most likely that if Northamptonshire are to win out, then Gloucestershire will have to beat Worcestershire's net run rate if everybody continues to win. Anwar bowls and Coles defends away up the offside of the pitch. There's no run. There are an awful... I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, cricket? We've got 2 games left in the group stage. Gloucestershire only got 1 left after this, and there are still so many ifs, buts and maybes about who could qualify.
I mean, Sussex with 2 games left to play. I mean, they can't qualify, but they've got to play Worcestershire. On the way Sussex are currently playing in this, Worcestershire will probably fancy themselves at New Road, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, they did lose to Somerset, but then you never know.
And then Warwickshire here, the final Warwickshire are going to almost certainly win the group, and they'll want to make sure they win the group and get that home semi-final, and a game less.
Yes, exactly. Anwar Ali bowls, and that's whipped away aerially. It'll go over the head of Ollie Price. It'll be 1 bounce out to Tom Smith on the forward square leg boundary. I thought it was going to be 4 actually off the bat of James Coles. He picked a decent area to target. I don't think he was ever really in danger of being caught. And it's 65 for 4. But you sort of reach the stage where, you know, you're sort of doing either you're doing a piece for say Radio Bristol or somebody, or just somebody asks you what Gloucestershire have got to do, and you'd like to be able to say, well, it's this.
Yes.
This is what they've... I mean, in some ways it is quite straightforward. Gloucestershire have got to keep winning, but actually there is still a scenario where if they keep winning, they don't qualify. Anwar bowls and Pujara clips away towards mid-wicket and won't get a run as Ollie Price comes in off the circle. So that's another good over from Anwar Ali, just 3 from it. And Sussex are 65 for 4 after 11 overs. They need 247 more runs from 27, so the required rate is over 9 now, 9.1. But what I should say about that is if Gloucestershire can manage to win big today, they'll make Worcestershire's task very tricky for their final game of the group stage. It'll put a lot of pressure on Worcestershire, not just to win, but to win by a huge margin because of net run rate.
So what can Sussex do here? They need to score at 9.2 and over for the rest of the match, which I think is pretty unlikely. In comes Van Meeker and bowls. Cole's up on his toes, deflects it down towards backward square, picks up a single. There's a good crowd in here at Hove as well, and it has to be said that the Sussex public do support their side, but you can almost feel the frustration here in the commentary box. You can almost feel the fact that it's silent around the ground, that people are just starting to wonder. We've heard so much about the Sussex youngsters, and I think Ian's point's well made. No one doubts for one moment that they're trying their hardest, but they do look totally devoid of confidence. In comes Van Meeker. Take nothing away from Gloucester. Bowls, Pujara defends out into the offside, and there is no run. And what Gloucester are doing here, there's some experienced heads in this Gloucester side, and they know they've got Sussex absolutely where they want them. They know they need to bowl line and length. Don't do anything stupid. Sussex will need to take chances, and Pujara's old enough and wise enough to know that there's not a huge amount of batting to come, and he'll know much depending on him if Sussex are going to make any sort of a fist of this. I think a slip's coming in, actually.
Indeed, yeah.
I think that's good captaincy.
Well, it looks as though at the moment Pujara is just pushing the ball about, so actually Gloucestershire are almost trying to force his hand to play some attacking shots.
He comes bowls, and Pujara eases that out into the covers, bowling to the field as well. That's another good point fielded there by Tom Smith. And there is no run. The run rate is easing up all the time here, up to 9.3 and over.
It is so tricky though, isn't it? Especially if you're Coles coming in as a young player.
Very difficult.
What do you do? Exacerbate the situation by playing some shots and getting out? Or, because if you try and hit out and it doesn't come off, then everybody's going to be going, well, why did you do that?
Yeah. And Meeker in it again. Bowls to Pujara, short, well bowled. Pujara ducked underneath it through to keeper Bracey. And there is no run. Yes, I mean, I'm not here to be the Paul Farbrace fan club, because I'm here to be an independent. My feeling would be that he's, you start a season with a group of players and they're younger players, and the feeling is these are good young players who are going to go on to play, possibly international cricket. And all you could do is have a look at those players, and the reality is, certainly in the last few weeks, that they just haven't performed. There will be reasons for that, and Paul is very self-critical. He's spoken about that. All those interviews are ready for public consumption on the BBC and club website. In comes Van Meeker and bowls to Pujara, who eases that one down to fine leg. He's just going to come back for the second. No, they won't. That's a very, very good bit of good.
It's Ben Wells is on as a substitute.
Thank you.
I've been trying to do a quick check round to see who's off. I think it might be Tom Price.
Okay, perhaps he's gone off the field.
Yeah, I think it's Tom Price is off. I suppose he probably won't need to bowl again for a little bit, so hopefully it's just a comfort break or something.
Van Meeker in bowls, and Coles is going to get 6 runs, and a rather fortunate 6 runs. Well, they all count in limited overs cricket. It was short from Van Meeker, and Coles looking to pull it on the leg side. A big top edge of the ball sails away to this relatively short boundary right behind the wicket keeper. So 6 runs to James Coles. He goes to 12, and the Sharks after 12 overs are 73 for 4. Still needing another 239 to win. Duckworth Lewis is 148. To give you some idea of the mountain that Sussex have to climb. But I guess if you're looking for any sort of glimmer of hope for Sussex, it would be that Chetishwar Pujara is still there. But the great man just can't keep doing it all on his own.
No, it's a lot to ask, even if somebody of Pujara's quality, a man who averages 58 and a quarter in list.
Yeah, so it's remarkable, that, isn't it?
Outrageous average, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Basically, if he scores a 50 and gets out, that's a below average innings for Pujara. Ridiculous. Here's Anwar Ali starting a new over, squares up Pujara, and it's played out towards backward point. There's a needless shy at the stumps there from Chris Dent, which hits them, but Coles' bat was down, and the only thing that can happen with that is that the ball ricochets off somewhere and then ends up being runs. And in fairness to Dent, he actually threw it softly enough that it probably wasn't going to happen, so perhaps I was being too critical. Van Meekeren with another terrific over last over. I mean, there's nothing that he could have done really about that 6. He got the top edge of Coles' bat, but such is the way these days. A ball flies, and if you're going to bowl with good pace, then that's going to happen to you. It's the life of a fast bowler in this format.
Oh, Pujara, someone's moving around. I think above our commentary box here, there is some seating. Somebody clearly has moved and distracting for Cheteshwar Pujara.
Yes, it wasn't me rocking on my chair. It's a dreadful habit, I know, but I just can't stop myself from doing it. I still have yet to end up on the floor, but it'll probably happen live on commentary at some point, which is much to everybody's amusement. Anwar bowls to Pujara, who drives into the cutters straight to the fielder there, Hammond, and again there is no run.
Yeah. And Pujara here, I mean, he's trying to size up the situation. As I say, he just wanted to make sure that Sussex make a reasonable fist of this and don't just fall in a heap. I don't think you'll see him playing any rash shots, but the run rate now up to 9.3 and over.
They've basically got to leave it late, haven't they?
Oh,
so you let
absolutely.
it build up to kind of 10, maybe 11 even, but you've got to give yourself the time to get in, I think. That's how Pujara does it. Just driven away by Pujara out towards deep cover, and he'll take one, move him on to 9, 74 for 4. This, of course, the site, going back to Van Meekeren, the site of his maiden list A 5 for last year.
Was that last year?
5 for 48. Yeah, he was terrific for Gloucestershire with the ball. It was him who put that catch down that I mentioned, which I wasn't going to mention, but he did take 5 wickets as well. And it's been great to watch, actually, him in the One Day Cup, because he is somebody who hasn't necessarily always been the most consistent bowler, as Anwar is in and bowls, tucked into the onside by Coles. Should just be the one. Short boundary out towards that leg side. Ollie Price does keep it down to that single. But he's been Gloucestershire's leading wicket taker in the competition so far, with 12 wickets at a terrific average of 25. Economy of a tick over a run a ball, which, when you consider some of the games that Gloucestershire have had and some of the surfaces, I mean, a surface where they scored 430 odd at Bristol with a tiny boundary to one side, New Road, the ball was flying about all over the place. The first game of the season was an absolute belter at Cheltenham. 6 and over is not bad these days. Anwar bowls down the leg side, and that will be called wide by umpire Hollingshead. 76 for 4. So he's been actually the only mainstay in this Gloucestershire bowling lineup. Even the likes of Tom Price, he didn't play, I think, the first game. Anwar Ali wasn't available for the first game. So there's been a fair amount of players coming in and out, but he's just been that consistent bowler who you feel you can throw the ball to at any time in an innings, and he'll be able to create something to get you a chance of taking a wicket. Anwar Ali bowls, this is flapped into the onside by Pujara through square leg, and Smith fields easily on the boundary, 77 for 4 with that single. You have to give an enormous amount of credit to him, because he's playing so much more cricket in a short space of time than he probably has done a lot of times in his career. Played first-class cricket for the first time in over 5 years, played both games of the Cheltenham Festival and took his first-class 5-fer in that festival, and then has played every game of this competition. Here comes Anwar Ali, bowls a slow ball outside the off stump. It's slapped away through the covers. Fielder should get round from the boundary and does. It's Wells, I think, again, a substitute fielder on there. He'll collect 2 runs, as it was nicely played into the gap by Coles. And he's on to 15 now, 79 for 4. And that is the end of Anwar's third over, 3 overs for 10. 79 for 4. We haven't seen any spin yet for Gloucestershire, which actually, to be honest, when they got off to that start with Harrison Ward there, I thought spin might be, because it was for Gloucestershire in their last game against Glamorgan, the key, and I wondered if it might be the case again today, but actually it's been the seamers who've managed to pull things back.
Well, it's going to be Van Meekeren who's coming in again from the Cromwell Road end. The sun has just disappeared. Bowls to Pujara, who eased that out. The Clippers again fielded there by Chris Dent, and there is no run. 79 for 4. The run rate goes up to 9.4 and over. A slip is in place. That's Ollie Price who's in there. I mean, Gloucestershire in complete control. They're under no pressure at all here. It's just so difficult here for Pujara and Coles to get the shackles off, and they'll know that and there's not stacks of batting to come. They're just trying to build something to give Sussex, some kind of a chance. In comes Van Meekeren, bowls to Pujara, plays onto the onside, picks up a single. That's all they'll take. And there by Tom Smith on the leg side.
It is Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor, my apologies. And there's just a single. But Sussex needing a little bit more than that at the moment. Lewis Hatch is going to come back and join us in a few moments' time. Slip third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg as in comes Van Meekeren, bowls, and Coles is hit somewhere around the top half of the body, around about the hip area. The ball bounces down into the offside and there is no run.
I guess Lewis can actually have a slice of my pepperoni if he wants, and I don't think I'm going to eat all that, especially not cold. It was quite something to have lunch at 3:30, I must say, and especially when I then had all of 5 minutes to eat it when I got back here.
I wonder what Lewis had as an ex-player.
I haven't eaten. So, yeah, I don't.
Help yourself, please help yourself. Honestly, I will not eat all that.
Van Meekeren on his way. Runs in towards us, bowl short, and James Coles is going to get 4 more. Well, he got a 6 in the previous over. Van Meekeren with the top edge, he's going to pull the ball away on the leg side, and this time he pulls the ball away again over the keeper. Didn't mean it to go there. Top edge, 4 more. So that's a 6 and a 4. James Coles goes to 19, the total 84 for 4.
He's a very gentle soul, is Van Meekeren, and he's actually a very funny man. I think even he, though, when we started to get a little bit angry about the effort that he's putting into these short balls and
sense of humour failure.
Yes, I think so. He's wondering about asking James Bracey for a long stop, perhaps.
Yes.
So we've seen a fair bit of that this season with Mark Wood bowling to Travis Head. He had a long stop in place, and do you know what? They're actually going to have one.
They are almost. It's the finest of fine legs. I would say, actually, interestingly, both the 6 and the 4 have been greeted with near silence around those.
And they're so bemused, aren't they? And I think it's just a sort of
it is almost
the air's gone out of the place, hasn't it?
Yes, totally. Great description. It is almost a backstop. And Meekeren again to bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls. Coles makes runs and hammers that down the ground, and that's a better shot, and that does get some applause. Nothing wrong with that. Stepped away to the leg side and belted the ball down the ground, did James Coles. So a couple of boundaries from the 19-year-old, who's perhaps been one of the positives of the season for Sussex. 2 championship hundreds. He goes to 23, 88 for 4.
I don't like to talk about fantasy cricket too much, but Coles is going to have to play a part for me in the championship run-in, yes. Right. Yeah, otherwise my squad will get pushed a bit by people coming in and out, so Coles may have to play a couple of matches. So if he could turn in a couple of tons, I wouldn't be too disappointed.
And Meekeren again. Over the wicket bowls. Oh, James Coles is going to be caught. Oh, what a brilliant catch. That is an absolutely fantastic catch. Ollie Price, that is absolutely magnificent. Brilliant catch. James Coles looking to swing the ball away on the leg side. A big top edge. Credit, though, to Gloucestershire. Credit to Van Meekeren, who'd placed Ollie Price down here, almost at long stop. Price had a long way to move to his right-hand side. The ball diving inches from the ground. That is one of the catches of the season. brilliant stuff from Gloucestershire, and Sussex now in total disarray. 88 for 5. James Coles is on.
He's got a magnificent pair of hands, as Ollie Price, but usually you see it in the slips rather than down on the long stop boundary. But to take that, I mean, he took it actually two-handed in the end, but just keeping himself in the field of play as well. I mean, we had the perfect view. If he'd touched the boundary rope, I promise you, we would all have been up and saying, so as we did in the first innings, we call it as we see it. And he somehow managed to keep that hand in with a ridiculous move, which I think, I mean, I don't know if anybody's on the lookout for a stuntman in the Bristol area for a film or TV series or whatever, but I think Ollie Price with that level of agility is definitely putting his name forward. What a ridiculous catch that was, and also just utterly absurd that plan actually worked, because I must admit, I thought there's just not a chance in Satan's realm that's going to come off, and lo and behold it did.
But it was brilliant. Was it really, really good stuff by Gloucestershire, who are all over Sussex here. As I say, they've got the foot on the throat. I don't see Gloucestershire taking it off any time soon. We'll get Ed to do this over, then we'll bring in Lewis to have a natter away to me, and then we'll have another change around.
Sounds good to me. So Anwar to start his fourth, and this is useful from Gloucestershire's point of view. Obviously that wicket has very much hurt Sussex's slim already chances, but it's useful to be getting through these overs of Anwar Ali. Takes a bit of the pressure off having to bowl at so much spin, as this is worked away by Pujara to start a new over out towards mid-wicket, collect a single.
Just that game, you're keeping an eye on the game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire are 69 without loss in the 8th over up at Derby.
Right, so they've already got that run rate down a bit then, or certainly...
Yes, absolutely. Well, Harry Kane, who batted beautifully up at Derby a couple of weeks ago, I saw him back. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Comes from Hampshire, I think. He was born in Basingstoke,
right?
I think. Yeah.
Yes, of course, because they lost him, didn't they? It was another of their academy products. In comes Anwar bowls. This is pushed up to mid-off by Hudson Prentice, facing his first ball, and it's fielded there by Van Meekeren for no run. And of course, Cayman Rees broke all sorts of records in Derbyshire's most recent championship match, and I'm trying to remember who it was against. This is poor stuff, but certainly broke records in terms of Derbyshire's opening stand, I think, but I think it was also the most runs ever scored by an opening combination in a first-class match. Put on something like 150 in the first innings and then 250 in the second innings. So they clearly enjoy each other's company out there in the middle, and from Gloucestershire's point of view, they can keep doing it. Anwar is in, and this is run away towards backward points by Hudson Prentice. It's fielded there for no run. So yes, 74 without loss now after 8 overs. So Derbyshire need 181 from 22 overs. Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, it is a 10 over a side game, so they've got that game in somehow in the nick of time. The usual miracles being worked by the Edgbaston ground staff. I suspect they are terrific there, not just on finals day, but all throughout the season. And it's a 10 over thrash, and Warwickshire are 21 without loss after 2. Anwar Ali bowls it short. It's helped away in the air into the leg side, but it's going to land well short of fielders out at backward square leg. Thanks very much to Ian Randall, who's listening, a long-time colleague of both of ours, and it was Durham. I had a feeling Durham had played there, but I couldn't remember whether it was that. So it was Durham that came and re-scored all those runs against.
It doesn't look very good for Sussex either. Finn Hudson Prentice, having played that shot, is now feeling the back of his right hamstring.
Oh, gosh.
Lewis Hatchett, yeah, he'll be all right.
So the way you said he'll be all right, it leads me to believe that, yes, that he...
Get on with it, yeah.
He's used to milking that sort of thing. Anwar Ali in. This is whipped uppishly by Pujara. Again, there's nobody particularly close to it. This time it's well short of the leg side field, but he wasn't actually in real control of that. Was Pujara.
No,
the single is taken. I'd imagine that we'll be getting quite a lot of viewers and listeners, as we do from the subcontinent with Pujara and Anwar Ali involved. I'm sure they're enjoying this little rekindling of a rivalry, as I said, that started 17 years ago in the Under-19 World Cup. Hudson Prentice on 1. And the last ball of the 15th over to be sent down by Anwar Ali. It's very full, it's driven, creamed away, but well stopped by Van Meekeren, who goes down to his left-hand side balletically, and it's one more run. So 92 for 5, Pujara 13. Hudson Prentice has 220 more needed from 23 overs by Sussex. A few more words from Adrian Harms, then we'll bring Lewis Hatchett back in.
Thanks very much, Ed. Ed will be back with us shortly. We'll certainly keep Ed on as much as we can because Gloucestershire are all over Sussex in this game. Lewis has been to sort of taste the prawn sandwiches in the corporate entertaining sector, and had a glass of something nice as well. But it's great to have him on commentary. Hello, Lewis.
Hello, everybody.
Thank you.
Back.
Thank you. There's, I thought that Ed rather summed it up rather well. He said it's just like the air has been sucked out of Hove with this really disappointing Sussex reply. It's going to be Van Meekeren who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end to bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice, a player that you'd know well from your time here, who waits as Van Meekeren is running in down the hill, bowls. Hudson Prentice pulls down to fine leg. The ball bounces a couple of yards in front of fine leg, and Hudson Prentice goes to 3. The total to 93 for 5. I mean, it doesn't matter which way you dress this up, Lewis. This has been a really disappointing reply from Sussex.
Started well, didn't it? There was a few boundaries early on, but it doesn't really count for much if you can't continue it on or start to play consistently and in a good sort of structure and manner. But they, I think, again, Gloucester set some good plans, like that uppercut shot for I've forgotten who's gone out.
Van Meekeren in bowls to Pujara, plays onto the onside, picks up a single. James Coles. Pujara goes to 14. The total 94 for 5. Yeah, the plan was set.
James Coles, I mean, it's a great catch. That is an outrageous catch. But he was finer. They brought him in. They knew what they're doing, and I think this is just kind of the story of Sussex's season, really. It's the not having the experience and the know-how of how to take a moment in a game and make the most of it and play it how it deservedly should be played. It's very...
Lewis, leg by down to fine leg, and there is no run. And a few people have got in touch. I've had a few emails, people saying what on earth is going on. We just have to be objective here on our commentary. We're not making to make assumptions on anyone in terms of what's necessarily happening, but it's not something that's just been happening this year. I think it's true to say. I think it's been something that's been happening over the last several seasons here, and
I mean, I've been catching up with, very funny enough, Andy Cornford, who's former coach of mine when I was a junior here, or a junior in and around the Sussex setup.
Meekeren in bowls. Pujara ducks, ball goes through to Bracey. There is no run.
And I was just picking his brains. He's a very interesting man. He's in the fire service, and it's the East Sussex Fire Service are down there. So there's a majority of the guys down there. And I was fortunate enough to do some training with them when I was a junior and a player. And some of the skills they taught me in just a day of working with them that I took on board. But Andy had a really good view because Keith Greenfield and him were two coaches that pretty much brought myself and many Sussex juniors up. People like Will Adkin, Matt Machin, Luke Wells, Ben Brown, Will Beer. They all came under their tutelage.
Van Meekeren in bowls to Pujara down the leg side. That's a little wide, taken by Bracey.
And I asked him, I said, what do you see? What do you see right now that you think is some of the issues that we're facing? And sort of in no uncertain words, just said, just not at that level yet. We're just not, whether it's the ability, it's just not there. But look, that's a man's opinion. There's be an opinion of someone, and I'm a big believer in whatever these players, wherever they believe they're at, or whatever noise they're hearing outside of the ground and what they're being told, is how you respond to that and what you do with it.
Van Beekeren involved to Pujara drive down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot by Cheteshwar Pujara, who's not for the first time standing defiantly. He goes to 18 as he drills that down to mid. In fact, the storm clouds seem to be gathering a little bit here at home. I hope we're not going to get any rain. If we do, Gloucestershire will win anyway because they're miles ahead on Duckworth Lewis, 181, 100 for 5. And maybe it's something, and you know, we'll come back to discussions that have been had with Paul Farbrace, the coach, in interviews that you referred to, Lewis, where he has been asked the question about, are the younger players good enough? Does there become a time when you have to make decisions? And he said absolutely 100%. So, you know, I think there's no question that the coach is aware of what's going on. In comes Van Beekeren bowls to Pujara, plays onto the onside and picks up a single, end of the over, 101 for 5. Pujara goes to 19. Hudson Prentice on 3. Sussex needing to score at 9.6 and over, already with 5 wickets down. And as a coach, I guess it's, you know, I think Paul Farbrace has applied the, you know, the hairdryer treatment has been applied. I think the conciliatory treatment has been applied. And if nothing is really working, maybe the assumption is that, you know, perhaps some of these players are struggling at this level. That's not being critical. It's an observation. It's difficult to make any other observation, to be honest, Lewis.
You asked that question the other day, didn't you, to him, and you asked him quite blankly, like, are these guys good enough? And he, in sort of no uncertain terms, he said, maybe we're right there, but that doesn't mean that they can't become good players. I always said, and I'm a big believer, that it's how you respond to these moments where things are tough. Like, what are you made of? What's your character? What's your values? How do you hold yourself in moments when it's really tough?
In comes Ali, comes and bowls to Pujara, who places onto the onside and picks up a single. Let's take nothing away from Gloucestershire, though, who have been thoroughly professional here today. I mean, there was some pretty ordinary bowling, but the ball's still got to be hit for 6, and you know, they bowled very well here. You know, a lot of experience around the side, and they've come here and done a good job so far today.
Yeah, they don't take anything away from their performance. It's very easy to say, like, Sussex haven't played well, but you do have to. How many games will you see where people bowl badly and people nick it and you're out and you're gone? But no, you take your boundaries, you put in a good performance, even if the opposition aren't up to it on the day.
Ali runs away from us. Omar Ali, right arm over the wicket, comes into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice defends down the ground, and there is no run. Are you playing cricket tomorrow, Lewis?
I am, yeah. I've been selected.
Right, good.
Was available for selection, I got selected. So
forecast good for tomorrow, so you should get a game.
Yes, we're at Cookfield.
East Grinstead?
East Grinstead are playing Cookfield at home. East Cookfield are top at the moment. They've done really well. And they actually came up from the division below last year. They've had a very good, strong unit that have kept us at bay, and I think we're out of it. I'm hoping to win tomorrow. I'm going to put in a good performance as much as we possibly can and try and challenge them. Ali in bowls and making room is Hudson Prentice to play the ball all the way through the offside, and there is no run. Voice of Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex seamer, 72 first-class wickets. Great to have Lewis here. As I say, we don't want to make it too Sussexy and talk about about the travails of Sussex cricket at the moment. But I think this is a one-day game that is almost sort of dying on its feet at the moment because the crowd are very, very quiet. It's getting very gloomy here, I have to say. Fingers crossed we're not going to get it. We do have the option of the lights. I think the Sussex public just a bit disappointed. I think that's frustrated. Yeah, this partnership's, I see it similar to the Taylor-Price partnership. Ali bowls to Pujara, pulls it away. Hudson Prentice rather has gone for 6 runs. Well, there we are. It's hit the little corporate boxes away on the right-hand side. It bounces off the fascia of one of them. Tom Smith tries to catch it on the rebound. 6 to Hudson Prentice. He goes to 9, 108 for 5. Yeah, it looks like they're going to make a change as well. Tom Smith, I think, is warming up down there. Bit of left arm spin coming on. But yeah, I see this Pujara-Hudson Prentice partnership, if it can keep developing, then that's sort of your Taylor-Price type. One guy who can pace his innings at a runner ball, and then another guy who likes to hit boundaries and can potentially start hitting more. And again, bowls down. So Prentice pulls away, and he's going to be caught. I think that chance went down. No, well, that's well done to the field there. That's excellent over there by Ollie Price. He took that catch, he pulled it away, and well done, sir. And he gets a really good round of applause.
Well done, Ollie Price, because the umpire probably couldn't have seen whether I thought he'd put it down.
I don't know.
Did you thought he caught it?
That's one of those ones where you
Well
have
done.
to have a video replay.
That's really good. I know there is a Spirit of Cricket award, and that's just the sort of thing that gets it. He knew, wasn't sure he'd taken the catch cleanly, and he gets a good round of applause. So well done, Ollie Price. Having taken a brilliant catch, he then does the decent thing. And Hudson Prentice survives. He's on 9, 108 for 5. Ali in bowls, and Hudson Prentice defends on the onside. Well, defends, but he still picks up a single down to mid-on, and there is no run. 109 for 5. Hudson Prentice on 10. Pujara on 20. 17 overs gone. Another 21 remaining. Sussex needing to score at 9.7 and over. And just as we'll finish talking about Sussex in a minute, because it's I'm sure some of our Gloucester listeners are probably getting fed up. But as an ex-player, and you've been talking to some of the ex-players, I know Chris Nash is here today. What are those? I don't want to hear what they're saying, because it may not be printable, but I mean, it's a very proud cricket club, is Sussex, Lewis. Yeah,
it's got, look, the history is huge, and the level of success that we had through the early 2000s, and so I entered in 2010 coming off the back of the strongest team of a decade, the most successful team of a decade, and that history and culture that was there, I think as well can almost hamper the current team, because there's such a high expectation from people that have followed this club for such a long time. But I don't think that's an excuse to say of the quality right now. We need to give time and things like that. And I think just again, we've seen it in Farbrace's messaging, like the conversation is, we can't keep saying that for too long. I think something has got to change.
Yeah. Thank you, Lewis. It's going to be a former Sussex born player, Tom Smith, who's coming into the attack to bowl his left arm spin. He's going to be bowling to Hudson Prentice. It has got very gloomy. He's in and bowls, and Hudson Prentice punches that to short extra cover and picks up a single. He goes to 11, the total to 110 for 5. And I can tell you it's getting darker, because the numbers on the cocktail scoreboard are really bright now. And the yellow numbers, and the cloud is sort of getting a little glowering. Gloucestershire won't be bothered at all, because Duckworth Lewis is 186 at the moment, and Sussex are 110 for 5. So the visitors in complete control. In comes Smith. Hudson Prentice forward, plays to backward point, and there is no run, fielded by Ali. And it's another dot ball, nice and tidy from Tom Smith. Wanders back to his mark. I think Gloucestershire will be just looking to rattle through these overs now. Keeper Bracey, as you would expect, standing up to the stumps. Smith tosses the ball from hand to hand around the wicket, bowls, and played by Pujara down to long off, picks up a single. It's his 21st run to Cheshire Pujara. What does Sussex do here in this situation? Is it just a case of trying to salvage some pride, or does someone like Hudson Prentice say, oh, do you know what, I'm just going to go for broke here?
I mean, just under 10 required run rate is so much to ask of, I think, Pujara, who is not someone who is going to crank through the gears and become a...
Smith bowls, Hudson Prentice sweeps down to deep backward square, picks up a single. He goes to 112 for 5. Sorry, Hudson Prentice to 12.
He's not going to become like a T20 boundary clearing hitter straight away. It takes him time to start doing that, and he's such a classy player. So that's where Finn plays a big role here. I think they're just going to try and see how the next 5 overs go, but...
Smith to Pujara, plays to mid-wicket, no run.
The trouble you have there is then you risk allowing that required run rate to come up as much as you can. Derbyshire now 100 for 1 in the 12th over. Lewis Rees going along very nicely. He's on 62. Good player, Lewis Rees. In comes Smith, bowls. Pujara eases that one through the covers, picks up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. He goes to 22, ended over 113 for 5. Nice and tidy from Tom Smith, just conceding the 4 runs. I have a feeling Lewis Rees trialled here.
Really?
Yeah, I think he did.
Wow.
Because I remember...
Don't say that, Lewis. That made me even more depressed.
No. Well, the thing is I was competing against him because I was a left armer.
Oh, well, in that case.
Please don't find him. He was. I think he was here, but I remember chatting to him. Do you know what? No, I'm actually telling a lie. I was at another trial before I signed at Sussex. I was at a training session with Worcester.
I remember you saying.
And Northants. and he was there as well.
Right.
And he'd come back from Australia. I remember we were talking about Australia, and I was like, God damn it, there's another left armour around he swings it as well, and he can strike. He can bat a bit better than me, a lot better than me now. And I was like, but he was putting himself out there as a bowler, and he's now completely gone the other way. Like he could strike it, but now he's completely a batter.
Well, he batted beautifully up at in the 50 over up at Derby. I don't know how many he made in a moment. In comes Matt Taylor, who's coming in from the C end down the leg side, taken by Bracey. Was that signal a little wide?
No, it clipped him on his thigh pad.
Thank you. The game at Derby, Lewis Rees batted beautifully and made 92.
Yeah, and he's a handy bowler. He's a good bowler that can come on and
4 overs, 1 for 20.
Yeah, just handy. Yeah. It's really a great sort of asset for a club that you can come on, swing him around, and get one here and there.
Taylor in bowls. Almost cuts Pujara in half. The ball comes off the thigh pad, called through for a single by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And the total goes to 113 for 5. He plays a glorious, well, most left-handers do, Lewis, I know, but he plays a glorious extra cover drive, Lewis Rees. He just stands tall and punches. He's just lovely to watch.
Yeah.
So anyway, he get out now. 62 not out.
Stop trying to...
Yeah. Having said all of that, he'll play a horrible shot and, get caught or whatever, bowled. Taylor waits. Hudson-Prentice on strike is 12 not out of 13 balls. He's in on bowls, and Hudson-Prentice up on his toes, and he plays that to backward point. Really good bit of fielding by, I think that is Tom Smith in there, or is it Chris Dent, who can't prevent the single. And one more to the total, 115 for 5. I've got an update to do at 5:30, then we'll bring Ed Seaborn back on commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Bristol. Adrian Harms, Lewis Hatchett and Ed Seaborn, your commentary team here today. Gloucestershire looking to almost cement their place in the quarterfinals of this 50 over competition. In comes Taylor, bowls to Pujara, who drills the ball straight back down the ground. He picks up a single, fielded by Hammond. In fact, Finn Hudson-Prentice was looking to pick up a second run, I think, there, and in the end he got sent back by Pujara.
No, he dived back thinking he was going to get run out on strikers on the floor, and then had to just scramble for his life for only the single.
Hudson-Prentice on 13, Pujara on 24, 116 for 5. The run rate required is up to 10.1 and over. In comes Taylor. Over the wicket bowls. Hudson-Prentice looks to hammer the ball to mid-off, doesn't time it really, and it's fielded there by Paul Van Meekeren. And there is no run. Hudson-Prentice looks at the bottom of his bat. He's one of those this season who has had a decent season in the Championship. He's made 5 Championship half-centuries.
Yeah.
Finn Hudson-Prentice.
It's really interesting listening to your interview with him the other day, though, because he said he has been getting 50s, picking up wickets, been bowling well. But then when you interviewed him, he said confidence is low.
He did. I was surprised at that. Taylor bowls and Pujara eases that down to third. I'm glad you listened to my interviews, Lewis.
Oh, yes,
and picks up a single. What a lot of rubbish questions. 118 for 5.
In a Sussex badger of me, isn't it? So
Hudson-Prentice to 14. Pujara goes to 25. It's the end of another over. 19 overs gone. What have we got remaining, Lewis? 19 gone, 19 remaining. We're halfway through. 118 for 5. Our Sussex DLS is 194. Sussex needing to score at 10.2 and over. They won't have given up. Professional cricketers don't give up, but this is a tall
right where we want them.
Yeah, the foot is firmly on the throat.
Right where we want them.
Tom Smith is going to come in from the Cromwell Road end around the wicket bowls to Pujara, who's down the wicket driving, and he's going to pick up runs, a couple of runs, plays it over mid-wicket and picks up a couple of runs out towards the players' pavilion. Pujara goes to 25, makes it look so easy, Pujara.
It is, isn't it? It's so
27
incredible how he plays so... It looks so slow,
yes,
but he times it so well.
Yeah.
It's people like him who just blow your mind, how they make fast bowling look really slow, and then spin, they've got just hours of time almost. It's just doing what they're doing. It's insane.
He's a quality player, and Sussex are very lucky to have him, and a good job they've got him as well.
Yeah.
In comes Smith around the wicket bowls to Pujara, who's hammering this one down the ground. That's a terrific stop by Tom Smith, diving away to his right-hand side. He got a hand to it, deflected the ball down to long on. Pujara takes a single, but could easily have been 4.
Have you had many interactions with players that have said he has improved their game, and that have said that through being around him that I've taken something away from what he has? Because I know people probably just say, yeah, it's great to have him around.
Yeah.
You could learn off him. But has anyone actually said, yeah, I've learnt this?
In comes Smith, played into the offside by Hudson Prentice. It will be a good question to ask. Another single to the total. Hudson Prentice 215, 122 for 5. I think in general, most of the players, when you talk about Pujara, say he's a great influence in the dressing room. It's great to bat with him.
Yeah.
But it will be a great question to say, well, what specifically have you learned? What can you take away from his time here? But I think they felt they all learned from Steve Smith being here.
Yeah.
They liked having Smith around. You know, just the awe of the man, I guess. In comes Smith, cut away by Pujara, through backward point. They've taken one, it's going to race a well fielded. Unlucky. Gloucestershire fielded very well, that's unfortunate. It was a chase around the boundary. But Pujara picks up a boundary. Who was that, Van Buren? Yeah, chasing around the boundary edge. It was a desperate attempt to stop the ball going for 4. Pujara to 32, 120 for 5.
But I guess even sort of answering that question, having just had a little bit of thought about it, is that sometimes you don't need to learn specifically something off someone, because you're not going to try and bat like him, but maybe his work ethic could just be the thing that rubs off on you. And I had players in the changing room that their work ethic was the thing that rubbed off on me, and I wanted to be like them with that.
Oh, Pujara's in trouble here, and he's given out LBW, playing across the line, and Tom Smith accounts for Cheteshwar Pujara, who probably decided he needed to take a risk or two, and the great man takes off his gloves, wanders towards the pavilion, and any remote outside thoughts that Sussex had of any sort of a comeback in this game have gone with that wicket. Cheteshwar Pujara on his way for 32, 126 for 6. And in fairness, I don't think umpire Newell had a big decision to make there, Lewis.
Yeah, that one I think very, very standard procedure, sadly.
When you were in the dressing room, who were those players who you would look at and think,
Mike Yardy, Murray Goodwin, Ed Joyce. Ed Joyce was definitely one, I think I've said it before on comms here, where it was his consistency and his level-headedness. You could probably be in a changing room, and if you were in the changing room and he walked in to unpad from an innings, you wouldn't know if he'd got a duck or if he got 200. You wouldn't know. It's just the way he was so consistent in his mannerisms. Murray was really intense. Murray would watch every ball. He'd get out, take pads off, be angry for a bit maybe, but he'd then just be watching every ball. He'd live every ball, and that's how he trained. Some of the training he would do, he would be on the bowling machine with incredible paces, half bat. And one of my first ever sessions, when I knocked on the door here at Sussex to try and just be a spare hand at a training session for him here, and I got in and they said, right, one of your first jobs is to go and throw balls at Murray Goodwin. And he came up, I'm Murray, and I grabbed this bag of balls and he goes, come in the net with me. And he said, you've got one job, is try and hit this Sussex badge that's on my helmet as hard as you possibly can. And he was yelling at me because I couldn't throw it fast enough. I was like 16 years old. I thought I was going to dislocate my shoulder.
In comes Tom Smith, bowls to the new man, who's Charlie Tier, young Sussex wicket-keeper who plays out into the offside. There is no run, 126 for 6. Tier on York, Hudson Prentice on 15.
Yeah, he just was screaming at me, going faster, hard, and I was about 15 yards away, like doing my best. But that was the level he would train at, and then what you would have, and then I pretty much remember after that seeing a game here where Steve Harmison or Freddie Flintoff, and another game with Steve Harmison bowling downhill so fast, and Andy Caddick as well. Another game again. These are all these fast bowlers bowling at him, and the team would be skittled, maybe had a bit of a collapse. But Murray would come in, and that's where he thrived. He was like, my training has been at the level for me to deal with this, and that's where he scored runs really well.
But Taylor running into bowl to Finn Hudson Prentice short. Hudson Prentice pulls it around to the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 16, 127 for 6. Brings Charlie Tier on strike. What's the word about Charlie Tier around the Sussex club scene, Lewis?
Look, this is a really interesting one. I've played club cricket in the Sussex Premier League since I was 14 years old, so I've played it for nearly 19 years, but it's I've not seen Charlie, because I've not seen many of these players in the league. They've been projected straight into professional cricket so fast. They've not been around.
Here comes Taylor bowls to Tier, who eases that to backward point, and there is no run.
So this is the funny thing, I don't have much
really
knowledge on them,
Yeah,
because I don't see them, and they're in the inner sanctum. Now there will be many people will see that as a huge hindrance, because you basically get your tutelage as a young player through club cricket. I attribute my, not just cricket skills, but my life skills and my values as a person, and how my work ethic, from seeing club cricketers who are paying to play and turn up and still run in hard, still bowl and bat long innings. And
in comes Taylor bowls down the leg side. That'll be a wide, one more to the total, 127 for 6.
And then that progresses to second team cricket, and then you play. I've definitely played more second team cricket than I've played first class cricket, and that just happens to be because you go into a team and an environment that has a lot of players in the first class setup, so you have to wait your turn. We're in a different environment and world right now where these guys have missed that Sussex league, and they've missed almost second team and straight in the top. Taylor in bowls to Tier, plays into short fine leg, and there is no run. Interesting you call it the inner sanctum there, Lewis. I mean, it's an interesting choice of words. I don't, you shouldn't grimace. I mean, I just think a lot of people would agree with you. I think actually, club cricket can be a pretty hard place. It's a good place to learn. There's some good players around the leagues, not just in Sussex, but in counties all around the country. Yeah.
Premier Leagues. I'm sure the Premier League in Gloucester is a very good standard of cricket.
Yeah, and then travelling abroad, going to Australia was one of the most beneficial things.
Taylor bowls, and Tier is gone. Another wicket goes down, not to the pitch of the ball, helps it into the offside. Another wicket goes down. Charlie Tier is dismissed for a duck, and Sussex are subsiding to what I have to say, it's an embarrassing defeat here. 128 for 7, and another wicket goes down, and I'm afraid Gloucestershire are all over Sussex like a rash. Let's give this update to this. Well, it's a day to forget, it really is, Sean. I mean, it's been a season full of lows, but I have to say it doesn't get much lower than this in all reality. Sussex are 128 for 7 in the 21st over in reply to the Gloucestershire total of 311. There's almost silence around the county ground as the latest man gets out, young Charlie Tier, without scoring. Chester Pujara's made 32, Harrison Ward 27, but there's been little else from Sussex, who have been absolutely comprehensively outplayed here by Gloucestershire in this match. 106 from Jack Taylor, 95 from Ollie Price. Gloucestershire making 311 in their 38 overs, and Sussex are nowhere near. 128 for 7, and they're just praying for pride now, Sean.
Having said that, you've got a lovely night there, haven't you? The weather's looking
Well, actually, the weather's not as good now. It was a lovely day. There was lots of blue sky, but the cloud has come in. But the silence around the ground, Sean, all I can say, the silence is deafening.
Oh my goodness me. Adrian, thanks ever. Full commentary online.
And I'm just going to hand over to Ed Seaborn, who's going to come in and join Lewis.
This is the name is it's on the end of my tongue. You nearly got it, Nick.
Hello, what's your name? In comes Taylor and bowls, attempted to be flicked into the leg side by Carson, and it's leg by. Only thought it was probably just off pad, but I'm waiting for the confirmation from the umpire. Well, I think it's fair to say that pretty much everything Gloucestershire have touched in this game has turned out well as well. It's just been one of those things when they've been bowling. Every ball that seems to have been hit in the air has pretty much ended up to a fielder, and nothing typified that more than when they put that long stop in position and it ended up in a wicket. As Taylor bowls, and this is played into the covers by Hudson Prentice for a single, 130 for 7.
We're just literally watching two different teams that are one that is very well oiled in what each other's roles are, and you see Matt Taylor come on and bowl here, and whether he's watched someone like Sean Hunt bowl in the previous innings, and go, okay, well, when he got hit for 6 or when he got hit for a boundary, he would have been bowling here, so therefore I'm not going to do that. And just know my role, do my job. Doesn't mean I'm going to take fifer, but if you can hold up an end here, not go for boundaries, you kill the game from bowling at this bottom end, because it's harder to score those boundaries hitting back up the hill here at Hove. And they've been smart bringing the spinners on, get through the overs at times where Sussex might need to think about upping the run rate. So yeah, 2 different sides, one well-oiled, one figuring things out.
Smith bowling then to Hudson Prentice. He's on the sweep, but picking out Jack Taylor at short fine leg, and there's no run. I mean, also it has to be said, in the end it's proven to be a bit of inspirational captaincy from James Bracey, putting that man back there, and that felt, although Pujara was still in, they just, for the first time, had really built a partnership since the first few overs. It's cut away by Hudson Prentice out to deep point for 1. And I just think, especially with the manner that wicket fell, although Hudson Prentice has come in, he had a 6 quite early on as well, it just felt as though there wasn't probably going to be enough batting left after that for even a miraculous recovery, which still could have happened. I mean, Coles and Hudson Prentice have scored enough runs this season to score the requirement at that stage, as Carson is cutting. Next delivery straight to backward point. There's no
Jack
run.
Carson can hit boundaries. Like, he can do that, but I don't know if he's ever done it from this position. He can come in when maybe like you're talking 30, 40, maybe starting an innings, adding runs on, and valuable.
Smith bowls is chopped away out towards deep backward point. They'll get 1. I'm not sure they'll manage a second with Van Buren as the left arm throw and the short boundary, but it's a single, 132 for 7. I think that scoreboard's moved on. I'm getting a bit muddled because I thought Carson was already off the mark, but he's not. It was a leg bye, of course, wasn't it? End of last over. Smith in round the wicket, and down the pitch comes Hudson Prentice and clips the ball out towards deep square. And it's just another single. Yeah, I mean, the thing I've been kind of totting up is Gloucestershire have 6 players in this 11 who've played more than 70 List A games, and a few who've played more than 100 List A games. Smith bowls. This has worked away down to long on by Carson for 1 run. 134 for 7, and that completes Smith's 3rd over. Another quiet one, just 4 from it. 134 for 7. And even of those players who've not played that number of games, you've got Hammond, who is 27. He's an experienced county pro now, as is Matt Taylor, who has played, this is his 36th List A game, and James Bracey isn't included in that either. So you add in 3 more players who've been playing for Gloucestershire for years now, and actually it's really only in this particular 11, the Price brothers, who haven't been around for as long. So in some ways you would kind of hope that experience came through if you were Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? Like there's not. There's like Hammond, for example. Did you say 7 games or 9 games?
This is 9th today, yeah.
So you would look at him and go, the way he presents himself on the field, like the way he holds himself, is. There will be guys in our team, Sussex, that will have guys that probably played less games. More games. Sorry, I'm going the wrong way. More games, and still, I would look at Hammond and go, kind of holding himself in the right way. Like he's,
but I mean, the thing is, he's 27, isn't he? He's played nearly 100 T20 matches. Price bowls. This is driven away by Carson straight towards backward point. This is Tom Price, by the way, back in to the attack. Haven't seen anything of Ollie Price with the ball yet, but then it hasn't been needed. So Price T back for the first time since the opening spell. 4 overs, 1 for 24 he bowled then.
Yeah, I think that's a good valid point. Age, there is a, they always say, like in cricket, when you hit sort of 27, 28, something just clicks, and it's true. Like you just probably let go of a lot of insecurities about what you think of yourself, really.
I wish it was the same with commentary. This is short. Carson's pulling the ball away. Could be 4. Anwar with a lunge towards the ball out. I think I've got a bit of a hand on it, but he just couldn't get enough on it to tip it back in, and not actually really sarcastic cheers, just more exaggerated cheers by the Sussex fans for a boundary.
He's got the East Sussex Fire Service that are on him.
Oh yes, he's smirking at them now. I think they were
They're all
we're
giving him some banter.
Yes, he seems to be enjoying it.
Yeah.
Tom Price in and bowls. This is slammed away down the ground. That could be 6, not quite. 1 bounce and 4. And a flat-batted swat by Jack Carson. You can certainly hit him from that when you can play that sort of a shot. Back-to-back boundaries for Carson. I mean, he's on to 10 already.
Just talk about Wicket. Just had a nice text in from giving Lewis best wishes from Zach Tomazzi, former chief executive.
Thank you, Zach.
He's listening, or has been listening to us.
Brilliant.
I think you heard that. I tried to lean as close to Adrian's mouth as I could without it being exceptionally awkward. This has been pulled away by Carson straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run.
Zach was the CEO here when I was playing, and he's fantastic. Zach, he's been really great for me recently, actually, in the work that I'm doing now, just to, sort of from someone who's got a business head on them and being able to just give advice, mentorship, guidance, and just lend an ear in some cases, because I learned how to be a cricketer, not a businessman.
Yes.
How to run a business. So listening to someone like him has been really valuable.
Price bowls, all that's kept low, and it's gone. It's been given out caught behind, I guess. I'm not sure whether it's caught behind or LBW, but one way or another, I thought it must have bowled him, given the fact that it kept low. It shot along the floor, and Tom Price has got his second wicket. Went through to James Bracey. We'll have to wait and see what the dismissal goes up as, but the finger has gone up from holding set, and Gloucestershire have their 8th wicket. Tom Price picks up his 2nd wicket, and with Carson probably hanging on the back foot a bit after having hit those 2 boundaries. I think it did keep a bit low, but you sort of get yourself into a position where it's more tricky to cover it.
They gave it caught.
Yeah, must have been given out caught in the end.
Yeah, it did look too high to BLB, but
yeah. He's to be honest, Carson is.
It's the right
his
shot.
Reaction there is more staring at the pitch than anything else.
Yeah, he did. That 100 that definitely kept low. But you can see from this angle that we've got, it did keep low. But he's inside edge.
Yeah,
bottom edge on it.
I guess. I mean, just judging by his reaction,
James claims the catch there.
He looks at the pitch. He doesn't look at the umpire or anything like that. I think he doesn't seem to feel as if he's got a rough decision there. He's just feeling rough in terms of what the ball did off the surface, and it just seems to be one way or another at the moment.
We've lost the stag
bigger
do.
Wickets. Oh no!
I feel like we've lost the stag do.
Oh dear. They could have started up another Mexican wave. I think that would have gone down well.
Yeah, a few people are starting their Friday nights now, aren't they? They might just head to the Cricketers pub.
Oh, Friday night in Brighton.
Cricketers pub here is brilliant.
All right.
Brilliant.
I know the players, the Gloucestershire players, went there after the T20 victory.
Yeah.
Because it was a back-to-back game, so they had the Aegeus Bowl the next day. So they were staying in Arundel, and I think they just stayed at the Cricketer pub after beating Sussex in the T20. Henry Crocombe is out there in the middle facing Price, and is beaten by a ball outside the off-stump first ball, just hanging the bat out to dry, really, Crocombe, but then he's batting at 10. You can't really fault him for that. It was well bowled by Price. 23 overs have been bowled. Sussex 142 for 8, and it's 170 needed from 15 overs is the theoretical requirement. But
I'd love to know the message coming from the Sussex dressing room right now. Like, you've got this is real tough time. I mean, do you go hit or miss? Do you just completely throw everything at it? Do they want to grind out a win, hold the fort, show some character, or really just go down swinging and have a go? I'd love to know what their sort of idea is in a situation like this.
It's really hard if you're Hudson Prentice, especially running out of partners. So in some ways you almost have to play some shots, I guess. He's going to try and play a shot. He comes down the pitch and lofts it over extra cover field, tries to get round and takes the catch, and has somehow stayed in the field of play. I thought he must have gone out over the boundary, but it's a 9th wicket, and Hudson Prentice is marching off to another terrific catch. I think it's Dentu's run all the way around from long off to deep extra cover, and I thought he might have taken the catch, but it was over the boundary, but not to be. It is a 9th wicket. It is Smith's second, and that just looked like 6 off the bat of Hudson Prentice.
Such a standard catch now in cricket, which is crazy to say.
Yeah, he's caught it, chucked it in the air, and then caught it on the second go. It was Ollie Price in the end, was it?
Right.
Apologies to Ollie Price. Well, that is exceptional work round the boundary, because he's moving to his left as well there, naturally right-handed. The ease with which he pulled that off was partly why, in addition to the fact that he's got those arm tuber grip things on, which is why I thought it was Chris Dent way out there in the distance, but it was Ollie Price, and that is just exceptional work.
Yeah, but it's just become a standard. I remember sort of middle, it's around 2013-14 when we started training it. We'd set up a fake boundary and we'd get the coaches to fire balls towards that, and we kind of started doing it as a T20 side, and then everyone started doing it. But yeah, at the start it was just sort of like, maybe this is something we should add in and give a go, but it would be a standard part of practice now. I have no doubt that you got to go and practice that, the ones that are just going over the rope.
Sean Hunt is Sussex's number 11. He's facing up to Tom Smith, who fires the ball in towards the stumps, but Hunt is able to get a bat on it and clip it towards Tom Price at short mid-wicket. Yeah, it never loses its amazement from a broadcaster's point of view, that sort of piece of work. Smith bowls to Hunt, who again plays into the leg side, straight to short mid-wicket.
Did you see the Ross Whiteley one the other night in the 100?
I didn't know.
I tweeted him saying that was Air Whiteley. Like he's
an incredible fielder.
He's an incredible fielder. And I'm fortunate to train with him in Australia a couple of times.
Smith to Hunt, this is pushed away into the covers for no run.
He's such a talented athlete, so strong, such a good mover, and his one was almost like a goalkeeper's parry over. Didn't catch it, just parried it over, but he was the other side. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to have to see that, because I've missed it. I've probably been in transit as Smith bowls to Hunt, who looks to drive, maybe inside edge onto pad as it dribbles back up the pitch.
It was the Invincibles game the other night where Curran bowled a no ball and then still won it off the free hit.
Oh, okay, right. No,
a few nights ago.
I didn't get to see that one. Smith bowls to Hunt, who plays away out into the covers, and that is a wicket maiden for Tom Smith. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16, and Sussex 142 for 9. And what this will do, and I think I'm fairly safe to say will do, is really put the pressure on Worcestershire, who, by the looks of things, have fought back against Derbyshire in that game at Derby. Derbyshire are 145 for 4 now in the 19th over. Matthew Waite is on a hat-trick. He's just taken the wickets of Wayne Madsen and Haider Ali, and Rees is still there, 86 from 56, but Derbyshire are needing 110 from 11.4 overs. So even if they don't win that, Gloucestershire would like Derbyshire to get as close as possible from a net run rate point of view.
So is it net run rate?
Potentially.
Right, okay.
It would... Yeah, there are a few things at play here. In comes Tom Price to start a new over, and Crocombe fishes at one outside the off stump, and it goes through to James Bracey. In the other game that's of import to Gloucestershire, Warwickshire are 104 for 3 after their 10 overs. It's been reduced to a 10 over a side game. So Northamptonshire will require 105 runs to win to beat Warwickshire and keep pace with both Gloucestershire and potentially Worcestershire. Price bowls. Crocombe again is playing a flat-footed drive, and the ball has gone through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run.
Can we say thank you to Lewis Hatchett? Great to see him. Lovely to give his time, which he's given up just because he wants to, and it's really good of him.
It's been magnificent. Thank you so much
to have an
for coming in.
Pro on it's been a pretty depressing day for Sussex. I think if this was football, actually, Sussex would be booed off it. I'm being serious. I mean,
if listeners want to tune in for Jofra and Archie interview,
yes. Excellent. Well, we'll make sure we let people know where that is. That'll be excellent, Lewis.
Here's Price in over the wicket, bowls to Crocombe, who drives, and the ball takes a horrid bounce off the used pitch there, but fortunately it's far enough away from Van Meeker and he can stop it and there's no run.
But great to see you, Lewis, and come and see us for the end of the season.
Yeah, for sure.
Top man, Lewis Hatchett, former Sussex.
Yeah, if you're here for the 4-day, I should look forward to seeing you then. Yeah,
really nice to see Lewis, and is really taken his career to a new level since he sadly had to give up the game.
In comes Tom Price. He bowls now to Crocombe, who gives himself some room and tries to flay the ball away through the offside and has missed it.
There is just, as I say, silence is. I just think people are frustrated here today. I mean, it hasn't been a contest.
There's been nothing for them to get after the first few overs of Sussex's innings. There's been so little for them to get their teeth into.
It just hasn't been a contest at all, has it?
Very few boundaries, and yeah, the outcome has not been in any doubt for a while now. Price is into Crocombe, who turns the ball away towards short fine leg. Hunt's coming through for a single, and they'll make it. And actually, Hunt, I think, was home, so probably in the end, good running from Sean Hunt to come through for that single. So Crocombe gets off the mark. It's 143 for 9.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, if it was a boxing match, it would have been stopped half an hour ago, really. Probably longer than that. Probably when Sussex were, what were they, 45 for 3 when Harrison Ward was out. But now Gloucester are bringing more. Are they bringing more men inside the circle than they need to? I mean, Gloucester will know here the run rate in this competition could be absolutely key, and they want a thumping victory here.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if Worcestershire start taking even more wickets very quickly, they could still end up with a big victory over Derbyshire. Tom Price is in, and this is caressed through the covers by Sean Hunt. What a beautiful shot that is. It's only going to bring 2, I think. Miles Hammond with the latest piece of excellent Gloucestershire boundary fielding, but that's a very pleasant, whatever that is, pleasant way for Sean Hunt to get off the mark. 145 for 9.
Yes, it was.
It's already equalled his List A career best, by the way.
Oh, well, there we go. Very much going through the last rights here. As I say, for all Sussex's problems on the field, we have to give credit here to Gloucester. So those Gloucestershire supporters listening to us and watching the live stream, Gloucestershire have been excellent. You can only beat what's put in front of you. I think you're quite right. Lost Chris Dent early on, 6 for 1 at that stage, but Ollie Price, lovely innings of 95, and Jack Taylor just came in and demolished. He took the Sussex bowling apart. There's no other way to describe it.
And it's amazing how he does it, given the fact that if he were out there's an awful lot of pressure on Tom Price and Anwar Ali to try and see Gloucestershire through to something that they could bowl at.
And at one stage, when Taylor came in, they were 127 for 4, lest we forget. Ended up getting 311. In comes Smith, bowls, and he's out. Henry Crocombe is caught behind. Tom Smith picks up his wicket, and Henry Crocombe is out, caught behind. It's another catch for James Bracey. Handshakes all round. It was an air of inevitability, and there has been for some considerable time. It just might be quite interesting to listen to any crowd reaction here, because I'm sure the Sussex supporters and members who are so desperate for this club to do well. There's been some poor performances in this competition, but that probably caps the lot. It's been a dreadfully disappointing day for Sussex. Bowled out here for just 145 in 25 overs. So there was still 12 overs and 5 balls remaining in the match. We were speculating before the closer play that a Sussex win here and results elsewhere, that was clinging to the merest and the thinnest of threads, because I think the performance today, Sussex have been absolutely comprehensively beaten by Gloucestershire, who are the far better side. We'll just wait for the players to wander off, and I will sort of chat through with Ed. I think, to be fair, most people are just packing up their bags and leaving, and but there will be bitter disappointment from all the Sussex supporters around the ground today, not least those who are coming hoping to expect a good game of cricket, because it really has been almost men against boys, I have to say.
Well, sport is a cruel thing, isn't it? And as much as Sussex fans will be leaving the ground thinking, goodness me, can it get much worse than that? At the same time, for Gloucestershire,